Are you really going? There are probably going to be many dragon tribe mighty figures attending the ritual. You might end up losing your life before you can get any money. How about you come with me, Bai Ling? And Lin suggested. Bai Ling shook her head. One of my experiments has reached a critical juncture, so I won't be able to go anywhere anytime soon. And Lin was a little disappointed. Bai Ling's inability to accompany him instantly made the mission more than twice as difficult than it originally was. Master, I'm willing to come with you, Xiaozhe said with an excited expression. I can come with you as well, Su Xiaolan chimed in. I have an indistinct feeling that an opportunity for me to progress to the return to void stage might be waiting for me at the East Sea. And Lin was astonished. Xiaolan, you're going to make another breakthrough? Su Xiaolan nodded a little sheepishly. The vermilion bird bloodline within my body is too powerful. My spirit root is already bearing ripe fruit, and I've successfully refined my spirit, so everything is ready. The biggest issue I'm facing now is how to fuse my vermilion bird bloodline with my original phoenix and dragon bloodlines. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Was this what life was like with Haxon? All right, Xiaolan can come with me as well, but you have to be careful. If the opposition is too powerful, then we'll think if another way. And Lin approved Su Xiaolan's proposal. Giant and Lin, I want to go too. Tina volunteered excitedly. No problem. As far as Lin was concerned, the more return to void stage mighty figures the merrier. Bryce, you come as well. Don't just sit under the sun like an idiot all day. And Lin issued a command to the tree person beside him. Hey, what do you mean like an idiot? Are you looking down on sunbathing? Xiao Hong was very displeased. Master, do I really have to go? Autumn is here, and I'm feeling quite feeble. Look, even my canopy has turned yellow. Bryce spoke with a reluctant expression. A yellow canopy is bad luck. If I go, the mission might fail. The tree person continued. I'll give you 1 milliliter of holy blood after the successful completion of our mission. And Lin added, Bryce is willing to lay down his life for holy leader and Lin. The tree person shuddered upon hearing this, and his canopy rustled incessantly before turning green in the blink of an eye. Everyone, after a short discussion, the 4-9 Immortal sect money-borrowing team was finally established. The team leader was Lin, and he was going to lead a team consisting of Su Xiaolan, Xiaozhe, Tina, and Bryce. Aside from Bai Ling, all of the most powerful 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators had been deployed. The Dragon Tribe's ritual is going to be held half a month from now. Let's set off to the East Sea to gather some information, the team leader announced, and all of his team members responded with impassioned cries of approval. And Lin made his way out of the conference chamber and was met by a young woman standing under a tree. Big Boss and Lin, Lan Xiaoni called in a crisp voice. Underling Lan, were you waiting for me? And Lin made his way over to her with a smile. Lan Xiaoni nodded. The wedding is over, so I have to go back now. I've come here to bid farewell to you. You're not going to stay for a few more days? Didn't you say you really liked everyone here? And Lin asked. Maybe next time. I have a mission, after all. Lan Xiaoni winked at Lin with a cheeky expression. And Lin recalled her mission to unite the West Sea upon hearing this. All right, then take care of yourself. I will. Goodbye, Big Boss and Lin. Goodbye, Underling Lan. The warm light of the sun shone down upon the vibrant green leaves of the trees they were standing under. The two of them parted after a simple farewell. Lan Xiaoni flew into the sky atop a huge wave and soon disappeared from Lin's line of sight. And Lin looked on as she left, and an involuntary smile appeared on his face. He felt like Lan Xiaoni had changed. She had become mentally stronger, and now she even had a goal which she was striving toward. He was starting to look forward to their next encounter. What would she be like then? Night slowly fell, in a certain location on the Taichu continent. A vast, inky black continent slowly hovered through the sky, obscuring the moon and the stars. There was a grand palace situated at the center of the continent. There were 11 dazzling carved symbols that represented the 11 monarchs, which lit up the night sky. However, What was different from usual was that one of the carved symbols was flickering unsteadily, as if it were about to be snuffed out at any moment. 10 Dark-Wing tribe monarchs were gathered within the palace. They were looking at a woman on the ground with grave expressions. The woman's entire body was riddled with wounds. Not only was her musculoskeletal structure and meridians severely damaged, but even her consciousness and sea of vital energy had also sustained grievous wounds. The Dark-Wing Emperor was trying his best to administer treatment, but he was still unable to stabilize her condition. How did this happen? The Moonlit Night Monarch is one of the 3 most powerful beings among us. How could she sustain such grievous injuries? Didn't she only go to snatch away Enlin's sword? How did she almost die from a mission like that? Is Enlin already that formidable? You've always been talking about how terrifying the mysterious power within his body is. But what about now? He doesn't even have to draw on that power, and he can still kill us. Even the most powerful being among us, the Heavenly Night Monarch, would probably be unable to complete this mission. I was thinking about trying to take the mission from Moonlit Night at first, but thank God I didn't. All of the monarchs discussed among themselves, with some of them expressed sympathy, while others were just glad that it was not them that had suffered such terrifying injuries. Some of them had even pulled out napkins to wipe away the cold sweat gathering on their foreheads. There's no way around it. Her injuries are too severe, and my power is not enough to save her. The Dark-Wing Emperor heaved a faint sigh. Moonlit Night only ended up in this grievous condition for the sake of completing the mission. Even though she failed, I think her efforts make her worthy of that divine fruit. I plan to feed her the divine fruit, as that is the only chance we have of saving her. None of the monarchs offered any objections. To them, Moonlit Night was a true hero and was worthy of that divine fruit. That night, a crimson pillar of light blasted into the heavens, making the wind and clouds surge within a radius of over 500 kilometers. Not long after that, a red blood moon was revealed in the sky. Grandpa, look, there are 2 moons in the sky. A little boy with twin horns on his head tugged on an elderly man's sleeve as he pointed up at the 2 moons in the sky with amazement. The elderly man looked up into the sky. There were indeed 2 moons there, one of which was as pristine as a disk of white jade, while the other was as crimson as blood. The 2 of them seemed to be competing with one another by trying to outshine the other with their own light. 2 moons in the sky at the same time? How long has it been since I've seen something like this? A reminiscent smile appeared on the elderly man's face. Everything really is starting to spice up recently. Within the Moon Palace, a woman in a palatial robe was carefully examining some medicinal ingredients when her brows furrowed slightly. She then turned to look out the window into the far distance. Oh? Someone dares to compete with me? So be it. I was just starting to get bored anyway. Master, why are there 2 moons in the sky? Yiling looked up into the sky with a curious expression. Enlin offered a straight-faced explanation. This is a natural phenomenon that occurs when light reflects off the ozone layer. When the water vapor or other floating particles within the ozone layer are in a certain state, the light of the moon will be reflected, thereby creating a second moon. Wow, that's so cool. Master knows so much. Yiling didn't really understand anything, but she still offered words of praise. She knew that Master liked to be praised, so that was what she did. Then why are the colors of the 2 moons different? Yiling was curious again. The answer to that question relates to the principle of dispersion. Let me break this down for you slowly. Under the 2 moons, Enlin answered all of Yiling's questions through a scientific approach. However, what was unbeknown to him was that both moons were real. The next day, Enlin, Su Xiaolin, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Bryce set forth for the East Sea. Heavenly Dragon Island is an extremely huge island on the East Sea. Apparently, it normally resides within chaos and only appears on the surface of the ocean once every decade. The Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas hold their rituals to pay respects to their ancestors every time Heavenly Dragon Island appears. Unfortunately, the coordinates of Heavenly Dragon Island are an extremely well-kept secret, and only core members of the Dragon Court have a chance to learn of these coordinates. Su Xiaolin read out the information she had received from Bai Ling, and Lin waved a scroll in his hand with a smile on his face. Ms. Bai Lian has already given me the coordinates. That's right, there was a traitor in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. After learning of the 4-9 Immortal sect's financial difficulties, this dragon tribe prodigy immediately provided her assistance with no hesitation in order to support the team's money-borrowing mission. They're paying their respects to their ancestors. Wouldn't it be blasphemous if we were to borrow money from them during that process? The kind-hearted Tina was feeling a little guilty, and Lin replied with a serious expression, "We're not stealing from them, nor are we robbing them. So how is that blasphemous?" No one believed him. And Lin, "You have to believe me." This was the exact same thing the Monkey King once said when he went to look for a weapon in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Su Xiaolin said with an unconvinced expression. And Lin, "Ha ha ha, history really does always repeat itself. I'm suddenly beginning to feel sorry for the Dragon King of the East Sea." Xiao Zhe burst into laughter. After chuckling to himself for a while, he turned to the little fairy. "Don't think too much about it, little Na. I'm a dragon that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I'm technically from the same generation as Ao Meng's grandparents, so I'm a dragon tribe ancestor too. Despite that, those guys from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas tried to make me their slaves. They've already committed acts of blasphemy against themselves by disrespecting their own ancestors, so why can't we borrow some money from them?" The bloodline ancestry theory presented by Xiao Zhe successfully convinced Tina, and Lin's eyes lit up. "Little Xiao, if you're an ancestor of the dragon tribe, then aren't I the master of a dragon tribe ancestor?" "That's theoretically true." Xiao Zhe nodded. "Stop pumping yourself up. It doesn't matter if you're the master of a dragon tribe ancestor, if the dragon tribe refuses to acknowledge all of that." Su Xiaolin rolled her eyes and poured a figurative bucket of cold water over his head. And Lin suddenly recalled that Su Xiaolin had ties with the Dragon Court. It was no wonder that she was displeased with this topic of conversation. Going by his logic, and Lin was an ancestral figure to Su Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, you're about to meet your grandfather as well as all of your uncles and aunties soon. What are your thoughts and feelings?" And Lin asked. "I don't feel anything. I'm just going there to take all of the New Year's money they owe me for all these years." Su Xiaolin pursed her lips. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. This excuse seemed to be an even better one than borrowing money. Thus, everyone chatted as they progressed toward the East Sea. 2 days later, they arrived at the East Sea, the Pearl Kingdom. As everyone looked out across the boundless ocean, their bodies unconsciously relaxed at the beautiful view. "Do we go to Heavenly Dragon Island's location now and wait there?" Xiao Zhe asked as he looked at a certain spot in the ocean. "The Heavenly Dragon Island will only be around for 3 days, and the Dragon Tribe ritual will also be held then. We have a lot of time to do some other things." And Lin replied with a smile. "Like what?" Xiao Zhe was perplexed, and Lin grabbed Su Xiaolin's hand with a wide grin. "Shopping." Xiao Zhe. Thus, the two of them embarked on their shopping spree together. And Lin had visited the Pearl Kingdom once in the past and had saved this entire city, thereby making him a renowned hero all across the Pearl Kingdom. Even though it had been 2 years since then, there were still many Pearl people who remembered him. Even as he and Su Xiaolin were strolling through the streets, they would still encounter some Pearl people from time to time. These Pearl people would roll around on the ground in order to express their gratitude and welcome. "It looks like you're quite popular in the Pearl Kingdom." And Lin, Su Xiaolin covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Of course, I'm a hero around these parts. Back when I was just a mere spirit-nurturing stage cultivator, I faced the mighty sea monster army alone and slew several soul formation stage sea monsters. It was an extremely spectacular display of power." And Lin boasted with a smug expression. Su Xiaolin wore a radiant and enchanting smile as she listened to Lin's recount. She was feeling quite elated that Lin was loved and worshipped by so many beautiful Pearl people. The two of them strolled along the streets while enjoying the sight of the Pearl people rolling around them. They would also buy things occasionally if there was something that caught their eyes. For example, there was a type of crispy and spicy flame coral seafood dish that both of them thoroughly enjoyed. The outer skin was quite crispy and had a roasted, spicy flavor, while the interior was soft and juicy. A scorching power of flames would flow through the consumer's entire body, bringing with it an extremely satisfying sensation. And Lin bought an entire ton of crispy and spicy flame coral as a supply for him to eat when he returned to the sect or the university. The interior storage space within a storage ring was devoid of any bacteria and microscopic organisms, so food would never decompose or go bad in there. Su Xiaolan didn't buy any ready-made food. Instead, she bought a lot of interesting ingredients, which she planned to use to improve her cooking skills. She loved cooking more than Lin did. As such, she was quite happy to experiment and learn. Su Xiaolan had made vast improvements during this period of time, and her cooking skills seemed to have already outstripped Lin's. The frying pan basically belonged to her now. His title as the #1 chef god of the heavenly court seemed to be in quite a bit of danger, and Lin was suddenly struck by a sense of pressure. If Su Xiaolan progressed to the return to void stage first, then she would have outstripped him in both cooking and cultivation base. No, he had to progress to return to void stage as soon as possible. His divine tool and divine pill were already on the production line, so all he had to do now was to nurture a weapon spirit. With this in mind, Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword before speaking in a heartfelt voice. "Little Xie, do you know why I risked my life to keep you? It was all an effort to give you a better home, which is here with me. I am your best choice, evil-slaying sword. You and I are a match made in heaven. If you care about me and have a conscience, please nurture a spirit for yourself and for the sake of my happiness." And Lin's request could be said to be quite a shameless one. The evil-slaying sword didn't remain silent this time. Nurturing a spirit not only requires a certain level of observation in the Tao of the sword on your part, what's even more important is a powerful source of energy for the sword. I already have a spirit, but I'm unable to be born as a true living being as I lack the energy to materialize a spirit body. And Lin was excited to hear this. Then how can I provide energy to you? If I knew, I would have told you a long time ago. The evil-slaying sword replied in an indifferent voice, and Lin faltered slightly. Immortal tools that have successfully nurtured spirits are extremely rare in this world, and all of them nurtured their spirits through countless different methods. I had initially thought that the method for me to nurture a spirit would be to slay a powerful being from the Dark Wing tribe and absorb their energy. However, looking at it now, it's either the case that the Dark Wing tribe powerful beings we've encountered have been too weak, or this isn't even the right way to go in the first place. The evil-slaying sword seemed to have never said so much in one go before, and it was panting a little at the end. And Lin, so the Dark Wing tribe beings we've encountered are too weak? How strong do they have to be to satisfy you? The evil-slaying sword paused momentarily before replying. At the very least, it has to be above the Moonlit Night Monarch's level. Maybe you can try killing the Tao integration stage Dark Wing Emperor. And Lin gaped upon hearing this. Maybe you can try killing the Tao integration stage Dark Wing Emperor? Why was it making this sound like it was supposed to be a simple task? Hee, you sure do have a sense of humor. And Lin's lips twitched. A soul formation stage cultivator killing a Tao integration stage super mighty figure? Even the most audacious authors wouldn't dare to write a story like this. The Dark Wing Emperor could probably slap him into oblivion with a single palm. No, he definitely wouldn't be able to conduct an experiment like that. The evil-slaying sword said in an indifferent voice. Are you scared? That's fair enough. I don't want to talk anymore. I'm too tired and I need to sleep. Thus, the evil-slaying sword ignored Lin again and began to rest. And Lin couldn't do anything but heave a resigned sigh. He had a target now at the very least. He would just have to try and find an opportunity to kill the Dark Wing Emperor. Fuck. Just thinking about it was quite a scary notion. He and Su Xiaolan explored the entirety of Bolan City before finding a seafood restaurant to sample the cuisine here. In Su Xiaolan's words, sampling cuisine all over the world was not only an enjoyable process, but it was also a process from which she could derive inspiration for her own cooking. It had to be said that Su Xiaolan was becoming more and more like a professional chef. Hey, I'm not sure if you've heard this, but there have been thunderstorms raging in the South Snake Sea realm for an entire 20 consecutive days. Apparently, some sort of terrifying demonic creature or object is about to appear there. A big pearl person standing at about half the height of a grown man drank some soup as it spoke. Another blackish pearl was shocked to hear this. The area of the sea where I do my fishing isn't all that far away from there. Thunderstorms? Doesn't this always happen at the South Snake Sea realm once a decade? A third pearl who was more knowledgeable about the sea around this area joined in on the conversation. And Lin and his team all fell silent and eavesdropped on this conversation. Heavenly Dragon Island was also situated within the South Snake Sea realm. At this moment, a fourth pristine white female pearl wearing a black eye patch interjected. It's not quite the same this time. The thunderstorms encompass a larger area than in the past and have persisted for an extremely long time. There is definitely something abnormal there. There was a group of adventurers led by a spirit-nurturing stage powerful being that ventured into those thunderstorms. But they still haven't come back. They're probably all fish food now. The expressions on all of the pearl people darkened, which was reflected by their white, pristine faces turning a little black. Of course, it was impossible to see what that blackish pearl thought about this news. Su Xiaolan transmitted her voice to Enlin. It looks like the situation this time is a little bit different. Should we go and have a look? Their initial plan was to explore the surrounding area first, but after hearing about the abnormal phenomenon taking place in the South Snake Sea realm, it looked like a change of plans was on the cards. And Lin nodded. All right, let's go there a bit earlier. After enjoying a massive seafood feast, they arrived on the beach before rising into the air and flying toward the location indicated by Bai Lian's coordinates. The marine mutant beasts posed no threat at all to Enlin's team. They were like an unstoppable force, leaving a trail of slaughter in their wake. An hour later, an area with turbulent lightning clouds began to appear before their eyes. Dense and inky black clouds stretched for as far as the eyes could see, obscuring the sun and plunging everything into darkness. Gale-force winds swept for hundreds of kilometers as heavy rain cascaded into the ocean below. Huge waves surged while countless purple bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds above, accompanied by bursts of booming thunder. This was most likely the phenomenon indicating the imminent emergence of Heavenly Dragon Island. Little Na, cast your concealment divine technique over all of us first, and Lin instructed. No problem. Tina spread open her tiny hands. A transparent barrier soon enshrouded everyone, completely concealing their auras. Each and every one of Tina's self-made divine techniques was super badass, and this concealment technique could easily help them escape detection from return to void stage mighty figures. Everyone progressed toward the location indicated by the coordinates under the cover of the spell technique. Howl! An earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from a distance, and Lin and Su Xiaolan looked at each other before picking up the pace. The direction the roar was coming from was the exact same direction where Heavenly Dragon Island was located. Not long after this, a gargantuan black figure appeared in their line of sight. The creature possessed a pair of crimson eyes, which were like two specks of demonic candlelight in the darkness, striking its onlookers with a sense of fear. Senior, please let my son go. A beseeching voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a huge black dragon rose into the sky to face the gargantuan black figure. And Lin immediately figured out who it was from hearing the black dragon's voice. He turned to the woman beside him. It's your grandfather. Su Xiaolan heaved a faint sigh. It looks like something big is about to happen. We sure came at the right time. The gargantuan black figure slowly appeared before everyone. It was simply too big. So big that everyone could only look up at it in awe. Such a big, big turtle. Such a big, big mountain. Tina exclaimed. The little fairy lacked the vocabulary to help express her astonishment, so she could only use big twice in succession to describe the creature before them. That's right, the creature they were looking at was a gargantuan turtle. How big was it? Its body stretched for over 150 kilometers, and it was like a gigantic, insurmountable wall that parted the entire ocean. Its turtle shell was the size of a continent, upon which stood a colossal mountain over 50 kilometers tall that reached well into the clouds above. No, that's not a turtle. It has the head of a dragon and the body of a turtle. And Lin corrected. Maybe it's a dragon that learned your evading turtle technique? Su Xiaolan suggested with an amused smile. And Lin, Xiaolan, you've changed. What a scathing remark. Xiao Zhe gave the most plausible suggestion. Master, the living being before us. It appears to be the only mythological beast that was born from when my dragon tribe ancestor reproduced with a heavenly turtle tribe ancestor. It is the mythological beast Wuxia, which possesses both the dragon and turtle bloodlines. That's a mythological beast? And Lin was given a fright upon hearing this. He looked up at the colossus before him again. Only now did he discover that he was unable to glean the monster's cultivation base even after using his powerful divine sense. Su Xiaolan's expression also became extremely grave. It's said that cultivation base of the mythological beast Wuxia is unfathomable, and it possesses infinite strength, giving it the ability to carry mountains on its back and reverse the flow of rivers and oceans. A beast that can be referred to as a mythological beast must be at the Dao integration stage already. So why would a creature of this caliber appear in this area of the ocean? Bryce was perplexed, and Lin looked down at the map in his hand before looking up at the colossus again, this time with a peculiar expression. I feel like, from the coordinates provided, this Wuxia is Heavenly Dragon Island of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Everyone instantly fell silent. All of them turned again to look up at the mythological beast in the distance with incredulity etched on their faces. At this moment, an ear-splitting voice suddenly swept violently toward them. Ao Meng, do you know why I attacked your son? This was Wuxia's voice, and it seemed to possess a boundless might. Ao Meng's massive body of over 10,000 feet in length was tiny as a little eel in the face of Wuxia. Ao Meng does not know. Only now did Lin and the others discover that Wuxia had a white dragon clamped in its mouth. The white dragon was struggling frantically, but it was unable to struggle free from Wuxia's mouth. Instead, its body had been punctured by sharp teeth, and a huge quantity of blood rained down onto the ocean below. That white dragon seems really familiar, Xiaozhe mused, and Lin knew who this was as he had seen this dragon before. He's the Dragon King's third son, Ao Mingyu. Xiaozhe came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. He had swatted that guy away with his tail before. Ao Mingyu was slightly more powerful than Ao Shuyu. At the very least, he was able to take one strike from him. And Lin stole a glance at Su Xiaolan to find that there was no distress on her face. Instead, she was only surveying her grandfather and uncle with curiosity in her eyes. Wuxia spoke again. Hehe. This little dragon tried to steal the divine rank material on my back. Who gave him the guts to do so? Ao Meng's heart jolted with shock. Ao Mingyu immediately begged for his life as he pleaded. I didn't know, Senior. I didn't know that divine rank material belonged to you. I thought it was just a priceless treasure without an owner, so I made the rash mistake of taking it for myself. Wuxia harumphed coldly. If apologies could work, then what did I grow this mouth for? You have to pay a price for waking me up from my slumber. Ao Mingyu trembled as an expression of shock and horror appeared on his face. He knew that even if Wuxia ate him in its rage, his father wouldn't dare to do anything to Wuxia. You can't do this, Senior. Our Dragon Court cultivators are all related to you by blood. Why would you insist on being so harsh and unforgiving? You haven't lost anything during this episode, so please let my son go. Ao Meng couldn't bear to see his son die before his eyes, and he pleaded for his son's life. Xiaozhe heaved a faint sigh. Dragons are naturally very sensitive to treasures. Ao Mingyu may very well have simply made a mistake. However, Wuxia is renowned for its extremely bad temper, so trying reason with it is very likely to result in failure. Sure enough, Wuxia's crimson eyes glowed with killing intent as it clamped down tightly upon the white dragon with no intention of letting it go. Right at this moment, another huge splash erupted from the ocean. A long, crimson dragon appeared before Wuxia. This was only a small dragon of around 1,000 feet in length. It had pure golden eyes like the sun and a pair of dragon horns, which were as translucent and pure as red jade. Bright red scales ran along the entirety of its lithe and graceful body, which glowed with a beautiful sheen. This dragon was like a flawless artistic masterpiece that exuded beauty and aesthetic perfection. Its elegant body danced through the air like an ethereal divine dragon descending from the heavens as it stared intently at Wuxia with its golden eyes. "Senior Wuxia, my useless little brother has indeed wronged you here. Perhaps you can hand him over to me, and I will administer punishment in your stead." Contrary to its domineering appearance, this dragon's voice was a little lazy and nonchalant. Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and it opened its mouth right before the astonished gazes of Enlin's team. "Tui! Howl!" Ao Mingyu wailed as he flew out from Wuxia's mouth like a globule of saliva before crashing into the ocean. Boom! A massive splash erupted over the seawater again. Ao Mingyu's body spasmed as he floated on the surface of the ocean like a dead fish. At the same time, it threw up a large mouthful of blood, having clearly sustained grievous injuries. A return to Void Stage Dragon Tribe mighty figure was almost spat to death by the turtle. "I'll spare your life since Xiaowu has requested me to do so in person. But don't let it happen again." Wuxia issued a stern warning. The red dragon bowed slightly before speaking in its lazy, ethereal voice. "Thank you, Senior. Remember, everything on this dragon turtle divine mountain is mine, down to the smallest blade of grass. You can pay respect to your ancestors as much as you want, but I'll kill anyone who dares to try and steal something from my body." Wuxia's voice was like a clap of booming thunder that reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The Dragon King of the East Sea immediately expressed his agreement and promised that he would discipline his children in the future to prevent this from ever happening again. And Lin and his team were all dumbstruck. "Who is that red dragon? The mythological beast? Wuxia, did it a favor?" Xiao Zhe stared up at the red dragon in the sky with incredulity etched on his face. And Lin pondered to himself for a moment. Xiaowu, could she be Ao Xiaowu? Su Xiaolan also had some knowledge of the Dragon Court. "You mean the Dragon King's first daughter, Ao Xiaowu?" And Lin nodded. "That's the one. Beilian had cautioned me in the past that I have to be careful of Ao Xiaowu. Ao Xiaowu is solely focused on cultivation and is averse to battle and conflict. It's exactly because of this that the Flex King of the Dragon Court, Ao Qingyu, has been referred to as the most powerful cultivator of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. In reality, Ao Xiaowu's cultivation base is even more terrifying than Ao Qingyu's. She has already reached the half-step Dao integration stage. Of course, this secret is known only to the most core members of the Dragon Court. Xiao Zhe was enlightened upon hearing this. That makes sense then. No wonder Wuxia agreed to release Ao Mingyu. This was a world where power was more important than anything else. Wuxia could disregard the Dragon King of the East Sea, but it had to think twice about offending an exceptional dragon tribe prodigy with high hopes of progressing to the Dao integration stage. "If there's nothing else you have to do here, then piss off. Come back in 10 days, Wuxia snapped. His crimson eyes suddenly turned toward Enlin's team as its voice fell. Everyone was suddenly struck by an indescribable pressure, as if huge mountains were weighing down on their chests, giving them a powerful sense of asphyxiation. Tina's features paled with fear. It sees us. My spell technique can't avoid its detection." And Lin and the others were given a fright upon hearing this. Only now did they realize what kind of existence they were being confronted by. This was a Dao integration stage mythological beast. They had not made any backup plans for what to do when they were spotted by a mythological beast. When Wuxia turned to look at Enlin and the others, Ao Xiaowu, Ao Meng, and Ao Mingyu also turned toward the same direction with curiosity on their faces. They were then greeted by the sight of Enlin's team as Tina's spell technique had been broken by a single glare from Wuxia. Thus, an unexpected encounter between the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the 4-9 Immortal sect took place. Peculiar silence ensued. Everyone had fallen completely silent. In the end, It was the severely wounded Ao Mingyu who broke the silence with an enraged roar. "Enlin? Why are you here?" Enlin forced a smile onto his face. "Would you believe me if I told you I was just passing through?" Ao Mingyu flared up with rage. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Enlin issued a scathing retort. "Are you not stupid? You almost lost your life here. You roar." Pfft. Ao Mingyu roared with rage before throwing up a mouthful of blood. And Lin's insult was like a lethal blow to his heart. "Ha ha ha. You're not part of the dragon tribe, but you're trespassing on our restricted dragon tribe territory. You can all stay here forever." An ecstatic expression appeared on Ao Meng's face as he turned to Basya with anticipation in his eyes. He had sworn a Dao heart vow, which prevented him from attacking Enlin and the others. However, mythological beast Basya had sworn no such vow. This was a super mighty figure that could attack Enlin at any time. Enlin was very powerful, but could he defeat a Dao integration stage mythological beast? It was absolutely laughable to think that a soul formation stage cultivator would be capable of defeating a Dao integration stage mythological beast. Ao Mingyu also came to his senses, and he was struck by a sense of elation at Enlin's imminent death. He couldn't help but chortle with delight, but instead of laughter, blood gushed out of his mouth instead. Mythological beast Basya said in a slow voice, "If someone that is not part of the dragon tribe was to appear here, it would certainly be a crime punishable by death." Ao Mingyu and Ao Meng didn't even get a chance to celebrate before Basya's voice sounded again. "However, they do appear to have a dragon tribe cultivator among them." A golden light suddenly flashed past Basya's crimson eyes, and a mysterious smile appeared on its gargantuan dragon head. "Ha!" Ao Mingyu was dumbstruck. "What do you mean, senior?" Ao Meng was also dumbstruck. He turned his eyes toward Enlin and his team before coming to a sudden realization upon seeing Xiaozhe. "It's you?" Xiaozhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You sure are slow." Ao Mingyu refused to give up. "But they're not from the dragon court of—" "Shush!" Ao Meng cut him off with an enraged cry. Ao Mingyu came to his senses before turning to look at Enlin's team with indignation on his face. That's right, this was indeed a dragon tribe restricted area, which cultivators outside of the dragon tribe could not trespass on. However, Xiaozhe was a dragon tribe cultivator, and he was part of the primordial dragon tribe. This restricted area was not exclusive to the dragon court of the eastern seas. Instead, it was open to the entire dragon tribe, so of course Xiaozhe had the right to be here. Xiaozhe extended a respectful salute toward Basya, who appeared to bear no ill will toward them. "Senior, this is my entourage, so there should be no problem, right?" "It doesn't matter to me. Cultivators outside of the dragon tribe wouldn't be able to enter the restricted area on the Dragon Turtle Mountain anyway. Your entourage can just wait outside," Basya replied in an indifferent voice, and Lin and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As long as this Dao integration stage mythological beast didn't attack them, they should be safe. A bright light suddenly erupted from the red dragon in the sky, and its body gradually shrank before transforming into a lithe and graceful woman with a pair of gorgeous dragon horns and a fiery red dress. Bei Lian had not lied to him. Ao Xiaowu was indeed a fair-skinned beauty with long legs. The only thing that didn't match in Lin's mental image of Ao Xiaowu was that her features appeared to be quite gentle and timid, as if she would be easy to walk over. However, everyone knew that it would be best not to mess with her. After all, she was a dragon tribe mighty figure to whom even Basya was willing to extend a favor. Ao Xiaowu withdrew her aura and cast an indifferent gaze toward Lin's team before looking away. Perhaps she didn't want to acknowledge their existence, or perhaps she simply couldn't be bothered to do so. She turned toward Ao Meng before speaking in a gentle voice. "Father, I've wasted a lot of time here already. If you don't need anything else from me, then I'm going back." Ao Mingyu hurriedly interjected, "Big sister, aren't you going to teach Enlin a lesson? The man who killed our brother is standing right there." Ao Xiaowu's brows furrowed. "What's the point of seeking revenge when our brother is already dead? Are you trying to exhaust me to death? Will our brother be resurrected if I take revenge for him?" If they tried to kill you and you hadn't died yet, I might consider opposing them. And Lin and the others were astonished again. This Ao Xiaowu had some powerful logic there. It felt like she simply found revenge too tiresome. Ao Xiaowu gripped the air with a hand and pulled the huge white dragon into the air by his whisker. On the other hand, I have promised Senior Basya that I will teach you a lesson. Come back with me to the Dragon Court to receive your punishment. We'll come back to pay respects to our ancestors in 10 days. Thus, Ao Mingyu wailed with anguish as he was dragged by his whisker into the ocean, where the two of them disappeared. O Meng stood rooted to the spot, at a loss for what to do, and Lin spread open his arms. Come fight me, O Meng. The Dragon King's face was flushed with rage, and he was almost having an asthma attack as he tried to kill Lin with his eyes. Humph, you're definitely up to no good here. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Just you wait and see. He couldn't do anything. He had already sworn a Dao heart vow that prevented him from attacking anyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect. If he went back on his vow, his Dao foundation might collapse. Hence, what else could he do aside from hurling some empty threats? Ao Meng bade farewell to mythological beast Basya before storming back to the Dragon Court with unbridled rage. Mythological beast Basya closed its eyes and floated on the surface of the ocean like a gargantuan island. The sea was still surging with turbulence, and purple lightning was still exploding in the sky above. Hee hee, how interesting. Basya's eyes were tightly shut, but an amused smile appeared on its face. Ao Meng flew on his way toward the Dragon Court. Even though he wasn't very powerful among all of the Return to Void final stage mighty figures out there, he was a mighty figure who had mastered the power of the Divine Tao, and he soon sensed something following him. Ao Meng turned around and unleashed a detection technique unique to the Dragon Tribe. After that, holy fuck, what do you want? The black dragon was given a huge fright as he let loose a loud roar. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Bryce were closing in from behind with sinister expressions on their faces. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Don't go, Mr. Ao Meng. We bear no ill will. We just want to borrow some money. And Lin waved his hands as he yelled with a friendly smile. Ao Meng shuddered at the sight of Lin's smile. What the fuck? How could there be such a shameless man in this world? And who did he think he was fooling? A chill ran down Ao Meng's spine, and he fled even more quickly into the distance. Not only that, but he had also connected a voice transmission. My sweet, beautiful daughter, and Lin is trying to murder your father. You have to come and protect me. Ao Xiaowu listened to her father's panicked cries for help before looking down at the stupid little brother she was still dragging behind her. She felt a little disgruntled. Father, you're a Return to Void final stage dragon, and you're telling me a soul formation stage cultivator is hunting you down? Ao Xiaowu continued on toward the Dragon Court after a moment of thought. You know exactly how powerful Lin is. Ao Meng spoke in a panicked voice. But you're a Return to Void final stage mighty figure. You should be able to run away at least, right? Ao Xiaowu spoke in a slow voice as she continued towing Ao Mingyu toward the Dragon Court. Xiaowu, your father is being bullied. Can you just take this sitting down? You have to retaliate for me. Ao Meng roared with rage. Oh, I really can take this sitting down, actually. She didn't want to deal with crap like this. All she wanted to do was to go back and cultivate. Xiaowu, where are you now? Tell me when you're almost here, and we'll strike back together. Ao Meng spoke again. You keep running, father. I'll contact you when I'm close. Ao Xiaowu replied in an indifferent voice before forging ahead toward the Dragon Court. All right, sweetheart. I'll wait for you. Ao Meng was very touched. Oh Mingyu. Big sister, are you really not going to save father? And Lin is a ruthless killer. Father may actually be in grave danger. If he really were that type of person, you two wouldn't have been able to come back from the Spirit Stone mine. Ao Xiaowu glared at Ao Mingyu. Ao Mingyu instantly shuddered and fell silent. This big sister of his appeared to be quite easygoing, but no one in the Dragon Court dared to pester her. A long time ago, one of her little brothers had tried to persuade Ao Xiaowu to battle. However, that little brother was no longer in this world. Ao Mingyu didn't dare to say anything as he was towed toward the dragon court by Ao Xiao. Where are you, Xiao? Why are you still not here yet? Have you gone in the wrong direction? Ao Meng's tense voice sounded from the voice transmission talisman again. Ao Xiao blinked. Which direction are you coming from? Ao Meng. Ao Mingyu. Another nagging burst of explanation and interrogation followed. Ao Xiao replied half-heartedly as she finally returned to the dragon court. The poor dragon king could only run for his life and use his tail to send turbulent currents surging through the water in order to obstruct Enlin and the others. Only through doing so did he manage to avoid being chased down. Xiao, be honest with me. You didn't come, did you? You've gone back to the dragon court, haven't you? Ao Meng's voice was filled with grief and indignation. He knew what his daughter's personality was like, which was exactly what led him to this belief. That's right, Ao Xiao admitted without even a single shred of guilt. Ao Meng. The old dragon king felt as if a sword had been plunged into his heart, and the world suddenly felt like a colorless, gloomy place. Don't worry, I'll send some reinforcements to save you, Ao Xiao added. Howl. Ao Qingyu has already sworn a Dao heart vow preventing him from being able to attack Enlin. Who else can subdue Enlin if you don't come? Ao Meng yelled with a hint of desperation. Ao Xiao replied in an indifferent voice. Why do we have to fight Enlin? I'm just sending reinforcements to save you. Ao Shenyu is already on his way. Let's leave it there. Talking is really exhausting. Thump. The voice transmission was cut off. Ao Meng's hands trembled, and he fell silent as he held the voice transmission talisman. His biggest hope had abandoned him, so there was no chance of launching a counterattack against Enlin. Of all places, the high and mighty Dragon King was being bullied by Enlin and the others in the East Sea. His very own backyard. Howl! Enlin, I'm going to kill you. The black dragon roared with fury. Then come fight me. Enlin also roared upon hearing this. Ao Meng. At the deep sea prison, Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Big sister, why are you here? A pretty dragon tribe woman in black clothes welcomed her with a smile. Ao Xiao tossed Ao Mingyu forward. Little sister, Ao Mingyu has offended mythological beast Wuxia. Lock him up for 9 days in your prison. This? The woman in black was shocked upon hearing this. Just do it, Ao Xiao urged in an indifferent voice. All right. The woman in black nodded with a solemn expression. Within the dragon court, Ao Xiao's authority was second only to Ao Meng's. Her word was the law when Ao Meng wasn't around. Thus, the third dragon prince, Ao Mingyu, was locked away into the deep sea prison for a 9-day sentence. After taking care of all of this bothersome crap, Ao Xiao returned to her small courtyard. She stripped off her red dress in exchange for a set of soft, smooth pajamas and lay down to sleep with a joyful expression. Oh, by the way, her divine daos were sleeping and dreaming. Sleeping was both enjoyable and great for conserving energy. Hence, she was not just sleeping now, she was also cultivating. Meanwhile, around 1,000 kilometers away from the Dragon Court, Enlin used Tina's spatial skipping ability to appear beside Ao Meng with 2 different items in his hands. He held the 1,000 possibility box in one hand and the blood soul cross in his other hand. Go! Immobilize Ao Meng. A brilliant light erupted from the 1,000 possibility box. The projection of a beautiful woman in a white dress appeared again. Her aura was ethereal and otherworldly, and her entire body was enshrouded in a holy light, lighting up the inky darkness of the ocean as she launched a slap toward the black dragon beside her. Slap! A vast power swept forth, which sent Ao Meng flying. Xiao Zhe clasped his hands together. Water current bind. Relentless water currents compressed toward the Dragon King in a frenzy. The Dragon King was immobilized for an instant, and Enlin took advantage of this opportunity to hurl the blood soul cross toward him. A series of crimson golden chains burst forth from the cross before binding around the Dragon King's body. At the same time, a scintillating light erupted forth from the cross as a terrifying restrictive power created a vacuum, which covered an area with a radius of over 1 kilometer, in the water. The cross fell from the sky and landed on Ao Meng's back. Boom! The massive black dragon was pinned to the seabed, and Lin pulled out his large water ball in preparation to strike the final nail into the coffin. Howl! You've gone too far. Boom! The power of the divine Tao erupted into the sky as he struggled free from Xiao Zhe's water current bind, and even knocked Lin's blood-soul cross away at the same time. And Lin's expression shifted. Even though Ao Meng couldn't attack them directly, he could still struggle free from their binds through brute strength. He was just about to instruct Tina to use her spatial skipping ability in order to draw closer to Ao Meng again. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter sounded in the distance. Ha ha ha! I've heard that sect leader Lin is able to crush return to void final stage mighty figures at just the soul formation stage cultivation base. I'm really curious to find out if you can survive my spear. A cold light revealed itself in the extremely far distance before instantly parting the entire ocean. An extremely sharp and dazzling spear projection lit up the inky depths of the ocean. The spear projection was like a lunging dragon slicing apart the ocean. In that instant, Lin felt an extremely powerful threat of death. His opponent was a return to void final stage mighty figure. He immediately pulled out his chaotic alloy brick before using it as a shield. Boom! When the spear projection struck his chaotic alloy brick, a white light exploded as an overwhelming power swept forth, pulverizing the seabed around him. And Lin hurtled through the water for over 10 kilometers behind his black brick before he finally managed to arrest his momentum. Ha ha ha! So the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect can only cower behind a shield in the face of my spear? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ao Xianyu, and I have mastered the most powerful spear technique in the Tai Chu continent. A man holding a silver spear with dragon patterns engraved upon it chortled as a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He was a tall and broad-shouldered man with a white buzz cut. He wore a silver and blue suit of armor. Unbridled killing intent was radiated from his body. Don't disrupt my master! Xiao Zhe let loose an enraged roar as his black dragon tail whipped toward Ao Xianyu with a monstrous force. Right at this moment, a blue dragon suddenly tore through the seawater to appear here. Twisting dragon palm. The dragon's two sets of claws crashed toward Xiao Zhe's dragon tail. The fearsome might behind the claws managed to knock the tail back, shattering the space around them through the force of the collision and sweeping all of the seawater within a radius of close to 10 kilometers away. Both sides were knocked back as a result of the collision. Who is it? Xiao Zhe's expression darkened. A primordial dragon tribe cultivator isn't much after all. A grin appeared on the blue dragon's face. I am the general of the Dragon Court's Divine Guardian Squad, Lu Jinhai. Xiao Zhe prepared himself for an arduous battle. His opponent was also a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, and this was a vicious dragon that had been through countless battles. General of the Divine Guardian Squad? Why didn't the team leader of the Divine Guardian Squad, Xia Zhe, come here? And Lin asked. Thinking back, Xia Zhe was the one who sought after Bei Lian's hand in marriage, and the Dragon King tried to force Bei Lian into marrying him following the issue with her bloodline. This was also the main reason why Bei Lian defected from the Dragon Court. That useless team leader will only be an embarrassment if he comes here. We're the ones that will take care of you. Lu Jinhai turned to Lin with a scorching light in his eyes. And Lin rolled his eyes. Take care of us? Are you that delusional? Setting aside Tao integration stage super mighty figures, he couldn't even count the number of return to void initial stage, intermediate stage, and final stage mighty figures he had slain on both his hands and feet. What gave a dragon at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage the courage to say what he was saying? Lu Jinhai was very confident, but Ao Meng was feeling a little cowardly. Xianyu, where's your big sister? Ao Meng reverted back to his human form before flying toward Ao Xianyu. How could she possibly come? A smile appeared on Ao Xianyu's face. But don't worry, father. I can destroy Lin by myself. I've researched all of his information, and aside from having some interesting weapons, his combat prowess is still quite a distance away from the return to void final stage level. He's not as powerful as you think. And Lin's eyebrows perked up. This Ao Xinyu was quite a cocky little bastard. You don't even know what type of opponent you're facing. Are you sick of living? Hurry up and retreat back to the Dragon Palace with me. Ao Meng roared. Father, you probably don't even know just how powerful I am now, right? Let me show you my true strength. Ao Xinyu was not planning to run away. They had only lost that Spirit Stone Mine battle as they didn't have a clear enough understanding of Lin. As long as he fought in his human form, Lin's large water ball would not be a threat. And as long as he didn't unleash any terrifying sure-kill spell techniques, it wouldn't matter if Lin could reflect his attacks with that strange mirror. Lin, this ocean is going to be your resting place. Ao Xinyu let loose an enraged roar as the white power of the divine Tao enshrouded his entire silver spear, giving his spear an impression of peerless sharpness. This power of the divine Tao was a wind that was capable of tearing apart and annihilating all things. It was so devastatingly powerful that even the seawater around the silver spear was annihilated down to their most microscopic constituent particles. This was his divine Tao, the divine Tao of crushing wind. A smug smile appeared on the blue dragon's face. The seventh prince's spear techniques are the most powerful in the entire Tai Chu continent. He had once slain a poison monster emperor of the East Sea with a single spear strike. He is extremely proficient in slaughter and is a war god that even I look up to. A smile appeared on Lin's face. The best spear techniques in the Tai Chu continent? And he's a war god too? Are these all self-proclaimed titles? And Lin was not convinced. You'll know if my titles are self-proclaimed soon. Ao Xinyu raised his head slightly. Battle intent surged from his body as the spear in his hand began to emit a sharp ringing sound. Boom! Ao Xinyu charged toward Lin, and his power of the crushing wind, divine Tao, annihilated everything around him, leaving a vacuum in his wake, thereby eliminating all resistance and elevating his speed to be a fraction faster than even lightning. And Lin activated his Fire God mode as well as his Divine Inspection technique in order to judge the trajectory of the spear strike. The spear projections hurtled toward Lin at extreme speed, and even with his Fire God mode and his Divine Inspection technique activated, he still found it difficult to evade the attack. Wings of Wind. Kuan Peng travel. He raised his speed to the very maximum. Only then was he able to just barely evade the lethal spear projection. The silver spear passed by inches from his waist and punctured the ocean behind him for several dozen kilometers. An opportunity. And Lin focused his gaze as an extremely terrifying power burst forth instantaneously from his fist. It then crashed toward Ao Xinyu with both the power of his divine flames and holy flame. In the face of Lin's monstrous attack, Ao Xinyu was not fearful at all. Instead, a composed smile appeared on his face. Divine Boomerang Spear. Under the force of the crushing wind divine Tao, the silver spear suddenly began to extend before doubling over to strike toward Lin's back. The thousand-change dragon-slaying spear was Ao Xinyu's immortal tool, and it was extremely unpredictable as its length could be manipulated, and it could bend like a rubber rod. In conjunction with his crushing wind divine Tao, he was able to unleash all kinds of strange attacks, each and every one of which were extremely powerful. No battle is absolutely safe. In order to kill you, I've already mentally prepared myself to be injured. Ao Xinyu disregarded Lin's punch and injected all of his power into his spear. And Lin was definitely not going to be able to evade this attack. Right at this moment, a brilliant green light erupted. An extremely sturdy suit of armor suddenly appeared on Lin's body. Ao Xinyu's pupils contracted as his eyes widened. What the? His most powerful spear strike struck Lin's armor, but it was unable to penetrate it in a short period of time. At this moment, a fist imbued with a monstrous power had already crashed into his body, causing his entire body to cave in like a horseshoe. Flesh, bone, meridians. Everything was instantly ruptured. Boom! The power of flames surged through the ocean for over 10 kilometers. PFFF. Ao Xinyu's eyes widened, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as his body hurtled through the seawater for several kilometers like a cannonball. Xinyu! Aomeng let loose a panicked cry. Seventh Prince. Lu Jinhai's expression also shifted drastically. An expression of shock and horror appeared on Ao Shenyu's face. Why do you know the top-tier spell technique from the Heavenly Turtle Tribe? And Lin wore a dazzling green turtle shell around his body. Outside of the turtle shell, scorching flames continued to rage, as if they were threatening to evaporate the entire ocean. This was his fire god turtle immortal mode. He slowly withdrew his fist before speaking in an indifferent voice. Number 1 spear technique in the Taichu continent? It's not very impressive. Ao Shenyu was greatly enraged by Enlin's taunt, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. What connections do you have with the Heavenly Turtle Tribe? How have you mastered the Heavenly Turtle Tribe's top-tier defensive spell technique? He gripped his spear with a tense expression on his face. As for why he was so adamant that Enlin's spell technique was a Heavenly Turtle Tribe spell technique, it was really difficult to not be able to identify it with that dazzling turtle shell around his body. Thinking back to when he was last in the ancient Taichu realm, he had once faced off against a Heavenly Turtle Tribe return to Void Stage mighty figure who had also mastered this insane defensive spell technique. The defensive spell technique Enlin had unleashed now was clearly much more advanced than the one that mighty figure had unleashed. I have nothing to do with the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. I invented this war god armor technique myself. Enlin replied with a gallant expression. The veins on Ao Shenyu's forehead bulged. What a load of bullshit. You're referring to a turtle shell as a war god armor. Don't insult the title of war god. Enlin was also enraged. What? Are you looking down on turtle shells? The two enraged opponents clashed together again. Boom, boom, boom. Energy explosions erupted within the seawater, as if they were threatening to flip the entire ocean on its head. Ao Shenyu did not try to use his suicidal battle tactic again. Instead, he unleashed a series of agile spear techniques and evaded Enlin's attacks as he struck Enlin's turtle shell over and over again. In just a short few minutes, Enlin had been struck a few times, and his green turtle shell was cracking open a little bit. At the same time, Ao Shenyu had copped another punch, and he felt like all of his internal organs had almost been shattered. My son, come back with me to the Dragon Court. Ao Meng could see that Ao Shenyu was going to lose if the battle continued in this manner. The battle progressed in a predictable pattern where Ao Shenyu launched relentless attacks against Enlin's turtle shell, with Enlin's health bar going down by -100, -100, -100, upon which Ao Shenyu would cop a punch, and his health bar would go down by -1000. Ao Shenyu was gonna fucking die if things continued like this. Xiao Zhe and the others were initially planning to lend Enlin their assistance. But they didn't even need to. The general of the Divine Guardian Squad, Lu Jinhai, was unable to accept the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Impossible. The seventh prince is our Dragon Court's war god. How could he lose? His body trembled as he let loose an impassioned roar. Seventh prince, you have to show him your full power now. Kill all of these people and avenge the second prince. Avenge my fucking ass. Ao Meng aimed a vicious slap at Lu Jinhai. The Dragon King's palm was imbued with a terrifying power, and Lu Jinhai crashed to the seabed after letting loose an anguished wail. Ao Meng was infuriated. He had been persuading Ao Shenyu to retreat this entire time, but this general of the Divine Guardian Squad was trying to thwart his efforts. Upon hearing Lu Jinhai's impassioned cry, a ferocious expression appeared on Ao Shenyu's face, and his body expanded explosively. Dragon scales began to surface on his skin, and his aura soared to a higher level. Corkscrew Dragon Slaying Spear. The Dragon Court War God's muscular arms bulged as the 1,000-change dragon slaying spear in his hands twisted into a corkscrew shape. A silvery white dragon claw appeared at the tip of the spear, while an extremely mighty white dragon projection appeared behind his body. This was his signature technique, the very same technique that he had unleashed to kill the poison monster Emperor of the East Sea, which was a monster at the pinnacle of the return to Void Intermediate stage with one strike. Go! The 1,000-change dragon-slaying spear was like a rotating drill that was powerful enough to puncture everything as it hurtled toward Enlin's turtle shell with the power to twist and pulverize space itself. and Lin activated his latent potential to the very maximum in order to defend himself against Ao Shenyu's attack. This spear strike was extremely fast, and the corkscrew element comprised of not just the spear itself, but also the space around the spear, which also began to rotate like a corkscrew. The twisting corkscrew was like a bottomless vortex tearing at Lin's body. He couldn't evade this attack, and Lin immediately fortified his evading turtle defenses before launching a merciless punch toward Ao Shenyu's head at the same time. The corkscrew dragon-slaying spear struck the turtle shell, and Lin's fist also began to land on Ao Shenyu's face. Breakthrough! A crazed expression appeared on Ao Shenyu's face as he resorted to the near-suicidal tactic he had first employed. Crack! Boom! The spear broke through Tianqingji's signature spell technique. The sharp corkscrew spear struck Lin's body of the war god. Ao Shenyu's face had already been flattened by Lin's fist. The thousand-change dragon-slaying spear had also stabbed into Lin's chest, and a sharp screeching sound erupted as the divine body was torn apart, following which the terrifying corkscrew power went on to ravage Lin's body. Ao Shenyu was trying to annihilate all of Lin's bones and meridians at once. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance to do so. Lin's fist was like an unstoppable force of nature, and Ao Shenyu felt as if his skull was going to explode from the terrifying impact of fist on his head. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Ao Shenyu's head was bashed flat, and his eyes had rolled over into the back of his head as he hurtled through the seawater with blood and broken teeth gushing from his mouth. The Dragon Court war god was knocked flying by Lin for several dozen kilometers right before the astonished eyes of Ao Meng and Lu Zhenhai, as well as Xiao Zhe and the others, and Lin stood resolutely on the spot. His shattered turtle shell gradually disappeared, but the flames around his body still burned, lighting up the inky depths of the ocean like a scintillating sun. He clasped a hand over the ghastly wound on his chest, but his expression was just as tranquil and cold as ever. At that moment, he was like an invincible war god. Dragon Court war god? Pathetic! He scoffed in a cold voice, to which no one dared to offer a retort. The general of the Divine Guardian Squad opened his mouth, but he suddenly found that he didn't have anything to say. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he pulled out a 5th-grade immortal fruit from his storage ring before quickly devouring it. This immortal fruit was known as the 6-fold green vital fruit and had extremely potent healing effects. His injuries were actually more severe than they looked. Shenyu! Ao Meng let loose a heart-wrenching cry as he hurtled toward Ao Shenyu, and Lin immediately issued a command to Xiao Zhe and the others. Grab Ao Shenyu and take him to me. Su Xiaolin, Bryce, and Xiao Zhe immediately sprang into action to hold off Lu Zhenhai. Tina had mastered spatial skipping and was even faster than Ao Meng over short distances. A white light flashed, and she instantly appeared beside Ao Shenyu. Another white light flashed, and Ao Shenyu appeared before Lin. And Lin grabbed Ao Shenyu and laid his evil-slaying sword on his neck at the same time. Ao Shenyu's face was in an extremely hideous state. Furthermore, his eyes were glazed over, and he was muttering a string of unintelligible gibberish, having clearly been punched silly. Howl! And Lin, what are you doing with my son? Ao Meng's eyes turned crimson with rage. Ao Shuyu's death wasn't really all that significant, but Ao Shenyu was a return to Void final stage mighty figure, and also one of the core pillars of the entire Dragon Court. Killing him would be like destroying the foundation of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. This was not something Ao Meng could tolerate. You might not believe me, but I really don't want to do anything to your son. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. Then what do you want? Ao Meng calmed his rage as he stared intently at Lin. I've already told you, the 4-9 Immortal sect is currently experiencing some financial difficulties. I just want to borrow some money from you and return it later on. And Lin said with a resigned expression. However, your son has just tried to kill me, so I've changed my mind. This is now a robbery. Xiao Zhe and the others drew a collective sharp intake of breath, as did Ao Meng and Lu Zhenhai. What the fuck? Weren't those two the exact same concept? Why are you all looking at me like that? And Lin turned to look around at everyone with indignation on his face. Do you guys think that I'm the type of person who robs people under the guise of borrowing money? Everyone remained silent in the face of Enlin's enraged interrogation. Enlin, I only wanted to borrow 10 million spirit stones. It's the truth. You have to believe me. Su Xiaolan forced a trusting expression onto her face. Enlin, I believe you. Enlin's lips twitched at the sight of Su Xiaolan's forced expression. Ao Meng decided to test the waters. So, what do you plan to do now? Changing from borrowing 10 million spirit stones to robbing 10 million spirit stones? It sounded like the exact same fucking thing. And Lin chuckled coldly. I was just trying to borrow some money, but you guys almost killed me. I've also had to consume a 5th grade immortal fruit. As such, I'm not borrowing anymore. I'm going to rob you. Rob 10 million spirit stones? Ao Meng was a little enraged. Impossible. I don't have that much money. And Lin rolled his eyes. What are you saying, Dragon King? Which robber dictates a monetary value for how much they're going to rob? A true robber strips the victim of everything they own. Gasp. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. They had previously stumbled into a mental blind spot, but they finally saw the light now. It turned out that borrowing money and robbery really were two different concepts to Enlin. He was only going to borrow 10 million, but if he was going to rob, then he would rob everything. Enlin pulled the storage ring off Ao Shenyu's finger as he spoke before refining it and putting it into his own storage ring. Enlin, don't push me any further than this. Ao Meng roared again. The seawater within a radius of over kilometers surged violently with the Dragon King's rage, as if a devastating spell technique were brewing. And Lin remained completely unfazed. Ao Meng had already sworn a Dao heart vow, so he wouldn't dare to attack no matter how enraged he was. Release my son at once. Ao Meng roared again. I'd love to. Leave all of your storage rings here, and I'll let Ao Shenyu go without a second thought. And Lin slapped his chest as he delivered a guarantee. I'm a very professional and reputable robber. Ao Meng. He wanted the storage rings of other dragon tribe mighty figures too? Was he actually trying to rob them of everything? I feel like Giant and Lin is becoming more and more like an antagonist. Tina pursed her lips. An amused smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Hasn't he always been like this? I've never seen him concede a disadvantage before. If anyone dared to push him around, he would always return the favor with interest. You? Ao Meng's entire body trembled with rage. I'm going to... Ao Meng suddenly roared, and his body transformed into a streak of black light that tore through the seawater. Everyone was momentarily dumbstruck. Don't let him get away. And Lin roared. That's right. The Dragon King of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas was fleeing into the distance. And Lin and the others gave chase, but his escape was simply too abrupt, and it would be very difficult for them to catch him. Ao Meng, I still have your son. Are you just going to leave him? And Lin roared. However, the black dragon in the distance did not give any response. And Lin and the others were astonished. None of them had expected Ao Meng to abandon his son for the sake of his storage ring. Wait for me, Dragon King. Lu Jinhai cried for help. The blue dragon also fled into the distance. And Lin and the others only came to the realization then that there was still another dragon tribe mighty figure around. For Tina, who had mastered spatial skipping, catching Lu Jinhai was a piece of cake. Thus, and Lin, hee. Didn't you say this was going to be my final resting place? Xiaozhe, didn't you say you were going to kill all of us? We'll give you an opportunity to do so now, so don't run away. Lu Jinhai felt as if he had been plunged into a glacial river as he fled into the distance with all his might. However, he didn't get far before a bunch of friendly robbers caught up to him. Lu Jinhai. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, 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 puff, puff, puff. Lu Jinhai lay, bruised and battered, on the seabed, and his storage ring had naturally already been taken by Enlin. Enlin handed Ao Shenyu over to Lu Jinhai before extending a salute. Thank you for your philanthropic actions, Mr. Ao Shenyu and Mr. Lu Jinhai. I will be sure to remember this. And when the 4-9 Immortal sect recovers from its financial difficulties, I will be sure to repay the two of you. Ao Shenyu's face paled. Lu Jinhai's face convulsed, and he almost let loose a torrent of abuse. This was the first time he had seen such a shameless man. And Lin wasn't going to kill them. He was just here to borrow money, so killing them was never his original intention. Thus, they exchanged some polite conversation before Lin and his team left. Oh, right, before they left, Lin also made Ao Shenyu and Lu Jinhai swear Dao heart vows that they would never attack any members of the 4-9 Immortal sect from this day forth. This was all in an effort to forge stronger relations between the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin was quite happy to have converted another two Dragon Court mighty figures from foes to friends. The two parties separated thereafter. Lu Jinhai and Ao Shenyu returned to the Dragon Court. My son, you're finally back. I was just about to send reinforcements to save you. O Meng greeted Ao Shenyu and Lu Jinhai with tears streaming down his face. Lu Jinhai chuckled coldly in his heart. If Lin really wanted to kill them, they would have been long dead before any reinforcements arrived. I'm so glad you're safe. You have to learn to be optimistic. Where there's life, there's hope. Even though you've lost your storage ring, you can just earn everything back in the future. Ao Meng offered words of consolation. Lu Jinhai continued to chuckle coldly in his heart. Of course it was easy for Ao Meng to be optimistic, seeing as he wasn't the one who had been robbed. Ao Shenyu shot a feeble glance at Ao Meng. Ao Meng seemed to have been able to read their thoughts, and he said with a distraught expression, "Please don't hold it against your father for abandoning you too. After all, I couldn't beat Lin and his team in a 4-on-1 battle. I have treasures in my storage ring that are of the utmost importance to the Dragon Tribe, so I can't afford to hand it over. As such, the only course of action available to me was to return to the Dragon Court for reinforcements." I understand. Ao Shenyu nodded with difficulty. Oh, thank God you do. Ao Meng encircled Ao Shenyu in a moving hug. The embrace between father and son created quite a touching scene. Ao Shenyu added in his heart, "You're just scared of dying and losing money, right? I understand. So you woke me up for nothing. I'm going back to sleep now." Ao Xiaowu yawned with bleary eyes as she stood beside Ao Meng. Ao Meng was immediately incensed at the sight of Ao Xiaowu. "I haven't even gotten to you yet. If you had been there at that time, how could everything have come to this?" Ao Xiaowu didn't offer any retort to this. Instead, she nodded lazily. All right. It's all my fault. If there's nothing else for me to do, then I'll go punish myself by sleeping." She headed back to her courtyard as she spoke, clearly planning to continue her slumber. Ao Meng almost threw up a mouthful of blood after hearing Ao Xiaowu's words. Even though he was very angry, he couldn't do anything. What the hell? Why did interacting with his daughter feel kind of similar to interacting with Lin? Don't think that this is the end, Lin. I'll repay you for what you've done today with interest. A ferocious expression appeared on Ao Meng's face. Father, Ao Shenyu suddenly realized that he had something to tell Ao Meng. Ao Meng hurriedly made his way over to him. Now is not the time to talk. We need to get you back to full health first. He accompanied Ao Shenyu to the Dragon Court healing formation as he spoke. Ao Shenyu was about to tell the Dragon King that he had sworn a Dao heart vow, which prohibited him from attacking any of the 4-9 Immortal sect members in the future. But he was cut off before he could say anything. He thought about it, then decided that he couldn't be bothered delivering the news. It wouldn't matter anyway. The Dragon Court was probably going to be no match for the 4-9 Immortal sect from this day forth anyway. A massive splash appeared over the surface of the boundless ocean. A black dragon over 10,000 feet in size let loose an elated roar before landing on a nearby island. His arrival had all of the living beings on the island cowering and trembling in fear. "Little Xiao, don't make such a huge commotion on your landings. It's not good to scare the little animals." Lin leaped down from the black dragon's head before instructing in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. "I understand, Master." The black dragon nodded obediently before transforming into a delicate youth again. Lin sat down on the beach. Xiaozhe, Bryce, Su Xiaolan, and Tina also crowded around him with anticipation in their eyes. I've heard that the dragon tribe has a lot of treasures. Is that true? Tina's emerald eyes were wide with excitement as she flew around Lin in circles with her gaze trained firmly on the storage ring in his hand. Bryce offered a response. The dragon tribe is renowned across the entire continent as the treasure-hoarding tribe. They love searching for and collecting treasures, so they must have a lot of treasures. But the dragon tribe don't always store their treasures in their storage rings. They like to store their treasures in treasure vaults and go in to look at them from time to time. Su Xiaolan offered a different opinion. Xiaolan is right. I do the same thing. Xiaozhe nodded in agreement, and Lin swallowed a little nervously. There's no need for further speculation. We'll know how many treasures are in here when we open the storage rings. It's now time for the moment of truth. He refined and opened Lu Xinhai's storage ring first. This was the general of the Dragon Court's Divine Guardian Squad and also a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage. What sort of treasures would he have? The contents of the storage ring were completely released. Rumble. The earth suddenly tremored violently. Everyone fell into a daze at the sight before their eyes. Xiaozhe murmured to himself, What are these things? What had appeared before everyone was a mountainous pile of beauties. All of them were in a vast array of different positions with gorgeous smiles on their faces and intricate dragon horns on their heads. Everyone was entranced by the sight of them, and Lin made his way forward and laid a hand on one of the beauties. These are fake as they possess no life forces. However, they're really soft and their warmth emulates body temperature. He didn't have the vocabulary to describe his current thoughts and emotions. He was feeling a little dizzy at the sight of this mountainous pile of beauties. Drool began to drip from the corner of Xiaozhe's lips. Are these artistic creations? And Lin's lips twitched. Artistic creations, my ass. These were clearly fucking sex dolls. However, they were a lot more lifelike and realistic than the stuff one would find in the mortal world. Huh? Thinking about it that way, these things weren't too bad. Giant and Lin. These things are so disgusting. We should return them, Tina said with a disgusted expression. And Lin was just about to refute her suggestion. Su Xiaolan chuckled coldly. We're not returning these. And Lin was ecstatic upon hearing this. Su Xiaolan continued. These disgusting things have to be burned. And Lin, why would Lu Xinhai have so many dragon tribe female models? Could it be that he's planning on creating a powerful puppet army? Bryce analyzed with a serious expression. That may well be the case. We must keep these things so that we can find out the truth, Xiaozhe said with an excited expression. And Lin nodded in agreement. I'll take these things and uncover Lu Xinhai's. He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before flames fell from the sky. Boom! Holy flames roared as they lit up the entire island, as if they were going to cleanse and purify all sins from this world. The mountainous pile of beauties was instantly burned to ashes by the holy flames. And Lin and Xiaozhe's mouths gaped open, feeling as if their hearts were being torn apart. Lu Xinhai's evil artifacts must be destroyed before they have a chance to wreak havoc upon the world. Su Xiaolan spoke with a justified expression, and there were still a few wisps of holy flames lingering around her fingertip. And Lin and Xiaozhe. Xiaolan is right. I support you wholeheartedly. Tina was elated. After suffering from a spell of agonizing heartache, and Lin and Xiaozhe could only accept this brutal reality. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, Lu Xinhai was just recovering from his injuries when he let loose a disconsolate sigh. Sigh, I had gone to great lengths to construct my puppet harem, only for them to fall into Lin's hands. Damn it. If I get a chance in the future, I will definitely take my harem back. A hateful expression appeared on Lu Xinhai's face as a ball of flames burned in his chest. However, unbeknown to him, this was a mission that could never be accomplished. On a certain island, after all of those beauties had been purified from this world, everyone continued to survey the contents of the storage ring. And Lin tallied everything up to find that there were 3,200,000 spirit stones, 26 spirit pills, 2 immortal pills made by the dragon tribe, several tons of marine products, and a pile of shiny, golden metallic things that no one knew the purpose or function of. All in all, it was not bad. All of the spirit stones were given to the sect treasurer, Xianxia. The immortal pills made by the dragon tribe were extremely useful to dragon tribe cultivators, so Enlin gave both of them to Su Xiaolan. She possessed the true dragon bloodline, so these immortal pills would be quite effective for her. As for the other items, Enlin split it among everyone else. Let's see what Ao Shenyu has now. An excited smile appeared on Enlin's face. This was the Dragon Court war god, so he should be able to serve up some surprises. The storage ring was refined, and everything within it was released. Boom! The earth tremored violently again. Enlin was almost blinded by a shiny, golden mountain. Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath. Is this a fucking mountain of gold? The mountain before him was very beautiful and well constructed. It glowed under the light of the sun with a tycoon sheen. Xianxia made his way over to the mountain as if he was entranced, and his body trembled with excitement. Master, this really is a mountain of gold. And it's a mountain of gold with a purity of 99.999999999%. We're rich. Enlin was completely stunned. This mountain of gold was about 100 meters tall. If we were to assume that the mountain was a 60-degree angle cone, how much money would it be worth? Wait, I'm a cultivator. What do I need a mountain of gold for? Enlin suddenly came to his senses. He turned to look at the mountain of gold with a cold, disdainful expression. Master, if you don't want it, then give it to me. Xiaoxia's breathing had accelerated drastically. Su Xiaolan's face was also quite flushed. What a beautiful mountain! Enlin was dumbstruck. What was wrong with these two? Oh right, dragons were always attracted to shiny and golden things. In the end, this strange mountain of gold was given to Xianxia. Aside from the mountain of gold, Ao Shenyu still had a lot of other stuff. As for Ao Shenyu's immortal tool, the 1,000-change dragon-slaying spear, Enlin decided against taking it. Perhaps it was because Ao Shenyu still held the spear with a death grip even when he was on the brink of death, or perhaps it was because Enlin simply didn't want to go that far. Either way, seeing as Ao Shenyu was so persistent, Enlin decided to leave the immortal tool to him. In any case, he wasn't lacking in immortal tools. On the beach of the island, a dense pile of vital stones gathered. 1,120 vital stones. That's the equivalent of 11,200,000 spirit stones. My God, this guy is loaded, Enlin exclaimed with amazement. We finally have enough spirit stones to repair the Starfire battleship. Xianxia was elated. The rest of the spirit stones will contribute to the sect's liquid assets. Enlin waved a hand and made a decision on this pile of vital stones. Aside from that, there were still over 20 spirit tools and over 50 spirit pills, as well as a bunch of jewels from the East Sea. Enlin was only interested in sword-related spirit tools, so he left everything else for Su Xiaolan and the others to split among themselves. Everyone gathered around to take the treasures they needed. In the end, a massive pair of white claws remained. Everyone looked at the white claws with thoughtful expressions, pondering how these claws could be used. Enlin had already used his divine inspection technique to determine what these were. These claws were the essential bone claws left behind by a Dao integration stage primordial dragon tribe supermighty figure. They were divine rank materials. He didn't know how Ao Shenyu had obtained something like this, but these were undoubtedly the most valuable items in his storage ring. These claws belonged to a supermighty figure from the primordial dragon tribe, so we might be able to attain some enlightenment by observing these claws. How about, I take one and Master's wife takes the other? Xianxia suggested. Su Xiaolan was quite happy with this arrangement. That's a great idea. Enlin didn't have any objections initially, but the image of Dabai suddenly appeared in his mind, and he changed his decision. Dabai is using a chaotic sky-crushing claw, right? That's a high-rank spirit tool that has the potential to break through to a higher level. Can we incorporate these dragon claws to his chaotic sky-crushing claw somehow? Xianxia patted his chest. Leave it to me. I know a thing or two about tool refinement. You know a thing or two? Are you sure you're up to the job? Don't break Debai's claw. And Lin was a little skeptical. Master, I was actually just being modest. When I said I knew a thing or two, what I meant was, if you give me enough materials, I can even construct immortal tools from scratch. Xiaozhe scratched his head. And Lin, oh my god, you're a badass tool refinement master? I'm only hearing about this for the first time now. Why didn't you tell me before? And Lin was astonished. You didn't ask me, Xiaozhe replied with an aggrieved expression. Su Xiaolan massaged her brows. This is probably the only master in history to have such little understanding of his disciple. And Lin felt like he had been attacked. In the end, Ao Shenyu's donations were distributed among everyone. Xiaozhe was going to take care of Debai's weapon. Everyone spent 9 leisurely days on the island. Some of them were cultivating, some were cooking, and some were fake cultivating. Basically, none of them did anything noteworthy. The time passed by quickly, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. However, Lin and the others knew that the real battle had only just begun. It was time for the ritual on Heavenly Dragon Island to commence. The 4-9 Immortal Sex money-borrowing mission was already complete. However, when Lin and the others encountered mythological beast Wuxia and saw the dragon turtle divine mountain, both Su Xiaolan and Xiaozhe were struck by the feeling that huge opportunities awaited them on the divine mountain. As the sect leader, Lin had to assist in the growth of the sect's core members. So he decided that they would enter the so-called Dragon Tribe restricted area along with the cultivators from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Above a vast expanse of ocean, dark clouds gathered in the sky, gale force winds howled, massive waves tumbled, and lightning wreaked havoc. This was like a realm of death and despair. All of the living beings fishing in the East Sea and all of the sea monsters within the area had long since fled to other parts of the ocean. There were some stubborn sea monsters that refused to leave, only to have a bolt of purple lightning strike the ocean and cook them alive via electrocution. This was an infernal hell for the weak, but it was also where the strong gathered. One powerful dragon after another circled the sky above, as if they were the masters of the sea and the sky. There was a gargantuan island directly ahead of them. Or to put it more accurately, this was a mythological beast carrying a divine mountain on its back. This was the place where the dragon tribe ancestors were buried. It was a graveyard, but it was also a place where countless opportunities lay. Almost none of the core members of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas missed this decennial ritual. No matter where they were and what they were doing, they would all strive to attend this event. Dragon King Ao Meng stood at the forefront of the Dragon Tribe party. Among his 21 children, discounting the ones who had died, defected, or were not yet at the soul formation stage, there were a total of 13 who had gathered here. Among his grandchildren, there were also 5 prodigies gathered here. Hence, there were a total of 18 Ao family lineal descendants here. Aside from that, there were also Dragon Tribe cultivators outside of the Ao family, such as the general of the Divine Guardian Squad, Lu Zhenhai, the team leader of the Divine Guardian Squad, Xiaozhe, and some other Dragon Tribe powerful beings, which amounted to 10 in total. This made a total of 28 Dragon Tribe powerful beings participating in this ritual. Among them were 10 return to Void Stage mighty figures. Beside Ao Meng stood the return to Void Final Stage Ao Xiaowu, Ao Qingyu, and Ao Shenyu. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a powerful enough lineup to steamroll the entire East Sea. Ha ha ha! We are the true rulers of the East Sea. Who would dare to oppose us? This is the true power of our Dragon Court. Ao Meng was elated to see the terrifying force gathered here. If Lin were still here, he would definitely be crying for his mommy. Ao Mingyu chuckled as he waved his fan. Humph! Ao Meng harumphed coldly. If Lin dares to appear here, I'll be sure to beat the shit out of him. Oh really? Come on then, let's see you try. A voice suddenly sounded. A man standing atop a black dragon approached from a distance. All of the powerful beings from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas stared at the man with astonishment on their faces. Ao Meng's expression shifted drastically as he let loose a cry of surprise. Howl! And Lin, Why are you here? I'm here to give you a chance to deliver on your threats. And Lin replied with a warm smile. Ao Meng almost threw up a mouthful of blood. He didn't think that Lin would still have the guts to stand before the entire dragon court after robbing them. Howl! You're about to meet your maker. Killing intent surged from Ao Meng's body. The prestige of the dragon tribe could not be encroached upon like this. The fact that Lin and the others dared to appear here would be viewed as quite a bold and daring gesture to any outsiders assessing the situation. However, for the proud dragon tribe, their actions were extremely insulting. Ao Meng was extremely enraged, especially when he thought back to all the humiliation he had suffered at Lin's hands. Seeing as you're all recklessly charging to your death, then don't blame me for what I'm about to do. He waved a hand and issued a command. All return to Void Stage Dragons heed my call. Bring down Lin and his group, dead or alive. Only 4 of the 10 returned to Void Stage Dragons heeded his call. The 4 returned to Void Stage Dragons. Ao Meng's eyes widened as he turned toward the other 5 returned to Void Stage Dragons. What's going on with you guys? Ao Qingyu and Ao Mingyu turned to him with aggrieved expressions. Have you forgotten? We all swore Dao heart vows. Ao Meng only came to a realization upon hearing this. He had been too enraged at the sight of Lin and had forgotten about this. However, that didn't matter. There were still 2 returned to Void Final Stage mighty figures, which would be more than enough to take care of Lin and his group. The Dragon King then turned toward Ao Shenyu, Lu Zhenhai, and Ao Xiaowu. What are you 3 doing? Ao Shenyu turned expressionlessly toward him. Father, Lin is not an idiot. After you ran away, he already made me swear a Dao heart vow preventing me from being able to attack any members of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Lu Zhenhai. I'm in the same boat. Ao Meng's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He felt like there were 10,000 mythological beasts stampeding through his heart. Then Xiaowu, you? Ao Meng paused momentarily before speaking again. Ao Xiaowu spoke in a soft and slow voice. Don't worry, father. I won't let Lin push our dragon court around. Ao Meng heaved a sigh of relief and was just about to continue talking. However, I won't actively initiate any battles either. If I get forced to swear a Dao heart vow as well, our dragon court would be screwed. Ao Meng. His words got stuck in his throat, and Lin almost burst into laughter upon seeing this. He cracked his knuckles with a friendly smile. So the dragon court is only going to send out 4 people for a sparring match? The 4 returned to Void Stage Dragons shuddered upon hearing this, and they silently retreated behind Dragon King Ao Meng before looking up at the sky and whistling nonchalantly, as if nothing had ever happened. None of the 4 returned to Void Final Stage mighty figures from the Dragon Court were participating in the battle. Among the 4 of them, the most powerful one was only at the return to Void Intermediate Stage. How were they supposed to fight Lin? Did they have masochistic tendencies? All of them actually valued their lives and were not keen on dying anytime soon. Ao Meng's face turned purple with fury, and he was grinding his teeth together with such force that it looked like sparks were about to fly. How had things come to this? They shouldn't have tried to take that damn mine. Ao Meng's heart was filled with remorse and rage. Thus, an impasse ensued. Ao Xiaowu didn't want to fight, and none of the other powerful beings from the Dragon Court dared to fight. And Lin wasn't going to initiate a battle either. If Ao Xiaowu decided to retaliate, they would probably be in quite a lot of trouble. There was simply too much risk involved, so it was best to maintain peace for now, even if it was a strained peace. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that this ritual would be so interesting, unlike all the other times? A vast, powerful voice sounded, unintentionally sending sound waves hurtling through the air, which swept up massive waves within several dozen kilometers in radius. Mythological beast Wuxia raised its head with a smile, and the ravine-like wrinkles on its face crinkled up with amusement. It had clearly thoroughly enjoyed spectating this exchange. All right, it is time for the ritual to begin. All qualified Dragon Tribe successors may travel to the Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain in order to pay respects to the Dragon Tribe ancestors, Wuxia announced. Boom! A semi-transparent blue halo began to appear. This was an enchantment barrier set up by Wuxia. At the same time, a blue, rippling gate of light appeared in front of the divine mountain, and Lin and the others had already learned from the information presented by Bei Lian that this door of light was responsible for separating those who were qualified to enter the divine mountain from those who didn't. If you were able to enter through the gate of light, it indicated that you were a successor who had been acknowledged by the dragon tribe ancestors. Let's go! Aomeng repressed his fury and shot a glance at Enlin and the others before flying with the rest of the dragon court cultivators toward the gate of light in a V-shaped formation. Enlin and the others looked at one another before trailing along behind them. One dragon court cultivator after another passed through the gate of light. A dangerous light flashed in Aomeng's eyes when he caught sight of Enlin and his group approaching them. Hee, sect leader Enlin sure is brave. To think you would dare to let Xiaozhe enter the divine mountain alone. We'll be sure to present a warm welcome to him. A faint smile appeared on Xiaozhe's face, which bore not even the slightest hint of nerves. He swaggered toward the gate of light. Hey! That little dragon king brat over there. I'll have to teach you a lesson if you piss me off in there. Who are you calling a little brat? Aomeng's eyes were burning with fury. I'm referring to you. Xiaozhe did not back down in the slightest. All of the return to void final stage dragon court mighty figures had already sworn vows. None of the other return to void stage mighty figures would even be able to put a scratch on him. Xiaozhe entered the enchantment barrier with no problems whatsoever. You're all alone here. I have countless ways to make you suffer on the dragon turtle divine mountain. A cruel smile appeared on Aomeng's face. However, right at this moment, a woman in a jade dress passed through the gate of light and arrived beside Xiaozhe. All of the dragon court cultivators were rooted to the spot in shock. You? How did you get in here? Ao Mingyu exclaimed. Senior Wuxia, is there something wrong with the gate of light? Omeng murmured as he turned to look at Wuxia. Wuxia couldn't even be bothered to offer a response. Instead, it looked off into the distance as if it hadn't heard anything. This was a dragon tribe restricted area, and no cultivator could enter this area unless they had the dragon tribe bloodline within their body. This was something even Wuxia couldn't change, as this was a rule established by their ancestors. However, this human woman was able to enter despite that. That's right. She was Su Xiaolan of the 4-9 Immortal sect. She was able to enter Wuxia's enchantment barrier, which means that she has been acknowledged by the ancestors. Could it be? Aomeng's pupils contracted. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Su Xiaolan was a Vermilion Bird sect disciple. A series of memories that the old Dragon King had repressed for countless years resurfaced in his mind, and his breathing suddenly accelerated. Just who are you? A dragon tribe mighty figure interrogated. Su Xiaolan completely ignored them. She stood silently beside Xiaozhe with a tranquil expression on her face. Her jade barley ink garment fluttered in the breeze, framing her lithe and graceful figure. She was like a proud holy maiden with unquestionable prestige and majesty radiating from her body. From an objective perspective, she was actually related to all of the powerful beings from the dragon court here. However, she was not going to admit to this. Unless Ao Xiaowu wanted to kill her. That's right, that was the agreement she had made with Enlin. Otherwise, Enlin would not have been willing to allow Su Xiaolan to enter the dragon tribe restricted area with Xiaozhe. Xiaolan really was able to enter. Let me try. Tina made her way forward before crashing into the enchantment barrier with a splat. Haha, little Na, you're not a dragon tribe cultivator. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face as he reached for Tina. All of a sudden, his hand accidentally crossed through the gate of light as if there were nothing there. Enlin? Enlin felt like there was something amiss here. He extended his other into the gate of light to find that it wasn't repelling him. A bold thought suddenly occurred to Enlin. He took a deep breath before making his way toward the gate of light. 3 seconds later, Enlin appeared beside Su Xiaolan and Xiaozhe, scratching his head with confusion. All of the Dragon Court and 4-9 Immortal sect powerful beings were completely dumbstruck. Ao Meng had already roughly figured out why Su Xiaolan was able to enter this restricted area. but he was completely unable to think of any reason that could have allowed Lin to enter this place. Ao Meng was completely and utterly dumbstruck. Not only were all the Dragon Court cultivators completely stupefied, but his team members were also staring at him with blank expressions of shock. Oh right, and Lin himself was actually at a complete loss as well. He was sure that he didn't have a dragon tribe bloodline. As for how he had made his way in here, it was all because he had tried to grab Tina, upon which he discovered that his hand was able to pass through the enchantment barrier. Seeing as the enchantment barrier didn't reject him, then of course he was going to come in. Senior Wuxia, I really think there's something wrong here. There were tears welling up in Ao Meng's eyes. Wuxia turned toward them with an amused smile. Nothing is wrong here. And things are really getting interesting. Senior Wuxia, may I ask why I'm able to pass through the enchantment barrier? Could it be that I have a dragon tribe bloodline? And Lin asked. All of the Dragon Court cultivators. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators. Everyone was completely astonished. He didn't fucking know anything either. Ao Meng looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he clasped a hand tightly over his heart, which felt like it was about to give out at any moment. Wuxia turned toward him with a smile. Think about what the name of this island is. Then think about what the name of this mountain is. The inheritance you received is much more extraordinary than you could imagine. That's all I have to say. Best of luck to you. All of the powerful beings from the Dragon Court were just as confused as ever. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators who were familiar with Lin all had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Heavenly Dragon Island, Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain, Inheritance. When they thought about it like that, all of the mysteries were suddenly unraveled. And Lin was enlightened. Heavenly Dragon Island was actually a joint term for the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Dragon Tribe. And the Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain was actually the Divine Mountain for the Dragon Tribe and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. The inheritance Lin had received was the most powerful inheritance Xianxia of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe had to offer. Looking at it this way, perhaps the enchantment barrier granted entry to both Dragon Tribe and Heavenly Turtle Tribe successors. This was not just a Dragon Tribe restricted area, but also a Heavenly Turtle Tribe restricted area. Thus, it made sense that the enchantment barrier wouldn't reject Lin as he was related to the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. Did that mean that Xiaolan was half dragon while he was half turtle? And Lin blinked, and his entire body suddenly shuddered. No! And Lin yelled in despair. If he had the bloodline of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe, then what if he grew a turtle shell one day? That was terrifying just to think about. Everyone was given a huge fright by Lin's spontaneous, heart-wrenching cry. What was happening now? Lin, are you all right? Su Xiaolin hurriedly laid a hand on Lin's arm. Lin's face was deathly pale, and he shook his head with difficulty. I'm fine. Su Xiaolin's brows furrowed. You don't look fine. I really am fine. I just thought about something unrealistic. And Lin waved a hand and dispelled the train of thought. He turned to Tina and Bryce, who were still waiting outside the enchantment barrier. Wait for me outside and look after yourselves. All right, you be careful in there, Giant and Lin. Tina waved at him with a dainty smile on her face as she sat on one of Bryce's tree branches. Ao Meng turned to Lin with a grave expression. If it were just Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe here, then he wouldn't really be overly concerned. However, Lin was a freak whose combat prowess rivaled that of a return to Void final stage mighty figure. Aside from Ao Xiaowu, there was no one around who could match him. Hence, the Dragon King was feeling a little nervous. Let's go. Ao Meng decided that it would not be best to engage in a conflict with Lin here, and they continued toward the summit of the mountain. Lin and the others trailed along behind them. This was like having a Dragon Tribe mighty figure as a GPS, so they might as well take advantage of it. The Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain had a flight restriction, so everyone was progressing on foot. Along the way, there was lush greenery and vibrant flowers, creating beautiful scenery that seemed as if it had been taken straight from a painting. I feel like even breathing feels very comfortable here, Xiao Zhe said. I feel the same way. Su Xiaolan nodded. Me too. And Lin chimed in. Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe turned to Enlin with peculiar expressions on their faces. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Enlin's chest constricted. Su Xiaolan asked with a faint voice, "Are you really a turtle?" "I only received a heavenly turtle tribe inheritance." Enlin clasped a hand over his chest as he corrected with a serious expression. However, he was quite elated at the same time. "I didn't think you would have been able to guess this as well. Master, your green turtle shell is too eye-catching. So it's easy to make the connection." Xiao Zhe landed a vicious blow on Enlin. Enlin swore a vow there and then that he would never use the evading turtle technique again. There was a distance of around 50 kilometers away from here and the summit of the Divine Mountain. Everyone unleashed spell techniques as they climbed up the mountain in order to get up there as quickly as possible. Everyone soon reached the summit. In contrast to the beautiful weather at the foot of the mountain, the summit was extremely cold with white snow stretching as far as the eyes could see, and there were still snowflakes fluttering in the air. The summit appeared to have been manually flattened as it was very flat and smooth. There was a mighty dragon statue situated at the very center of the summit, and a dense of blue cherry blossoms flourished around it. The frosty wind blew past, and flower petals danced in the air, seemingly unleashing the power of frost in the process. "Is that dragon the ancestor they're paying their respects to?" And Lin looked up at the dragon. From the outer appearance of the statue, it didn't look like it was anything special. This was just an ordinary azure dragon looking up at the sky with a proud and domineering expression on its face, as if it were the monarch of this world. And Lin had seen far too many creatures like this, so he was already desensitized. "That should be the dragon tribe ancestor." Su Xiaolan took a couple of steps forward with a scorching expression of yearning on her face. "There's no mistaking it. That must be our ancestor." Xiao Zhe's breathing accelerated with excitement, and Lin felt like the two people beside him were behaving a little strangely. Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe both seemed to be quite reverent toward the statue. Was this a special feeling unique to dragon tribe cultivators? He turned toward Ao Meng and his group. He discovered that all of the dragon tribe powerful beings were also looking at the statue with scorching reverence in their eyes. Even Ao Xiaowu had put away her usual lazy expression in preference for one that was much more solemn. "Is the statue really that extraordinary?" And Lin was a little surprised. He suddenly recalled his connection with the heavenly turtle tribe. Did that mean that he would feel scorching reverence toward a turtle statue? Gasp! With this in mind, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. That would be way too terrifying. He was the mighty sword Immortal and Lin, the war god of the heavenly court. Did he have to pay his respects to a turtle? No. He refused to accept this, and Lin was extremely distressed by this train of thought. Speaking of which, there was a dragon tribe statue on the summit of the Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain, but where was the heavenly turtle tribe statue? And Lin was connected to the heavenly turtle tribe, so he couldn't pay his respects to some dragon tribe ancestor that he wasn't even related to, could he? He explored the area, but he could not see any turtle statues. It appeared that there was nothing else on the summit of this divine mountain aside from the dragon tribe statue and that forest of blue cherry blossoms. The successors of the dragon tribe are here to pay respects to our esteemed ancestor. May the ancestral dragon bless our tribe. Ao Meng stood at the forefront of his group and made a peculiar seal with his hands before extending a salute toward the dragon statue. All of the other dragon court cultivators followed suit. Xiao Zhe and Su Xiaolan both wore extremely solemn expressions, and they too emulated Ao Meng's hand seal before extending salutes to the azure dragon statue. The azure dragon seemed to have come to life at that moment. It looked down upon all of the dragon tribe cultivators below while particles of azure light emanated from its body before rising into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were suddenly parted. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of azure light tore through the dark clouds before descending upon all of the cultivators present, including Xiao Zhe and Su Xiaolan, except for Enlin. That's right, Enlin was like a husky that had accidentally ended up in a wolf pack. All of the dragon tribe cultivators received the blessings of the azure light, while he was left to stand around like an awkward idiot. He emulated Su Xiaolan in making a hand seal and extending a salute, but the ancestral dragon completely ignored him. Is this the aura of the ancestral dragon? It's so pure, as if it's the origin of everything, as if it's the extreme Tao. Su Xiaolan's eyes were glowing. I understand now. I understand the path to pursuing the true dragon bloodline. Xiao Zhe seemed to have attained enlightenment and appeared to be in deep thought with his eyes closed. It was quite clear that this ritual was not simply to pay respects to their ancestors. All of the dragon tribe powerful beings also benefited greatly during this process. And Lin was feeling extremely distraught. Where was his big turtle? The pillars of azure light began to dissipate, and all of the dragon tribe powerful beings had gained something from it. Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe were the happiest among everyone. They seemed to have attained enlightenment in something of vital importance. And Lin knew that this was not actually the end. From the information Bai Lian had provided to them, he knew that there was a trial awaiting them. Light flashed in the azure dragon statue's eyes, and 2 crimson poles with dragons carved onto them erupted from the ground. Between the 2 poles was a rippling gate of light that prevented the people outside from being able to see the inside. Ao Meng turned to the dragon tribe cultivators behind him. The ancient Tai Chu dragon realm is already open. Remember to not engage in any risky battles in there. Make sure to prioritize your survival above all else, and you will all be summoned back here in 2 days. The Dragon King didn't give a stirring speech to pump everyone up. Instead, he was cautioning everyone to prioritize their lives above all else, as this place really was extremely dangerous. As for why they would venture into such a dangerous place, it was obviously because there were things in there that were worthy of the risk the dragon tribe cultivators were taking. Ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he turned towards Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe. Do you want to go? Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe nodded at the same time without any hesitation. And Lin nodded with a smile. All right, I'll come with you. There were a total of 28 dragon tribe cultivators here. However, only 20 of them chose to cross into the Gate of Light. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Zhe were all part of the latter group. And Lin, you're not part of the dragon tribe. What are you going to do there? A crisp voice sounded in his mind, clearly through the use of a voice transmission technique. And Lin turned around and saw a pretty dragon tribe woman with her hands clasped behind her back while looking at him with a smile on her face. And Lin recognized her. She was Princess Inyu, the only sibling Bai Lian still cared for. Speaking of which, and Lin had saved her life before, so they were close friends. In order to avoid detection from the Dragon King, both of them had come to a tacit understanding not to interact with one another. Now that the Dragon King had entered the Gate of Light, Inyu finally couldn't resist the urge to talk to Lin. And Lin transmitted his voice in response. I'm just curious. I want to go inside and broaden my horizons. Princess Inyu repressed the urge to laugh. You really haven't changed at all. Are you not going in? Forget it. I'm way too weak. I'm fine just waiting outside. I hope you make a safe return. Don't worry. I'm super badass. So I'll definitely make a safe return. Thus, their fleeting conversation drew to a conclusion. And Lin stepped through the Gate of Light. Ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm. I'm coming. The ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm was actually the place where the dragon tribe was situated in the ancient Tai Chu realm. The ancient Tai Chu realm was open once every century for a duration of a month. However, the ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm was a little special. To put it more accurately, it was a backdoor the dragon tribe ancestors had opened for their successors. It would be opened once every 5 years for a duration of 2 days at a time. This area was extremely far away from the Void Star section of the ancient Tai Chu realm and was maintained by a monstrously powerful formation, so that even Return to Void final stage mighty figures who had attained the power of the Divine Tao could enter and not suffer any backlashes. However, it would be a grave mistake to think that this was some sort of paradise. On the contrary, this was a place that was fraught with peril. It was a brutal battlefield for the dragon tribe powerful beings from the Western Dragon Forest, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, and the evil dragons of the ancient Tai Chu realm. This place was cursed by a certain power of law. If a dragon tribe cultivator slew another dragon tribe cultivator here, They would be able to absorb some of the slain dragon tribe cultivators' power and could even improve their cultivation base as a result. According to Bai Lian, her sixth sister, Ao Yuetang, was at the soul formation intermediate stage when she last went in, and she had progressed to the soul formation pinnacle stage upon her return 2 days later. This was simply an astounding rate of growth. It was exactly because of this that the dragon tribe powerful beings still flocked to the ancient Taichu dragon realm, even though it was an extremely perilous place. In this world, they would either reap massive rewards or become fertilizer for other dragon tribe cultivators. And Lin was struck by a burst of dizziness. In the next instant, he had already appeared in an unfamiliar world. Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe were already nowhere to be found. The teleportation mechanism was the same for the ancient Taichu dragon realm as it was for the ancient Taichu realm. All living beings were randomly distributed all over the continent. And Lin stood at the pinnacle of a tall mountain as his body was buffeted by frosty winds. He was greeted by the sight of a series of mountain ranges stretching as far as the eye could see. Overhead was a dazzling, starry night sky that was so vast that it made him feel impossibly tiny and insignificant in comparison. I should find Xiaolan first. This place is too dangerous, so I have to be her knight in shining armor. A smile appeared on Lin's face. He flew into the air atop his brick before traveling in a certain direction. As for why he was traveling in that particular direction, he had actually chosen it completely at random. He believed firmly in the bond he had with Su Xiaolan. As long as he set off in a certain direction, fate would bring them together. And Lin was very confident. He continued onward atop his brick, crossing over countless mountains. Howl! A flying snake with dragon wings and golden eyes roared as it lunged toward Lin. And Lin swept 2 fingers through the air in the flying snake's direction. Powerful sword intent tore through space and whistled through the air before instantly slicing the flying snake in half. Insta-kill. And Lin shook his head. I haven't encountered any highly intelligent dragon tribe living beings, but I have encountered many mutant beasts with dragon tribe bloodlines. I've seen flying dragon snakes, dragon tail armadillos, dragon claw tigers. I wonder what type of strange things the dragon tribe ancestor did to the living beings here to create so many strange creatures. And Lin was led astray by a strange train of thought as he continued aimlessly forward. Boom! A powerful divine sense swept over him. The hair on the back of Lin's neck stood up on end as he turned toward a certain direction. A black figure flew into the air before arriving in front of Lin. The two of them surveyed one another with curiosity in both their eyes. This was a man with inky black dragon horns, a pair of crimson eyes, bat-like wings on his back, and a long crimson trident in his hand. Both of them remained silent for several seconds. What the hell is this thing? And Lin and the strange-looking dragon tribe cultivator spoke at the same time. And Lin, dragon tribe cultivator. You can speak? Are you some sort of new mixed-breed dragon? And Lin was astonished. Ha ha ha, mixed breed? I am the most purebred dragon. Mixed breed trash. The dragon tribe cultivator chortled with an arrogant expression on his face. Who are you calling mixed breed trash? And Lin's face fell. He was angry. I'm referring to you, mixed breed trash. You don't have any dragon tribe characteristics. You look exactly like a human, you scum. A disdainful expression appeared on the dragon tribe cultivator's face as his aura instantly erupted forth, making the vital energy within a radius of 5 kilometers surge as a result. This was quite a terrifying aura. However, it didn't even hold a candle to Lin's. What do you mean I look like a human? Look closely, little boy. Your daddy is a human. And Lin's skin turned crimson golden, and his aura erupted forth explosively. What? The dragon tribe cultivator's expression shifted drastically in the face of Lin's terrifying aura. Boom! Flames suddenly exploded below Lin's feet, creating a wave of flames that lit up the entire night sky. The dragon tribe cultivator hadn't even come to his senses before Lin propelled himself forward and launched an almighty fist toward him. So fast. The dragon tribe cultivator used his crimson trident as a shield against the overwhelming force crashing toward him. This was an extremely explosive power. A violent boom erupted, and the power of the fist shattered the crimson trident before bashing a depression into the man's chest. PFFF. The dragon tribe cultivator threw up a mouthful of blood and hurtled back for several kilometers, having almost been knocked out by that one punch. 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame hovered around Lin's body, making him appear as if he was a true fire god as he looked down upon the dragon tribe cultivator with a scornful expression. Humph! A piece of mirror returned to void intermediate stage trash dares to talk shit to me? He was just about to chase his opponent down and continue flexing. However, his opponent fled into the distance without even turning his head around once. The dragon tribe cultivator fled without even a hint of hesitation and had even unleashed a flight mystic technique in the process. The dragon tribe cultivator had fled to several dozen kilometers away in the blink of an eye before Lin finally gave up. He couldn't catch his opponent even if he tried at this point. Sigh, if only I had Little Na's spatial skipping ability. And Lin was a little sad. Thinking about it now, spatial skipping over short distances really was a godlike skill for all types of purposes. And Lin swallowed a blood spirit pill before continuing on his brick. That guy just said he was a purebred dragon, but none of the Western dragons or Eastern dragons look like that. Is he one of the evil dragons of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm? Dragon horns, crimson eyes, bat wings, and a crimson trident. He looked so much like an antagonist. If he didn't have those dragon horns, I would have mistaken him for a true demon tribe cultivator. And Lin roasted his opponent's outward appearance as he continued to forge ahead, within a set of sharp mountain ranges. Master Dark Knight Trident, you've finally returned from hunting. Ah, Master Dark Knight Trident, how did you sustain those injuries? 2 men with dragon horns and crimson eyes let loose cries of surprise. The man grasped his sunken chest and swallowed a spirit pill with a grave expression. I encountered an insanely powerful human. This dragon tribe cultivator was the same one that Lin had just knocked flying with a single punch. Huh? What did you say? How could a human come into this place? His 2 servants were completely astonished and in clear disbelief. He has no reason to lie to me about something like that. Forget about him. How is our satellite scouting system coming along? Dark Knight Trident asked. The 2 servants instantly stood to attention and extended an ancient dragon army salute. Everything is ready to go. A cruel smile appeared on Dark Knight Trident's face. Very good. Let the hunt begin. The ancient Tai Chu dragon realm was the same as the Void Star section of the ancient Tai Chu realm. There was no daylight and no sun. The entire place was enshrouded in eternal darkness with the exception of the dazzling stars in the sky. In a certain place, a lake on the ground glowed with a white light, as if it were a full moon situated on the ground. A series of dazzling sword projections swept through the air, accompanied by blood-curdling cries. A dragon tribe cultivator stabbed his sword into the heart of a lizard dragon, which was already riddled with wounds. The lizard dragon wailed with anguish and struggled for its life, but its vitality was being drained relentlessly. The dragon tribe cultivator's eyes became an even purer golden color, and his aura also became slightly more powerful. Are those the cries of a weakling? How sad. An arrogant smile appeared on the dragon tribe cultivator's face as his eyes shone with a cold light. If you don't want to be eaten here, then you have to eat others first. This is the law of this world. Weaklings like you can only sacrifice your blood and flesh to me in order to further progress my power. This dragon tribe cultivator was none other than Ao Qingyu of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. The huge lizard dragon's vitality was completely drained. Ao Qingyu closed his eyes, and his brows furrowed slightly. Too weak. I need more powerful enemies to provide me with better sustenance. Within the South Snake Sea realm of the East Sea, the lightning clouds in the sky were slowly becoming denser. Mythological beast Wuxia was taking a quick nap. A brawny male dragon tribe cultivator traveled over the ocean before arriving in front of Wuxia. His upper body was completely exposed, revealing a series of ghastly scars, and he extended a respectful salute toward the mythological beast. Senior Wuxia, sorry for being late. Am I still able to enter? Wuxia opened its eyes slightly. There is still time, so of course you can enter. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you've made a lot of progress. The dragon tribe cultivator subdued his aura of slaughter as a smile appeared on his face. I've been trapped for 10,000 years. I can finally battle to my heart's content now, so it's only natural that I would have made some progress. Ever since Shin and Ao Guanyu fell, and Ao Xiaowu refused to do anything aside from sleeping, there have been very few dragon tribe successors that have caught my eye. You're not bad, kid, Basya commented in an indifferent voice. The dragon tribe cultivator extended another salute. Thank you for your compliment, Senior Basya. There is not much time left, so I have to make haste and enter the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Scorching dragon flames exploded, reducing an entire mountain to ashes. The crimson lizard dragon's flame-throwing mouth hadn't even closed when a bright blue lightning sword projection swept through the air before striking the resolute dragon scales on the dragon's neck. The sword projection was terrifyingly sharp, and it sliced apart the dragon's scales like a hot knife through butter. Howl! The crimson lizard dragon only had a chance to let loose an anguished wail before its massive head was sliced off. Blood gushed forth into the air. However, none of it splattered onto the woman in the jade dress as she gracefully sheathed her sword. A flow of energy fused into her body from the lizard dragon's decapitated body. There is no vessel for the energy, so it's choosing a new owner? Su Xiaolan mused with a thoughtful expression. She discovered that the power of dragons flowing into her body not only fused with the power of her true dragon bloodline, it was also refined by the power of the vermilion bird in her body to make the power of dragon pure. The overly powerful vermilion bird bloodline within my body is the reason for my extraordinary cultivation-based progression. However, in comparison to the power of the vermilion bird, the power of the true dragon within my body is simply too weak, and that is the bottleneck I must overcome to make further breakthroughs. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. I can quickly increase the power of the true dragon bloodline here. This is a fantastic opportunity that I must take full advantage of. The moment my true dragon bloodline becomes just as powerful as my vermilion bird bloodline is the moment I will be able to break through my bottleneck. Su Xiaolan set forth with renewed vigor on her journey. On a vast expanse of white sand. Howl, Kukuku, there is a little dragon tribe kid over there. He looks really weak. What fantastic luck. Let's go and eat him. Immediately afterward, the sound of blood-curdling cries erupted from the realm of white sand. Soon, everything fell quiet again. After a long while, the voice of a dragon tribe cultivator sounded yet again. Howl! Ha ha ha! There is a little dragon tribe kid over there. He looks really weak. Let's go and eat him. You stupid cunt. The elderly and kids here are always the ones hiding their power and drawing others into false senses of security. We have to hurry up and run. Another dragon tribe cultivator roared. In the next instant, more blood-curdling cries erupted from the realm of white sand. Howl! Save me! Howl! Silence soon ensued again. A delicate youth strolled along the realm of white sand. It doesn't matter whether you attack me or run away. Your fate has been sealed from the moment you encountered me. Xiao Zhe heaved a faint sigh before continuing onward. He couldn't even remember how many years he had been stuck at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. He was probably older than everyone in the dragon court of the Eastern Seas combined. He wasn't unable to break through due to insufficient aptitude. He just felt like he hadn't attained the most powerful defense he was searching for yet. After attaining the power of the divine Tao, he would have to follow that path and would be unable to deviate from it. As such, why not attain the most powerful defensive divine Tao? His forte was his defense, but his defense wasn't the most powerful. He didn't know how to become the most powerful, but he felt like perhaps this place could give him an answer. What a familiar place! A reminiscent expression appeared on Xiao Zhe's face as he strolled slowly across the white sand. What is the most unavoidable and ruthless power? It is not ice, fire, sabers or swords, nor wind, lightning, or poison. It is instead time. Time can take away one's looks, one's life, and one's family and friends. Time can take away my everything. Even though Xiao Zhe was in the form of a youth, the age and maturity in his eyes belied his appearance. The white sand below his feet was once a bustling dragon tribe city. There were lively markets, luxurious palaces, elegant buildings, and dragon arenas. However, everything had been stripped away by time and reduced to this boundless expanse of white sand. Aside from an old dragon like him, none of the living beings here would remember this. They would think that this place had been a vast expanse of sand all along. What would keep the invasive effects of time at bay? The youth continued onward. It was as if he were walking down a path where there was never going to be an end. In another location on the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, a fierce battle was taking place. This was an earth-shattering battle, and just the shockwaves of the battle triggered lightning, gale force winds, violent storms, and all sorts of natural disasters. Howl! How dare you kill my wife? I'll kill you! A white dragon had a crazed expression in his golden eyes as he pounced toward a black dragon in a mad frenzy. The black dragon had a pair of crimson eyes and was several thousand feet in length. Its shape resembled that of an East Sea dragon, but it had a pair of huge bat wings on its back. It chortled with glee, and its sharp claws were like impossibly sharp sabers, slicing one strip of flesh after another from the white dragon's body at extreme speed. Ha ha ha! Ao Mingyu, it's your fault for bringing your Dao partner when you lack the strength to protect her. Don't worry, you'll be able to meet her soon. The black dragon chortled as it broke through each and every one of Ao Mingyu's frenzied attacks, slicing off chunks of flesh from his body in the meantime. Could immediately kill Ao Mingyu, but it didn't do so. It was thoroughly enjoying the process of torturing an opponent who was roaring with rage and pain but was unable to do anything but succumb to despair and eventually death. A return to void intermediate stage evil dragon had no problem dealing with a return to void initial stage East Sea dragon. Furthermore, this was an evil dragon that was more proficient in hunting down and killing its prey, so it was definitely not going to let Ao Mingyu escape. Hee, I killed your Dao partner, but you can't even land a single scratch on me. Is this all you're capable of? The evil dragon evaded Ao Mingyu's attacks through the use of a series of agile movement techniques, making sure to torture him whenever he got the opportunity to do so. Ao Mingyu was attacking without any regard for his life. He had also unleashed a mystic technique, but he was still unable to do anything to the evil dragon. Howl! Kill you! I'll kill you! Ao Mingyu's eyes were completely bloodshot as he roared with rage. Are you angry? Are you enraged? The more infuriated you are, the more excited I become. Cry and roar all you want. No one is going to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The evil dragon poked its long tongue out as it cackled with joy. Oh? No one is going to save him even if he screams himself hoarse? You're making such a massive commotion, and you think no one is going to notice? A voice said from a distance. Who's there? The evil dragon instantly turned toward the direction the voice came from. It discovered a man flying toward them atop a brick with a gallant expression on his face. The evil dragon was dumbstruck. What the hell is this thing? Enlin. The evil dragon found it simply inconceivable that a human would appear on a battleground for the dragon tribe in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Your daddy is here. And Lin was enraged. Why was this always the first sentence he heard when he encountered a dragon tribe cultivator here? Such rude bastards. He was trying to look for Su Xiaolan, but he kept on encountering these weird dragons instead. The evil dragon's scales stood on end upon hearing this. Do you want to die? Ao Mingyu's expression also faltered upon seeing Enlin. However, he seemed to have quickly arrived at an important decision, and he roared with his bloodshot golden eyes. Enlin, if you kill this evil dragon and avenge my Dao partner for me, I'll give you my everything. Enlin recoiled with a disgusted expression. Who wants your everything? I don't swing that way. How disgusting. Oh Mingyu. The evil dragon chortled with mirth. Ao Mingyu, have you gone insane from rage? You're asking a soul formation stage human to avenge your Dao partner for you? Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Boom. Right at this moment, a suffocating aura suddenly erupted into the sky, and Lin's body turned crimson golden as a smile appeared on his face. Ao Mingyu, I don't need your everything, but I'm going to need some compensation from you for killing this dragon. Ao Mingyu faltered upon hearing this. The evil dragon felt like it was listening to a joke as it stared at Lin with incredulity on its face. Ha ha ha, are you guys comedians? The evil dragon's body trembled with laughter. It had already used its divine sense to assess Lin's cultivation base, upon which it discovered that Lin was only at the soul formation final stage. No matter how terrifying his aura was, it couldn't change the fact that his cultivation base was pitifully low. Really? You're not lying to me? Ao Mingyu's voice began to tremble. He didn't think Lin would really help him, and he was already preparing to lay down his life. He had even envisioned both himself and the evil dragon being slain by Lin. However, Lin agreed without a second thought and would only require some compensation for his efforts. The evil dragon extended one finger. You cocky little human boy, I'll only need one. A scorching wave of flames suddenly swept forth. The evil dragon didn't even get a chance to finish its sentence before Lin's fist appeared, right in front of its face. Fire God mode used in conjunction with Wings of Wind and Kuan Peng travel amplified Lin's speed to such a terrifying extent that the return to Void Intermediate Stage evil dragon was completely unable to evade. As such, it could only use its thick skull as a shield to block Lin's fist. Boom! The space around them crumbled as the power behind the fist sent shockwaves surging through the air in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. The evil dragon was instantly severely concussed, and it felt as if its soul had almost been knocked out of its body by Lin's monstrous fist. PFFF. The evil dragon threw up a mouthful of blood as its massive body hurtled back through the air. Lin's storage ring flashed, and 2 Gundams appeared in the air. Gundam 3, Yao Ji. Make sure it doesn't get away. Yao Ji was capable of using spatial skipping, so it could effectively prevent the evil dragon from fleeing the battle. Lin had learned from his experience fighting against the last return to Void Stage mighty figure he had faced. The evil dragon hadn't even had a chance to catch its breath when Lin flew toward it again. Fists fell like torrential rain. Each and every one of them was imbued with a devastating explosive power. Howl! Don't look down on me! Diamond Dragon Claw! The evil dragon finally took Lin seriously, and it let loose an enraged roar as it unleashed its most powerful spell technique. A golden light instantly erupted forth from its claws, which shone as bright as the sun, and they only had to slash through the air for space to crumble and crack. The golden dragon claws clashed with the crimson golden fists, and each and every collision between the two triggered a resounding boom, which made the air around them surge and warp. An earth-shattering series of exchanges ensued, and Lin could hammer a massive crater of over 5 kilometers in radius with each punch he unleashed, and the evil dragon's claw was able to slice apart mountains in the distance. Their battlefield had already been transformed into an extremely terrifying lethal realm. The evil dragon became more and more unsettled as it fought. It had already unleashed its most powerful technique, but Lin still decidedly had the upper hand. Furthermore, there were 2 monstrous mechanical puppets assisting him in battle as well, especially that mechanical puppet holding the pink light sword. Its swordsmanship was exquisite, and it had already sustained several dozen sword wounds at the hands of that mechanical puppet alone. If things continued like this, it was going to lose. Howl! Rising dragon lightning flash. Crimson lightning erupted forth from the evil dragon's body, and it swatted Gundam 3 aside with its tail before instantly accelerating to flee into the distance at a speed comparable to a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to Void Intermediate Stage. In this cruel world, one not only had to learn how to kill but also how to run. Otherwise, even if there was only a time limit of 2 days, they would still inevitably become sustenance for other dragon tribe cultivators. The evil dragon knew that Lin was more powerful than itself, but if it was determined to run away, then who could stop it? The evil dragon turned as a sneer appeared on its face. Boom! The crimson lightning around the evil dragon suddenly increased drastically in power before viciously zapping its body. The evil dragon was caught completely off guard, and it began to spasm in the air. At this moment, A pink light flashed before its eyes. Yao Ji appeared before the evil dragon. Purple halos enshrouded its fists before crashing toward the evil dragon. Purple energy swept toward its body like a huge wave, and terrifying gravitational force crushed its body like a massive mountain over 100,000 feet tall. The evil dragon's massive body crashed to the ground as it let loose an anguished wail. This was another form of Yao Ji's gravitational halo, gravitational fists, and Lin refused to let this evil dragon go, so it had no choice but to wait obediently for Enlin to pass judgment upon it. Just as the evil dragon plummeted to the ground from the overwhelming gravitational force, Enlin was already wielding his evil-slaying sword and on his way toward it. He unleashed a wind sword technique, and it was as if a blade of wind had swept past, slicing apart all of the evil dragon's tendons. He then unleashed a 100-sword technique, where sword projections fell like rain, slicing apart all of the evil dragon's meridians. Boom! The earth tremored violently. The evil dragon's body of several thousand feet in length created a massive crater in the ground. Blood gushed forth relentlessly from its body as its aura flickered in and out of existence. Even so, it still did not get a chance to catch its breath. The blood soul cross fell from the sky and pinned it firmly to the ground, eliminating any possibility of it launching a retaliation. And Lin descended gracefully to the ground and laid his inky black sword upon the evil dragon's head. Blood gushed from the evil dragon's mouth, and its eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. Who are you? A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. I'm just an ordinary soul formation stage cultivator. The evil dragon. Ao Mingyu, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and get over here. And Lin yelled at the white dragon in the distance. It's over, Ao Mingyu murmured in disbelief. He had seen Enlin battle many times before, but he was still extremely shocked to see an opponent that had struck despair into his heart being brought down with such ease by Enlin. Ao Mingyu dragged his wounded body toward the evil dragon. His breathing accelerated and fiery rage was burning in his eyes. Enlin, I'll let you take revenge with your own two hands. Ao Mingyu faltered upon hearing this. He didn't think this was what Enlin had called him over to do. To think that Enlin was still considering his feelings even at a time like this, Ao Mingyu didn't say anything. He only nodded at Enlin with a heavy expression. What followed was the most brutal sequence of torture. The evil dragon's blood-curdling cries reverberated over and over again between heaven and earth. In the end, the evil dragon was unable to endure such horrendous torture, and its vitality completely left its body. Vast, powerful energy surged into Ao Mingyu's body, drastically increasing the power of his bloodline. Even his aura had become a lot more powerful. Ao Mingyu had taken revenge, and his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. But there was no hint of elation on his face. Instead, his eyes were filled with grief as he knelt to the ground and kowtowed into the distance. Lingke, I have avenged you. Have a good life on the other side. His body then began to tremble as he sobbed with his face against the ground. He did not shed any tears when facing his enemy, but now that his enemy had been slain, the tears refused to stop. And Lin was sad for him as well upon seeing this. This was the nature of the ancient Taichu dragon realm. It was an extremely cruel world. No one cared about what power you belonged to or who you were. The only thing that decided whether you could live or not was your own strength. If you lacked strength, you wouldn't even be able to protect those who were dearest to you. And Lin became distressed again with this in mind. He had to find Xiaolan as soon as possible. And Lin put the deceased evil dragon storage ring into his own storage ring. He had given away the opportunity to kill the evil dragon, but he couldn't give away the spoils of war. Ao Mingyu slowly came to his senses and stood up before turning to Enlin and extending a deep bow. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. It was all thanks to Enlin that he was able to survive and successfully avenge his Dao partner. This is my storage ring. Please accept it. Ao Mingyu willingly handed over his storage ring. Enlin accepted the storage ring, refined it, took the 230 vital stones within it, then returned it to Ao Mingyu. Mr. Enlin, what are you? Ao Mingyu took back his storage ring and stared at Enlin with incredulity. Enlin had once chased the Dragon King all the way to the Dragon Court in order to rob him. But he was only taking the spirit stones from his storage ring? I told you I'll only need a bit of compensation. You can keep the weapons and pills. After all, you still have to survive the 2 days here. Enlin said with a smile. Ao Mingyu opened his mouth. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you treating me with such kindness?" Why? Enlin thought about this for a moment. They had been enemies in the past, but Enlin was willing to help Ao Mingyu mostly because of Xiaolan's blood ties with the Dragon Court. Even though Su Xiaolan refused to acknowledge these blood ties, the fact of the matter was that her aunt-in-law had just been killed. He couldn't just stand by idly and watch, so he decided to give him a hand. Of course, he couldn't tell him that. Enlin clasped his hands behind his back before replying with a justified expression. Hasn't the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the 4-9 Immortal sect already formed an alliance? Over half of the Dragon Court returned to Void Stage mighty figures have expressed goodwill toward the 4-9 Immortal sect. When the 4-9 Immortal sect needed money, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas donated to us in our time of need. This is also a gesture of goodwill. As such, when someone from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas is in trouble, I have to stand up for them as the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Enlin elaborated with a serious expression. Ao Mingyu was completely dumbstruck. What kind of fucking reason was this? Mr. Enlin, I will remember what you have done for me for the rest of eternity. Please tell me if you need anything from me, and I will do my best to repay you. Ao Mingyu extended another salute toward Enlin. Regardless of why Enlin had decided to help him, the fact was that Enlin had saved his life and allowed him to exact his revenge. That was enough. Enlin was a little surprised that he was able to see things from this perspective. This indicated that even though the family environment within the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas wasn't all that great, and the people there were also pretty screwed up, not all of them were beyond help. Enlin nodded. I don't need you to do anything for me. If you encounter Su Xiaolan in here, please help me protect her. That's all. Even though Ao Mingyu was only at the return to void initial stage, there was always strength in numbers. I will be sure to protect her with my life if I encounter her. Ao Mingyu nodded with conviction. After a short conversation, the two of them split up. Enlin didn't have time to waste here. He still had to look for his Xiaolan. He rose into the air atop his brick and resumed his journey to find Xiaolan. There wasn't anything for him to do, so he refined the evil dragon's storage ring, wondering what the local dragons of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm kept in their possessions. He looked into the storage ring to discover that it was filled with corpses, dragon tribe bodies and the bodies of the mutant beasts with dragon tribe bloodlines. Gasp! Was that dragon into necrophilia? Enlin was astonished and a little disgusted. However, that evil dragon was definitely a bit twisted in the head, so it wasn't too much of a surprise that it collected corpses. Furthermore, there were quite a few corpses of powerful beings in here as well, which could be used for tool refinement, so they could be considered to be quite valuable. Aside from that, there were only some weapons and pills. There was nothing that made his eyes light up. There were quite a few spirit stones, though. 8 million to be exact. Enlin made a rough calculation. After adding on the 2,300,000 spirit stones that he obtained from Ao Mingyu, he discovered that he had a total of 124,600,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. So much money. Enlin's heart rate was beginning to accelerate with this in mind. This was the first time he had ever owned this many spirit stones. 100 million. What kind of concept was this? In any case, none of the mighty figures that had been slain by him had this much money. Wait, what am I thinking about this for? My top priority now is to find Xiaolan. Enlin slapped his own cheeks and curbed his rampant train of thought before flying in a certain direction again. This place was the battlefield for all dragon tribe cultivators. Battles were constantly taking place here. Of course, there were also cultivators hiding in the shadows, awaiting their prey. They would normally refrain from striking, but every time they struck, they made it count. The lizard dragon of the western dragon forest, the evil dragons of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, and the eastern dragons of the dragon court of the eastern seas. These were the three main powers within this ancient Tai-Chu dragon realm. However, the dragon court of the Eastern Seas was the weakest among these three. Even though the Dao integration stage super mighty figures were unable to enter this world, there was no cap on the number of return to void stage mighty figures that could enter this place. Furthermore, the dragon court of the Eastern Seas had the least number of return to void stage mighty figures here. In order to avoid becoming sustenance for their enemies, most of the powerful beings from the dragon court of the Eastern Seas chose to hide in the shadows and bide their time to wait for the best opportunities to strike. The sixth princess of the dragon court, Ao Yuetang, wore a black dress, and she was hiding within the shadows of a dense forest, surveying her surroundings with rapt attention. She was a legendary character within the dragon court of the Eastern Seas. 5 years ago, she had entered the ancient Tai-Chu dragon realm after only recently progressing to the soul formation intermediate stage. 2 days later, she returned and had already progressed to the soul formation pinnacle stage. Her feats had created a massive stir within the dragon court. How had she managed to create this miracle? Could not be attributed to her strength. Instead, the key was her unparalleled ability to land the killing blow. Was it a skill to beat an enemy to the brink of death? No. Killing an enemy on the brink of death was the true skill. It was because of her tactic that she was able to obtain the power of both the victor of the battle that she was landing the killing blow on and the cultivator that had been slain in battle. Power was not the most important thing here. No matter how powerful she was, there were always more cultivators who were more powerful than her. What she had to do was to lie in wait and scoring a guaranteed kill with each and every one of her strikes. She refused to kill enemies that were at full health, even if they looked weaker than her. She would only kill enemies that had already been wounded in battle. If the enemy could be wounded, then it could also be killed. That was Ao Yuetong's mantra. She was determined to recreate the miracle she had created 5 years ago. I must advance to the return to void stage this time. Ao Yuetang hid within the forest and concealed her aura as she stared straight ahead with a scorching light in her eyes. Right in front of her, there was a brutal, earth-shattering battle between a Western dragon at the Soul Formation Pinnacle stage and an evil dragon at the Soul Formation Pinnacle stage taking place. Ao Yuetong's body transformed into a dark shadow as she slowly drew closer and closer. Ao Yuetang transformed into a dark shadow and slowly drew closer to the battle in order to prevent them from getting too far away. The Western lizard dragons were extremely bloodthirsty, while the evil dragons were all brutal and insane creatures. This was a very evenly matched battle. Ao Yuetang stopped about 10,000 feet away from the battle and continued to conceal herself. Looks like this battle is about to wrap up soon. I love such close battles like this. Even the victor will often have sustained extremely severe injuries by the end. Hee. Ao Yuetong's eyes narrowed as a dangerous, cold light flashed from within. In a battle like this, it was very important to analyze who would be most likely to survive until the end. The lizard dragon seemed to be unleashing extremely ferocious attacks and had the upper hand, but its strength was slowly waning, thereby indicating that it was unable to keep up a barrage of such high-intensity attacks for much longer. In contrast, the evil dragon was mostly on the defensive side, and it seemed to be on the back foot, but each and every one of its actions was extremely calculated and composed. There was even a chance that it could charge power in order to land a killing blow in an instant. The evil dragon was about to win. Ao Yuetong's expression immediately sharpened, and 2 bright blue short swords appeared in her hands. The swords were glittering and translucent, and they emitted fearsome energy fluctuations. Her entire body was tensed up, and it was clear that she was about to strike soon. The 2 dragons roared as they fought, and their battle was audible even from over 5 kilometers away. Ao Yuetang continued to bide her time as she worked out a course of action in her mind. Next, I'm going to launch a surprise attack with my Frostwing Illusionary Slash in order to slice off its wings. Then I'm going to use my Dragon Blood Soul Vanquishing Slash to decide the boom. A white light with terrifying power suddenly descended from the sky upon the 2 battling dragons, and it was as if they were being struck by heavenly judgment. Ao Yuetang saw an extremely dazzling sword projection explode before her eyes. Sword intent then surged forth for close to 10 kilometers. Howl! The two dragons let loose wails of anguish. Ouyuatang also let loose an anguished wail of her own as she was swept into the air by the resulting shockwaves, and she flew back with blood gushing from her mouth before falling to the ground in an extremely sorry state. The sword projection dissipated. Ouyuatang lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly ahead. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? The two battling dragons had both been sliced cleanly in half and were dead as dead could be. Her prey had left her just like that, without leaving anything behind. Not only that, but she had also inexplicably sustained severe injuries from the shockwaves that erupted from that attack. Ha ha ha! Two birds with one stone. A man in a flowing white robe descended atop his brick and swiped 2 storage rings as spoils of war. Huh? Wait! It was 3 birds with 1 stone. An expression of pleasant surprise appeared on the man's face when he noticed the flabbergasted woman laying sprawled onto the ground nearby. And Lin. Ouyuatang's eyes widened, and she threw up another mouthful of blood due to being excessively worked up. And Lin turned to Ouyuatang with a confused expression. You know me? Ouyuatang. I'm from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. My name is Ouyuatang. She had no choice but to bring out the Dragon Court in the hope that Lin would spare her as a favor to her big sister, Ao Xiao. Why wasn't it a favor to Ao Meng? Ao Meng had already lost all of his dignity to Lin, and Lin was shocked. You're from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas? I'm so sorry. You're too mundane. So I never even noticed you. PFFF? Ouyuatang threw up another mouthful of blood upon hearing this. God damn it. I know I'm very mundane, but did you have to say it? And Lin joined his hands in a slightly apologetic salute. I was too careless and didn't notice you there. Any harm I inflicted upon you was purely by accident. I apologize. Ouyuatang was quite taken aback by Lin's words and actions. She had always heard that Lin was a cruel and ruthless barbarian who listened to no reason. Seeing him in person now, he was actually quite polite and reasonable. She waved her hands upon hearing this. That's all right. I had concealed my aura to try and capitalize on the battle between the two dragons. So it has nothing to do with you. And Lin's expression shifted after pondering Ouyuatang's words. Is landing the killing blow all you can think about? Ouyuatang was confused. What's wrong with landing the killing blow? And Lin flared up like a justice warrior. Landing the killing blow is extremely disrespectful to life as well as to your opponents. It may win you some easy battles, but it is a disgraceful tactic that disregards fairness and justice. Ouyuatang was a little dumbstruck by Lin's lecture and was momentarily at a loss for words. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back, and he stood tall as his flowing white robe flapped gently in the wind. A profound yet stern expression appeared on his face. Using such underhanded tactics will negatively impact your Dao heart. Only the weak will land the killing blow, the strong choose to engage in full frontal assaults. Only through doing so can one develop the mentality of a powerful being and progress with impediment on the path of cultivation. Only by attaining unshakable might can you truly be considered to be powerful. For example, my last sword attack was able to annihilate the prey and wound the huntress at the same time. This is true power. Understood. Understood. Ouyuatang replied feebly, and Lin nodded with contentment before looking up at the night sky while standing atop his black brick. He came and went like the wind. After a long while, Ouyuatang finally came to her senses and slapped her own soft, fair cheeks gently as she looked up at Lin's disappearing figure. Is this guy a nut job? And Lin felt like he had just done some solid flexing and was feeling very good about himself. Seeing Ouyuatang reminded him of his former self. The heartfelt lecture he had delivered to Ouyuatang was also actually directed at himself, as a farewell of sorts to his former self. From this day forth, he was the Flex King, and that would fuck the heavens and fuck the earth. Lord of Transcendence, Tamer of Divine Lightning, Heavenly Lightning God. He had to live up to these badass titles. After flying for another hour, the sound of a battle erupted in the distance again. Was there finally another battle? And Lin's eyes lit up, and he flew toward the source of the commotion atop his brick. He had changed his course of action. He was not just going to search for Xiaolan like a headless chicken. At the same time, he was going to destroy all of the dragon tribe powerful beings that he encountered. Thinking about this from another perspective, if he eliminated all of Xiaolan's potential enemies within the ancient Taichu realm, then wouldn't that mean that there was no one that could threaten Xiaolan's safety? This was a much better way to do things than just searching for her without doing anything else. In any case, the lizard dragons of the West were sworn enemies of the human race, and there was no need to mention the evil dragons. Those things definitely had to be slain, and Lin had no mental burden when taking care of enemies like this. Just as he was getting lost in his train of thought, a terrifying burst of power of the divine Tao suddenly swept toward him. This was a battle between two return-to-void final stage mighty figures, and Lin's heart jolted with shock, and he immediately concealed his aura as he approached the battle. He was determined to land the killing blow. Return-to-void final stage mighty figures were able to attain the power of the divine Tao, thereby elevating them beyond normal return-to-void stage mighty figures. Mighty figures of this level were still powerful enough to wound or even defeat Lin, so he wasn't stupid enough to charge in and take on two of them at once. He had that much self-awareness at the very least. In the distance lay a realm of snow and ice. This was not a natural weather formation. It was instead a certain dragon tribe mighty figure's domain. A huge ice and frost dragon with a wingspan of 5 kilometers flapped its wings to send gale-force winds howling for over 50 kilometers. Within his ice and frost divine Tao domain, all soul formation stage living beings would be instantly killed, and return to void stage mighty figures would also become more sluggish in their movements and might even be frozen to death. A man stood in a dignified and proud manner amid the wind and snow. The two of them were completely incomparable in size, but the comparatively tiny and insignificant man was able to unleash a series of terrifying sword strikes that the ice and frost dragon had to treat with utmost caution. Heh! Aren't you the renowned frost god Zhuama of the Western Dragon Forest? Is this all you're capable of? The man sliced apart the frosty breath hurtling toward him with a nonchalant swipe of his sword before slowly making his way toward the huge ice and frost dragon with an expression of haughty arrogance. And Lin immediately recognized who it was. There's no mistaking it. It's you, the #1 Flex King of the Dragon Court, Ao Qingyu. Of course, Ao Qingyu was also known by the outside world as the #1 most powerful being within the Dragon Court. Even though he had once been insta-killed by Lin, and Lin still felt like he was quite powerful. As for why he was insta-killed, it was simply because Lin was more powerful. There was absolutely no other reason. Howl! Ao Qingyu, don't get too cocky. If the infernal flame emperor dragon of the Western Dragon Forest were here, you wouldn't dare to say anything. The huge frost and ice dragon roared. I'm not talking about the infernal flame emperor dragon. I'm only talking about you, and in my opinion you're trash. A sneer appeared on Ao Qingyu's face as the long sword in his hand began to ring again before unleashing a sword projection that was powerful enough to slice apart everything within this world. And Lin watched on with keen interest. The #1 Flex King of the Dragon Court spoke in an extremely cocky manner. But this suited Lin's tastes just fine. In the face of Ao Qingyu's sword strike, the huge ice and frost dragon let loose an almighty roar as a huge mountain of ice, imbued with the power of the divine Tao, appeared before it. As it turned out, Ao Qingyu's sword projection was powerful enough to slice even this massive ice and snow divine Tao mountain in half. The huge ice and frost dragon tried to evade, but the sword projection still sliced off one of its massive ice wings. Howl! Zhuama let loose an anguished wail. I'll kill you! Its other ice wing detached from its body and transformed into countless fearsome blades of ice that whistled through the air toward Ao Qingyu. Ao Qingyu's expression remained calm, and he unleashed over 1,000 sword strikes in the blink of an eye to destroy all of the oncoming blades of ice. At the same time, a pair of massive wings that were large enough to obscure the starry night sky overhead appeared on its body again, as if it had never been injured in the first place. And Lin focused his gaze upon seeing this. This Zhuama's body was a little strange. It felt like it wasn't a substantial body, but at the same time it was undeniably a substantial body. Was this a special elemental state? Lin's interest was piqued by this dragon's peculiar ability. Boom, boom, boom. The ice and frost dragon, Zhuama, clashed with the Dragon Quartz #1 Flex King, Ao Qingyu. Again. From how the battle was panning out, it looked like Zhuama was decidedly on the back foot and was being sliced over and over again. Ao Qingyu's sword was simply too powerful. Within his sword domain, there was almost nothing that he couldn't slice apart. Zhuama had had its wings, arms, and legs all dismembered at some point in the battle. It had even been decapitated once. However, it was like a cockroach that refused to die. After kicking its head as a detonating bomb toward Ao Qingyu, it grew another head to take its place, and Lin's horizons were greatly broadened by a battle like this. Was the ice and frost dragon unkillable? So, how was one supposed to defeat it? Not only was Lin pondering this question, but Ao Qingyu was also thinking about the exact same thing. And Lin felt like Zhuama had reconstructed its body into an elemental form through the use of its divine Tao ice and frost domain. Even though this wasn't a body of flesh and blood, it was still a type of life form. Sure enough, Ao Qingyu quickly retreated until he was outside of the range of the ice and snow domain. He then turned to the ice and frost dragon with a grave expression, hoping that it would step out of its domain while pursuing him. Zhuama did indeed charge after him, but its ice and snow domain traveled with it, so it never stepped out of its domain. How annoying! Ao Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly, and he gripped his sword with both hands as the golden color of his eyes became brighter and purer. If you have no shape nor form, then I'll slice apart your consciousness. I'll slice apart your divine Tao. I'll slice apart all of the powers you have displayed before me. Boundless sword intent suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. Ao Qingyu's sword divine Tao domain instantly expanded over 50 kilometers. Extreme dragon sword, heavenly blade, an extremely dazzling sword projection emerged with his clear cry. Everything was sliced apart by the sword projection, including space itself, which had clearly become disjointed. Even the sky above seemed to have been sliced apart by the unstoppable sword projection. Zhuama's pupils contracted upon seeing this sword projection, and it used its wings as a shield, which materialized a blue corkscrew hole that seemed to be able to suck all things into it. And Lin nodded slightly when he sensed the might behind the sword strike. This was most likely Ao Qingyu's most powerful sword strike. It was just as powerful as the sword strike he had unleashed toward Ao Qingyu in the Flying Ball tribe territory. The scintillating sword projection lit up the entire night sky, outshining even the light of the moon and stars. It was sharp to the extreme, and it sliced apart Zhuama's divine Tao domain before also slicing apart the blue corkscrew hole, and it was going on to slice Zhuama's massive body in half. The sword projection continued onward, and it even managed to slice apart some sort of power on a deeper level. Zhuama's blood-curdling cries rang out between heaven and earth. Its ice and snow divine Tao domain crumbled as the sword projection tore a massive gash that seemed to extend into infinity and beyond with no chance of it ever healing over. The ice and frost dragon crashed to the ground and shattered into countless ice crystals. Was it dead? No, it was still alive. And Lin focused his gaze and suddenly turned toward a certain direction where wind and snow were converging to form another massive ice and frost dragon. Blue light erupted from Zhuama's body, and it appeared several dozen kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Spatial skip. This return to void final stage lizard dragon was finally running away. What an annoying lizard! Ao Qingyu harumphed coldly, and he too used spatial skipping to give chase to the massive dragon in the distance. He wasn't going to let Zhuama escape like this. And Lin looked at the trail of blood on the ground as he muttered to himself, that frost god Zhuama really was injured by that sword strike. And Lin was forced to reevaluate Ao Qingyu's combat prowess. He discovered that he might well lose to Ao Qingyu in a fair and square fight. However, there was no need for him to defeat Ao Qingyu. Eliminating the potential enemy, Zhuama, was his top priority. And Lin looked in the direction where Zhuama and Ao Qingyu were departing, and he thought about it for a moment before gritting his teeth and giving chase. On a battlefield like this, Return to void final stage mighty figures were truly very threatening to Su Xiaolin. He should try to eliminate as many of them as possible. Frost god Zhuama of the Western Dragon Forest must perish here. And Lin put on his illusionary star robe and spread open his wings of wing in conjunction with using his Kuan Peng travel ability. His speed was elevated to the very maximum as a result, and only then was he able to just barely keep up with Ao Qingyu. Hee. The frost god of the Western Dragon Forest is running away like a coward. A scornful sneer appeared on Ao Qingyu's face. Zhuama refused to be goaded, and each time it flapped its wings, it managed to travel several dozen kilometers. At the same time, energy blasts of extreme frost were being blasted relentlessly out of its backside in order to impede Ao Qingyu. Ao Qingyu was using words to express his disdain, while Zhuama was replying through farts. One delivered verbal insults, the other delivered chemical insults, and it was difficult to decide on which one was more effective. In any case, the distance between them was constantly dwindling. On one hand, Ao Qingyu had unleashed a mystic technique to boost his speed. On the other hand, Zhuama had actually sustained injuries earlier, so its flying speed was gradually slowing down. Howl! Zhuama suddenly howled into the sky, and its voice carried for an extremely far distance in all directions. A cold light appeared in Ao Qingyu's eyes, and he instantly unleashed a sword strike. This distance was within his attack range. A massive sword projection parted the very heavens before landing on Zhuama's ice wings. Whoosh! Blood splattered into the air. Zhuama let loose a wail of anguish before its massive body crashed to the ground below. It bled, and Lin was quite surprised to see this as he trailed along in the distance. However, in the next instant, the severed wings suddenly flew back toward the huge ice and frost dragon before reattaching themselves, upon which Zhuama was able to flap its wings again and continue its escape. Hee. It's too late to try and run now. Ao Qingyu chuckled coldly before unleashing over 100 sword strikes upon Zhuama in the blink of an eye. Zhuama opened its mouth, and a small snowball-like object came hurtling out from within. In the next instant, Zhuama's massive body was sliced into over 100 parts by Ao Qingyu. Amid a flurry of ice crystals, the little snowball cracked open. A small ice dragon jumped out from the snowball and fled into the distance again. That little ice dragon was Zhuama's true body, and Lin's eyes widened upon seeing this. This Zhuama sure had a lot of tricks up its sleeve. That's an interesting technique. Ao Qingyu's expression shifted as he gave chase again. The distance that had been opened up this time was a little larger, so there was a chance Zhuama might actually get away. Howl! Zhuama let loose another howl into the sky, which carried into the far distance. It then turned to look back at Ao Qingyu with a hint of taunting smugness on its face. It transformed into a massive dragon with a wingspan of over 5 kilometers again, and it was just about to fart at Ao Qingyu to insult him again when a sharp pain suddenly struck its lower abdomen. PFFF. Blue liquid suddenly exploded from its asshole. Ao Qingyu was astonished. He was readying himself for an extreme frost energy blast, but he didn't think Zhuama would actually expel excrement. He had no choice but to slice a path through the shit with his sword. After sharding itself, Zhuama's tears fell like a river. Right at this moment, a man with black mist hovering around his body flew toward it with streams of white wind revolving around his sword. Wind sword. He slashed a massive gash onto Zhuama's body with his sword. Howl! Zhuama let loose a pained cry before slapping toward its assailant with its wings. Its wings were imbued with overwhelming power, and the space within a radius of over 5 kilometers began to twist and crack open. And Lin's body disappeared into a cloud of white mist. Mist Immortal technique. And Lin, don't try to steal my prey. Ao Qingyu was momentarily dazed, but he soon came to his senses and let loose an enraged cry before launching an attack of his own upon Zhuama's body. Zhuama let loose another agonized cry as yet another huge gash was sliced into its body. The cloud of white mist materialized to form in Lin again, and he spoke in an indifferent voice. Are you retarded? I don't want to steal your prey. I'm just afraid that Zhuama will get away, so I'm giving you a hand. Ao Qingyu faltered slightly upon hearing this before flaring up with rage. You would help me? Do you think I'm a stupid cunt? Be honest. Do you have the dragon tribe bloodline as well? He unleashed a net of sword projections to impede Zhuama as he interrogated. It was all thanks to Enlin's intervention that Ao Qingyu was able to catch up to Zhuama again. Ao Qingyu wanted to kill Zhuama quickly in order to not give Enlin an opportunity to do so. After all, the person who ended Zhuama's life would receive its power of dragons. Enlin had to possess a dragon tribe bloodline, and the power of dragons was most likely his objective too. Ao Qingyu felt like his logic was irrefutable. Enlin rolled his eyes upon hearing Ao Qingyu's words. Heh, I didn't regard you as a stupid cunt before this, but after hearing what you've said, I've changed my mind. You! Ao Qingyu really wanted to slice Enlin in half, but he was unable to do so as he had already sworn a Dao heart vow. How infuriating! Ao Qingyu flared up with rage and unleashed another sword strike upon Zhuama. The poor Zhuama had used every trick in the book and then some. It was completely out of tricks now and sustained another massive wound at the hands of Ao Qingyu. Howl! Zhuama was very aggrieved. It was clearly the human who was pissing Ao Qingyu off, so why was Ao Qingyu hurting it instead? Give up. You won't get away from me. Ao Qingyu made his way forward as an overwhelming sword might erupted from his body. He then spoke in a cold voice. If you stand your ground and fight, you'll at least die with a bit of dignity. Zhuama really did stop after hearing Ao Qingyu's words. The space in a radius of over 100 kilometers was transformed into a world of snow and ice again, as the power of extreme frost assaulted Ao Qingyu and Enlin's bodies in a frenzy. Enlin felt as if the blood within his body was about to freeze. Not only had his movements become more sluggish, but even his senses had also been dulled significantly. This was Zhuama's divine Dao domain, and it was powerful enough to have even bypassed the defenses of his body of the war god. Ao Qingyu laughed heartily. This is what a truly powerful being should do. Do you really think I decided to stop because I was convinced by your words? Zhuama chuckled coldly. What else could it be then? Do you think you can defeat me? Ao Qingyu held his sword before his body as a disdainful expression appeared on his face. As long as he had his sword, there was no need for him to fear anyone. Ha ha ha. Zhuama might not be able to defeat you alone, but what if I join the party too? A mighty voice erupted from the distance. Immediately afterward, dazzling white lightning lit up the entire night sky, as if night had transitioned over to day. A monstrously powerful aura descended upon the world, striking everyone with a sense of asphyxiation. Ao Qingyu's expression shifted drastically. You're the lightning god of the Western Dragon Forest? Zeus? Ha ha ha. That's right. Zhuama chortled with glee as a hateful expression appeared on its face. Why do you think I kept howling into the sky as I fled? Those were not howls to express my emotions. Those were signals requesting for help from other Western Dragon tribe mighty figures. I really am in luck. Zeus is the god of slaughter and speed. Ao Qingyu, you won't get away this time. Dark clouds obscured the entire starry night sky as Zhuama spoke. Countless thunderclaps erupted as heaven and earth trembled. Within a sea of white lightning, the lightning god of the Western Dragon Forest, Zeus, descended upon this world. Enlin raised his head and stared up at the sky. He was greeted by the sight of a scintillating sea of lightning that threatened to blind him. A lightning dragon slightly smaller than Zhuama appeared. Its skin was a shiny golden color that was very piercing and bright to the naked eye, sending light radiating outward for over 100,000 feet. Devastating bolts of white lightning revolved around its body, and those were also quite blinding to look at. Zhuama, according to our tribal rules, you have requested for my help, so you have to attack this dragon with me. At the same time, I have to be the one to land the killing blow. Zeus' voice erupted like claps of thunder. Of course, Zhuama replied in an indifferent voice. The battle hadn't even started, and they were already talking about who was going to slay the enemy. This was a huge insult to the proud Ao Qingyu. Mr. Enlin, I refuse to take insults like this without retaliation. You hold them off for me, and I'll request reinforcements from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Qingyu yelled, and Lin's expression darkened. Do you think I'm an idiot? How was this Dragon Court Flex King so justified even when he was running away? Ha ha ha, you want to run? My apologies. But neither of you is getting away. The golden dragon spread its wings. Bolts of lightning fell like rain from the sky, covering over 50 kilometers in radius. Countless bolts of lightning pierced into the earth like nails, sealing the space around them and creating a devastating divine Dao cage. Qingyu's expression was extremely grim. There was no way he would be able to defeat both of them. If he tried to run away, Zeus would be able to chase him down. Hence, the chances of escape were very slim. How about this, and Lin? You hold off Zeus, and I'll take care of Zhuo Ma before I come to help you? Qingyu knew that escape would be extremely unlikely, so he decided to stand his ground and fight. Even though Zeus was even more powerful than Zhuo Ma, he was aware of Enlin's power. As such, he knew that Enlin should be capable of holding off Zeus for a short time. Hold off Zeus? What a joke! Enlin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qingyu was starting to get a little flustered. That is the best course of action. If we don't, I'll give you a better course of action. Enlin cut him off. You hold off Zhuo Ma. I'll kill Zeus, and then I'll come to help you. Qingyu's mouth gaped open, and he felt like his ears were playing tricks on him. The golden dragon in the distance instantly chortled with mirth upon hearing their conversation. Is this the height of insolence and ignorance? Or have you simply lost your wits from fear? Listen up. I am the lightning god of the dragon tribe. You two little crawly bugs will die for daring to challenge the might of the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of devastating lightning imbued with extreme lightning might fell from the sky, as if it were trying to blast the two ants on the ground completely into oblivion. However, right when Qingyu was about to unleash a sword strike to keep the lightning at bay, the countless bolts of white lightning suddenly became stationary. The lightning was still extremely dazzling, and its terrifying might was still tearing open small spatial cracks. But it did not fall, as if it were a spectacular snapshot frozen in time. Zeus and Zhuo Ma both faltered upon seeing this. Qingyu was also staring blankly at the scene before him. You sure are a forgetful man, Dragon Court Flex King. Have you already forgotten my other title? And Lin chuckled. Tamer of Divine Lightning. Qingyu finally made a recollection before speaking in an excited voice. Tamer of Divine Lightning, my ass. It's the Lord of Transcendence. And Lin corrected with a dark expression. In comparison to the Tamer of Divine Lightning title, he much preferred the title of Lord of Transcendence. Do you believe me now when I say I can kill Zeus? And Lin asked with a smile. I do. Battle intent surged from Qingyu's body as hope was reignited in his heart. How could this be? It's impossible. The lightning god Zeus had lost control over its lightning. This was simply unacceptable. Right at this moment, countless bolts of terrifying white lightning fell from the sky again, each of which was imbued with the extremely formidable power of Zeus' divine Tao. Wait, Zeus, I remember who that is. That human is Enlin of the heavenly court. Zhuo Ma's expression shifted drastically as it tried to stop Zeus from attacking. However, it was already too late, and the second round of lightning had already fallen. Right before Zeus' shocked and horrified eyes, the second round of lightning was also frozen in space alongside the first round of lightning. The lightning god of the western dragon forest? And Lin raised his head and looked up at Zeus as he lifted a single finger. Do you not know that I am the lightning god of this entire world? The heavenly lightning god? He stabbed his finger forward, and all of the lightning became more powerful before reversing and crashing down on Zeus' body. No! Zeus roared and was just about to take evasive measures when the sea of lightning below it suddenly surged and swept toward its body. Boom! Bolts of lightning hammered Zeus' golden body relentlessly. Just as Zeus was howling in agony, the bolts of lightning it had unleashed toward Enlin also crashed down upon its massive body, creating dazzling explosions of electricity. Its massive body began to become charred black, and some sections had even been reduced to a disfigured mush of flesh and blood. Energy exploded and lightning wreaked havoc, creating what appeared to be a white sun in the sky. Zeus! Zhuama let loose a cry of surprise before trying to offer its assistance. At this moment, a series of terrifying sword projections had already swept toward it and prevented it from going anywhere. I'm sorry. With me as your opponent, you won't be able to interfere with Enlin and Zeus battle even if you die trying. Eo Qingyu spoke in a cold voice as he raised his sword before him. Zhuama gritted its teeth as it racked its brains for a way out. Why did this human just happen to be here? What terrible luck. However, Zeus was extremely powerful, so there was a chance it could still win even against the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Screw it. Then you'll have to wait to bury Enlin's body. Zhuama gave up on trying to escape. It let loose an almighty roar, upon which a vortex imbued with the power of extreme frost appeared in the air, exuding overwhelming suction force to try and impede Eo Qingyu. Eo Qingyu burst into laughter at the sight of Zhuama pinning its hopes on Zeus. You stupid dragon. Can you still not see what's going on here? The lightning slowly dissipated. Zeus' body was charred black in many places, and it spread open its wings as it stared intently at Enlin with incredulity in its golden eyes. You can even control and amplify my divine Tao lightning. What the hell is this power? What is this power? Enlin rose into the air atop his black brick, and his skin became crimson golden as his aura became more and more terrifying. I've already told you, I'm the heavenly lightning god, the true lightning god of this world. You dare to refer to yourself as a god with the pitiful lightning you're capable of unleashing. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Your lightning is imbued with the power of the divine Tao. What a pity. You won't even dare to use your power of the divine Tao against me. Enlin waved a hand. Zeus was completely dumbstruck as the lightning cage it had just constructed suddenly crumbled into bolts of dazzling lightning before crashing down upon it. Even the lightning cage had betrayed Zeus and bombarded its massive body with a series of devastating lightning. Enlin had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be the heavenly lightning god. He could manipulate any lightning to do his bidding. Thus, the Western Dragon Forest's lightning god suffered another devastating bombardment. Its shiny golden body had lost a lot of its luster, and its aura had also become a little diminished. Enlin's expression was quite grave. Zeus had indeed been injured, but these were not life-threatening injuries. You're a mighty figure who has attained the divine Tao of lightning but is unable to use lightning. Let's see how you're going to fight now. Enlin stepped forward, and his body shot forth like a flaming meteor toward the golden dragon. Water god cannon. Zeus opened its mouth, and a ball of water that had been condensed to the extreme blasted forth with a terrifying force toward Enlin. Enlin didn't even bother to take evasive measures as he launched an almighty fist that was amplified by his fire god mode. Boom! When the fist collided with the ball of water, even the space around him began to tremor and fracture. The explosive power of flames tore the ball of water apart, and Enlin continued onward as his fist struck Zeus' chest. Boom! The fist struck Zeus' massive body, upon which the resounding boom of huge stones crashing into one another erupted. Enlin's pupils contracted, and his body was knocked flying as a terrifying force swept toward him. Ha 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 ha! Do you think I'm only capable of playing with lightning? The muscles on Zeus' body began to bulge, and he expanded to an even larger size. So what if I can't use my divine Tao lightning? My diamond divine body ensures that I cannot be defeated. Enlin shook his throbbing hand and stepped forward again. Bam! Scorching heat waves surged for over a kilometer. His speed had been amplified to the extreme, and the power imbued within his fist began to multiply as it became more and more scintillating. Humph! Are you still not going to give up? My diamond divine body is able to take on even divine Tao attacks. How do you expect to be able to break through it? A disdainful expression appeared on Zeus' face. Enlin flew toward Zeus, and his arm felt like it was about to be torn apart. If he continued to inject more power into his arm, he felt like his entire arm was going to explode. and Lin's fist was like a miniature sun that crashed into Zeus' chest with a devastating force. Zeus completely ignored Lin's attack. Its claws shot forth like lightning as it attempted to grab Lin and tear him in half. An earth-shattering boom erupted. It was impossible to describe what kind of power this was. When the fist finally landed, it seemed to be able to annihilate all obstructions to ashes and dust. Destroy everything. Steamroll everything. Crack. A certain indestructible fortress seemed to have cracked open. The massive diamond divine body began to cave in, and the terrifying power behind the fist passed through its body, raising two mountains several dozen kilometers away to the ground. The claws Zeus was extending toward Lin faltered, and its eyes widened with incredulity as blood spurted from its mouth. Zeus wanted to say something, but a mouthful of blood gushed forth when it opened its mouth. It was quite clear that its internal organs had been damaged by that punch. "I heard you have a diamond divine body that makes you invincible?" A grin appeared on Lin's face as he launched another punch right onto the dragon's caved-in chest. Boom! Zeus was finally unable to hold on this time. It threw up a mouthful of blood and hurtled through the air like a massive cannonball. Lin pressed home his advantage as he charged toward Zeus. At the same time, he was gathering fearsome power within his arm again. Diamond Divine Dragon Claw! Zeus let loose an enraged roar as a divine light burst forth from its dragon claws, which it swiped violently toward Lin's fist. An earth-shattering collision ensued. Zeus' dragon claws were shattered amid a series of sickening crunches and a wail of anguish. However, Lin was also knocked back by the vast power imbued within Zeus' diamond divine dragon claw. His entire arm was trembling uncontrollably in the wake of that collision, and it was also struck by a sense of numb pain. Lin's expression became a bit more grave. This technique was simply too damaging to his arm, so he couldn't use it too many times in quick succession. Furthermore, Zeus' divine body was extremely powerful. Just one or two punches would not be able to bring it down. Soon, Zeus was pouncing toward him again as it let loose an almighty roar. Even though it had been severely wounded, its attacks were just as ferocious and powerful as ever. Lin was not interested in having another full-frontal collision with Zeus. If he did that, there would be a chance that he could win, but it would come at a heavy price. He had to find another way to secure victory. The only thing that could inflict decisive damage upon Zeus and quickly end this battle was probably the deep-sea bomb that Lan Xiaoni had given him. There was only one bomb, so it was quite valuable. However, Lin was a filthy rich tycoon, and Lin came to an instant decision. He had more than enough money. In the face of the pouncing Zeus, he unleashed another punch. However, he didn't compress his power into his arm this time, so this was only a normal punch. The end result was Lin being knocked back several kilometers, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart at the seams following that collision. Ha ha ha! What? You don't have any strength left? I am the final victor. I'm going to rip you to shreds and eat you. Zeus opened its cavernous mouth with a ferocious expression in its eyes. Lin borrowed on the force of the collision to hurtle back, and his fire god mode was slowly withdrawn. At the same time, a long sword crackling with black lightning appeared in his hand. High-rank spirit tool, depraved lightning dragon sword. Origin energy of the netherworld. Lin's aura began to climb explosively. 6 strikes of the war god sword burial. Bam! The depraved lightning dragon sword suddenly exploded in his hand. Zeus' expression faltered upon seeing this. He didn't know why Lin's sword would suddenly explode, but an ominous sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in its heart. Right at this moment, a bolt of inky black lightning fell from the sky. This was an extremely pure bolt of black lightning that had materialized into an inky black lightning sword. It was sharp, powerful, and imbued with the power of depravity and annihilation. Zeus felt an inexplicable chill run down its spine at the sight of this lightning sword. Western Dragon Forest Lightning God Zeus. Lin extended a hand and said, "Let me show you how to use lightning." He gripped the air. The inky black lightning sword flashed through the air, leaving a trail of annihilation in its wake. Howl! A golden light erupted forth from Zeus' body, as he activated his diamond divine body to the very maximum. At the same time, it blasted a powerful pillar of golden energy toward Enlin from its mouth. It knew that Enlin's attack posed a very strong threat against it. However, something astonishing occurred. Enlin pointed upward with his finger, and the power imbued within the inky black lightning sword was elevated once again. That's right, just using the sword burial technique alone was not the extent of the power the spell technique was capable of unleashing. There was an extremely important reason why Enlin had chosen the depraved lightning dragon sword, and that was that it could be used in conjunction with his lightning amplification technique. Just how powerful was an attack unleashed using the essence of a high-rank spirit tool in conjunction with the origin energy of the netherworld and the lightning amplification technique? As Zeus stared at the oncoming lightning sword, it felt as if it could see an evil dragon wearing a sinister smile, pulling it into the depths of depravity. At that moment, its body felt as if it had been plunged into a glacial river. The attack was clearly flying toward it in the form of a lightning sword, but from a certain angle, it looked like it was a black hole forged from infernal lightning that was capable of annihilating all things. The space in the wake of the lightning sword cracked open in accordance with the flow of lightning. The inky black lightning sword appeared to be quite slow, but it was actually moving at an incredible speed, and it instantly pierced through the golden pillar of energy before striking the interior of Zeus' cavernous mouth. The inky black lightning sword exploded in Zeus' mouth. It was simply far too fast for Zeus to evade. Lightning, which was imbued with the power of depravity and annihilation, exploded like an inky black vortex of lightning, engulfing Zeus' head before swallowing the rest of Zeus' body. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth had fallen into absolute darkness. Zeus' wails of anguish and agony reverberated through the air. Hey, do you have to be this insanely powerful? Even Ao Qingyu's skin crawled as he sensed the explosion of energy in the distance, and he turned to survey Zeus and Enlin's battle with astonishment on his face. Zeus! Zhuama let loose a panicked cry. It was hoping that Zeus would be able to kill Enlin quickly before coming over to help it out. But now, panic was finally starting to set in as it sensed the devastatingly powerful lightning spell technique. How could Enlin be this terrifying? At the edge of the world of ice and snow, a figure was slowly approaching before hiding behind a huge rock. Enlin is fighting another mighty figure again. He really doesn't know how to keep a low profile and look after himself. Humph! The woman harumphed lightly before surveying the battle in the distance with a tense expression. His opponent is a return to Void final stage mighty figure, so I won't be able to do anything. I'll meet up with him after the battle. Speaking of which, he really has grown extraordinarily quickly. He can even flex in the face of return to Void final stage mighty figures. Do all people like to flex when their power reaches a certain level? The woman murmured to herself. She was none other than the woman who had entered the ancient Taichu dragon realm alongside Enlin, Su Xiaolin. Su Xiaolin thought back to all of the mighty figures she had encountered, and there didn't seem to be any that were averse to flexing. Zeus' vital signs are growing weaker and weaker. Looks like Enlin has this in the bag. The inky black lightning slowly dissipated. A massive golden body plummeted from the sky. Zeus' entire body had been brutally ravaged by lightning. Its shiny golden body had lost all of its lusters, and it smelled like a huge chunk of roasted meat. Its head injuries were the most severe. Its golden head had been reduced to an oversized piece of charcoal, and its eyes were rolled over into the back of its head. Its mouth was hanging open, and its skin and flesh had peeled off the bone, making it appear as if it had been disfigured. Boom! The ground tremored violently, and Zeus' body left a massive crater in the ground. Zeus lost. Zhuama was in complete disbelief. The Western Dragon Forest Lightning God had now been crushed by none other than lightning. Enlin transformed into a cloud of white mist before materializing to stand on Zeus' massive head, upon which he swallowed a few high-rank spirit pills. He chewed on the spirit pills as he looked down upon Zeus. How do you feel? A hint of clarity returned to Zeus' eyes as it opened its mouth with unbridled rage. Howl! I'm going to kill you. Enlin looked down with a sympathetic expression at Zeus. Are you not even able to talk properly now? Zeus' body trembled with rage, and his eyes turned crimson with humiliation and anger. You're not a dragon tribe cultivator, so you won't receive the power of dragons by killing me anyway. Furthermore, you will become the sworn enemy of the entire Western Dragon Forest. But if you release me, I can give you unimaginable benefits. Enlin rubbed his chin in thought. That's true. I don't really get anything out of killing you. Zeus was ecstatic to hear this. At the same time, a red light lit up the night sky. The Blood Soul Cross fell from the sky before crashing into Zeus' back, unleashing peerless restrictive power. At the same time, a series of chains burst forth to tie up the massive dragon. Howl! What are you doing? Zeus struggled relentlessly as it roared with grief and indignation. You can kill me, but you can't shame me. If you dare to do something like that to me, I would rather die. And Lin's expression darkened. I feel like I've been insulted. Don't think about dirty things. I'm not killing you now. I only want to tie you up so that I can let Xiaolan kill you after I find her. In that case, your power of dragons won't go to waste. Thanks for reminding me, brother. Zeus' mouth gaped open with a dumbstruck expression. So it turned out that he hadn't managed to convince Enlin, but he was only giving Enlin an idea so that someone else could kill him? PFFF? Zeus' body trembled as he threw up another mouthful of blood. The golden dragon gritted his teeth. That won't work. I advise you to calm down. This place is fraught with peril, and there are countless Western Dragon Forest powerful beings in here. If you drag me along to look for the Xiaolan, you won't even get a chance to meet her before you get surrounded and killed. Hence, I advise you to let me go and Lin! A pleasant voice suddenly called out from the distance, and Lin looked up to discover an exquisite beauty flying toward him. Xiaolan! He waved with excitement. Zeus. The Western Dragon Forest Lightning God experienced firsthand just how cruel fate could be sometimes. The heavens are trying to bring about my downfall. Cough, cough. Zeus coughed up blood with rage and exasperation surging in his heart. He stared intently at the woman approaching them as he racked his brain for a way to turn the tables. Xiaolan, who would have thought that you were in this area as well? And Lin waved with elation on his face. And Lin felt like a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders now that Su Xiaolan was safe and had been reunited with him. Your battle created such a massive commotion that I detected it from over 500 kilometers away. Su Xiaolan flew toward him atop her sword while wearing an elated smile on her face. However, right at this moment, a terrifying beam of crimson light shot forth from Zeus' mouth. Take my curse, ha ha ha. The skin all over Zeus' entire body was cracking open and blood was gushing forth, but he was roaring with excitement. This was the curse he had unleashed after mustering up all of his remaining strength. Even a return to Void Stage mighty figure might not be able to take it, let alone a mere soul formation stage cultivator like her. He was the only one that could lift the curse. If Su Xiaolan was afflicted by the curse, he could use this against Enlin to make him release him. This was an ideal opportunity to turn the tables. Zeus stared straight ahead with a scorching light in his eyes. He was then greeted by the sight of holy flames erupting into the sky alongside the faint cries of a holy beast. Pure, holy light lit up the entire night sky and almost blinded Zeus with its incandescent brilliance. This was not a soul formation stage power. Su Xiaolan sliced the crimson beam of light into oblivion right before Zeus' astonished eyes. Xiaolan, are you all right? I'm okay. Phew, that was scary. Enlin, make sure to keep that dragon subdued. Don't worry. I'll pile a large water ball on his body so that he won't be able to move a single inch. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. As a gesture of apology for my negligence, I'm giving this dragon to you. Do you like it? I do. I heard what you said earlier, and I was very touched. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Are you not touched now? I am. Then I want a hug, and a kiss too. Su Xiaolan pouted at Enlin with a hint of shyness. Zeus' mouth gaped open at the sight of the embracing couple. Tears finally flowed from his eyes as he realized he had lost all hope. What kind of soul formation stage cultivators were these? the Western dragon forest lightning god, Zeus, was now completely at the mercy of others, and on top of that, he was forced to watch Enlin and Su Xiaolin flirt with one another. He had envisioned himself perishing in a battle for the history books. He had also envisioned himself falling to the might of the heavens during his pursuit of Tao. However, never would he have thought that he would end up as a present. He had been reduced to a present given by a human to another human with a dragon tribe bloodline. Xiaolan, I'll leave this dragon to you. Maybe you'll be able to make a breakthrough after taking this dragon's power. Enlin said with a wide grin. Su Xiaolan was a little concerned. I'm a little afraid that my body won't be able to bear such a massive influx of power if I really kill it. She was afraid of self-detonation. Zeus' entire body trembled, and he immediately grasped onto this life jacket. You're right. You've identified a crucial point. I'm a return to void final stage mighty figure, and you're a soul formation stage cultivator. There is a vast disparity between our cultivation bases, so how can you expect to be able to absorb my power? Su Xiaolan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Are you looking down on me, Zeus? I was initially a little concerned, but now, I have to prove myself. I can even house the power of the vermilion bird within my body, so your power is nothing. Su Xiaolan spoke with a firm expression. Zeus. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been tied up, he would have slapped himself across the face. Qingyu was looking at Su Xiaolan with a hint of envy on his face. And Lin Shure is willing to do a lot for her. To think that he would just give away the power of a return to void final stage mighty figure. Is this true love? The death of any return to void final stage mighty figure was a monumental event that could rock the entire world. Anyone who could slay a return to void final stage mighty figure in the ancient Taichu dragon realm could easily be justified to boast about it for 100 years. However, Enlin was willing to give up this opportunity for someone else. To this, Qingyu felt a sense of admiration toward him, but at the same time he felt like Enlin was a little stupid. As for the possibility that Enlin was unable to absorb the power of dragons, that was impossible. Qingyu was adamant that Enlin was a certain special dragon tribe successor. Ah, you're not getting away. Qingyu suddenly let loose an enraged cry as he flew toward a certain direction atop his sword. It turned out that Zhuama was making a run for it again after witnessing Zeus' defeat. Howl! Another dragon howl swept through heaven and earth. Zhuama was crying for help again. Qingyu had almost been killed by Zhuama and Zeus, and he was only able to turn the tables with Enlin's help. He had almost lost his life here, so of course he was not going to let Zhuama go so easily. Don't run, you filthy dragon. Fight me if you dare. Qingyu roared. Zhuama continued to release its extreme frost farts to impede Qingyu. The two of them disappeared into the distance. And Lin didn't give chase. He had already successfully achieved his goal of finding Su Xiaolan. In order to avoid any mishaps, Su Xiaolan decided to finish off Zeus as soon as possible. She pulled out her dragon sparrow sword and slashed down upon the golden dragon's head. Clang! A loud clang erupted. Su Xiaolan was knocked back by a powerful rebounding force, and the dragon sparrow's sword almost slipped from her hands as a result. His skin is so hard. Only now did she know just how terrifying Enlin's opponent was. Even with his power restricted and his entire body riddled with severe wounds, his body was still extraordinarily resilient. Hope reignited in Zeus' heart. Don't waste your strength. My diamond divine body cannot be broken by even return to void stage mighty figures. If you let me go, I can swear a Tao heart vow that... Howl! Zeus roared with pain before he even had a chance to finish his sentence. The holy flame and lightning on the dragon sparrow's sword exploded forth to amplify its sharpness to the very maximum, and was able to slice through Zeus' diamond divine body in the end. No! A ferocious light burst forth from Zeus' eyes as he roared. Golden Dragon might erupted frantically like the indignant roar of an earth-shattering ferocious beast venting its flaming wrath. Su Xiaolan's long, flowing hair flew behind her from the terrifying force behind the overwhelming dragon might. However, her expression remained extremely calm, and her eyes turned pure gold in color as she used her true dragon bloodline to resist the dragon might sweeping toward her. Roar! A crisp yet mighty roar erupted, and Lin faltered slightly. This roar had come out of Su Xiaolan's mouth. My God! Was Su Xiaolan about to become a dragon? And Lin had extremely mixed emotions about this. At this moment, the power imbued within Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword elevated even further as it sliced through Zeus' neck. The sword fell. A massive rift close to 10 kilometers in length was sliced into the ground. At the same time, Zeus' head detached from his body. Blood gushed forth like a river. Zeus' blood-curdling cries came to a grinding halt. Peace and serenity resumed as blood continued to drip from the blade of the dragon sparrow sword. The western dragon forest lightning god, Zeus, had perished. An invisible power began to flow into Su Xiaolan's body in a frenzy, as if it had been guided by some sort of law of heaven and earth. The flow of energy was like a boundless ocean with no end in sight. This was a return to void final stage mighty figure that had attained the power of the divine Tao. The power of dragons contained within its body was simply unimaginable to normal cultivators. Su Xiaolan immediately sat down to meditate and circulated all of the power within her body to absorb this relentless flow of the power of dragons. And Lin didn't really know what was going on, but he could see the golden color in Su Xiaolan's eyes becoming purer, and her aura had also become more vast and powerful. Su Xiaolan's dragon tribe bloodline had been completely activated, and Lin felt as if he were facing a ferocious, ancient dragon. Other people might have strict wives, but he had a fucking strict ancient dragon as his wife. Phew. As Su Xiaolan expired, it was like a huge dragon taking long-winded inhalations and exhalations. Her fair features became flushed as the golden power of dragons erupted from her body. A pained expression appeared on her face, but her aura was still climbing. Is it too much? And Lin was very tense and nervous, but he couldn't do anything except pace from side to side in order to dispel some of his anxiety. This was probably the ultimate first-world cultivation problem. The power of dragons was a good thing, but too much of it could make it a bad thing. Dying from starvation was a tragedy, but dying from being stuffed with excessive energy was also a tragedy. A soft moan suddenly sounded from Su Xiaolan's mouth, and Lin turned to discover that beads of sweat had gathered on her forehead, which was slowly becoming red and flushed. Is she going to explode? And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. The skin on Su Xiaolan's forehead cracked open all of a sudden, and Lin's heart jolted. He didn't even get a chance to do anything before another change struck again. 2 golden jade-like little horns began to pop out from Su Xiaolan's forehead, and Lin's mouth gaped open with shock. Are those dragon horns? Is Xiaolan going to become a dragon after all? Xiaolan had the true dragon bloodline within her body, so growing dragon horns wasn't exactly out of the ordinary for her. However, Su Xiaolan suddenly extended a slender hand and violently slapped down toward the budding dragon horns on her forehead. Slap! Slap! The golden jade-like little horns were forced back. Her forehead reverted to its former fair, smooth look. Don't come out, you're too ugly, Su Xiaolan muttered to herself. And Lin. He was completely flabbergasted. He didn't even think that was possible. Su Xiaolan's actions had completely stunned Lin. The power of dragons was still flowing relentlessly into Su Xiaolan's body. She rejected the dragon horns, but the golden color in her eyes became even more dazzling, as if the power meant for the horns was being transferred into her eyes instead. After the power of dragons merged into Su Xiaolan's body, it was purified by her holy vermilion flame before fusing with her true dragon bloodline. Her true dragon bloodline became more and more powerful, and at the same time her meridians, sea of vital energy, Tao foundation, consciousness, everything within her body received further enhancement. The dragon raised its head to look up at the high and mighty vermilion bird. The vermilion bird lowered its head and regarded the coiled dragon below as its equal for the first time. The 2 bloodlines looked directly at one another. In that instant, Su Xiaolan's aura suddenly transformed. One of her eyes became a holy white like fire, while her other eye became a pure gold, from which power as boundless as the ocean erupted forth. A golden pillar of light erupted from her body, launching straight into the clouds above, as if it were trying to pierce through the starry night sky and reach even further beyond. Crack, a crisp crack sounded. It was as if a certain shackle had been broken. And Lin turned to Su Xiaolan as a bold speculation appeared in his mind. Su Xiaolan also turned to look at Lin. Their eyes met, and Lin could see a hint of panic intermingled with elation in her eyes. I think I'm going to make a breakthrough. Lin was astonished. You're using hacks. Su Xiaolan's cultivation-based progression was simply outrageous. It had only been 2 or 3 years, and she had progressed all the way from the soul formation stage to the return to void stage. What a freak. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes and ignored Lin as she focused her attention on making her breakthrough. Black clouds began to surge in the sky. As the Lord of Transcendence, Lin naturally chose to stand by her in order to assist her in her tribulation transcendence. For added safety, he had even released Gundam 3 and Yao Ji to stand guard around the area. Dark clouds began to converge in the sky above. Lin looked up at the dark clouds and was instantly dumbstruck. The dark clouds were like a boundless blanket of darkness to which there was no end in sight. Lin unleashed his divine sense to assess the area the dark clouds spanned, only to find that he was still unable to see the end even after unleashing his divine sense for several hundred kilometers. He took a deep breath. Holy fuck! Just how big are these tribulation clouds? One had to realize that the tribulation clouds only encompassed an area of around 50 kilometers in radius when he helped others in their tribulation transcendence. However, Su Xiaolan's tribulation clouds encompassed an area that was at least several hundred kilometers in radius. That's crazy. I wonder how terrifying the tribulation lightning will be. Lin was both elated and a little concerned at the sight of the boundless expanse of dark clouds in the sky. The more powerful tribulation lightning was, the more difficult it would be to survive. Among the deaths that occurred during tribulation transcendence to return to void stage, the 2 most likely factors that resulted in it were either an unstable foundation or the tribulation transcender was overly talented. The gods were disdainful toward weaklings but also envious toward prodigies. Su Xiaolan was clearly part of the latter. It was exactly because of this that Lin was getting very nervous. Terrifying lightning surged within the dark clouds as golden void lightning pierced through the clouds from time to time, lighting up the world with flashes of gold. Lin absolutely refused to let anyone encroach upon this tribulation transcendence. He set up a simple spell formation, covering an area of 150 kilometers in radius, around Su Xiaolan, and the spell formation only had a sound function. Anyone that stepped into this area would be greeted by one sentence: "Trespassers will die." In order to ensure Su Xiaolan's safety, he was going to treat anyone who dared to approach this place as an enemy, so there was no chance of them disrupting her tribulation transcendence. Boom! An extremely dazzling bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky onto Su Xiaolan's body, and Lin could tell that this first bolt of golden void lightning was about as powerful as the 30th bolt of tribulation lightning normal cultivators faced. The gods really were envious of prodigies. Su Xiaolan unleashed a true dragon wall to blunt the power of the golden void lightning to an acceptable degree before guiding the lightning into her body, in order to observe the great Tao of heaven and earth and refine her body. Normal cultivators defended themselves against tribulation lightning in order to survive. However, prodigies used their tribulation lightning as a cultivation device. Only through doing so could they master the true essence of space through their golden void lightning. Of course, at the conclusion of the tribulation transcendence, everyone would be fighting for their survival. There were 81 bolts of golden void lightning, and Lin firmly believed that Su Xiaolan would be able to survive them with no problems. He sat close to Su Xiaolan and looked into the distance. The lightning clouds for this tribulation transcendence had encompassed an area several hundred kilometers in radius. It was making a massive commotion, and Lin was quite concerned that it was going to alert other return to void stage mighty figures to the scene. Soul formation stage trash could be easily taken care of, and I don't think any soul formation stage cultivator would still dare to continue onward after hearing the verbal warning imbued within my spell formation. However, return to void stage mighty figures are going to be troublesome to deal with. Anyone would be tempted to take advantage of the situation, especially in a cruel and brutal place of slaughter like this one. It's very much possible that someone would try to take this opportunity to kill a tribulation transcender who cannot move. I can take on one return to void final stage mighty figure, but if two appeared at once? And Lin muttered to himself, and he became more and more uneasy as he followed this train of thought. A short while later, he shook his head to rid himself of these thoughts. The ancient Tai Chu dragon realm was massive, and return to void final stage mighty figures were quite rare. His luck should not be that bad. At this moment, Su Xiaolan had already successfully transcended her 9th bolt of tribulation lightning. And Lin was suddenly alerted to something at this moment, and he turned toward a certain direction. There really is someone running to their death? And Lin discovered that his spell formation had been encroached upon, and he was very angry. He stood up, and the boundless power of flames surged within his body as he prepared himself to unleash his fire god mode at a moment's notice. Right at this moment, a white figure began to appear in his line of sight, and Lin's expression faltered upon seeing that white figure. Mr. And Lin, help me. Oh Qingyu's hair and face were all charred black, and he cried for help in an extremely sorry state. Behind him was an ice and frost dragon in hot pursuit, and the entire heaven and earth had been transformed into a domain of extreme frost. In another direction, scorching flames raged, as if they were threatening to incinerate heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! Ao Qingyu, you're not going anywhere! An extremely forceful dragon roar erupted. Let me, the Western Dragon Forest Sun God, Apollo, incinerate and purify you with my flames in order to further my power. A golden flaming dragon with an extremely fearsome aura chased after him like a small sun, lighting up the entire night with the incandescent golden light radiating from its body. What a coincidence, Mr. and Lin. We meet again. Same thing again, you take on one, I'll take on the other, what do you think? Ao Qingyu flew toward Lin as he spoke in a hurried voice. And Lin? Coincidence my fucking ass. This bastard must have done this on purpose. He knew that Lin was situated here and led these dragons here on purpose. Mr. And Lin. Ao Qingyu let loose another urgent cry after receiving no response from Lin. And Lin? Fuck off. Ao Qingyu had set off in high spirits to chase Zhuama down, only for Zhuama to find reinforcements again. Thus, history repeated itself. The only thing different was that Xiaolan was transcending her fucking tribulation. This bastard was screwing over his own niece. Under normal circumstances, Lin would ditch Ao Qingyu without a second thought and leave him to fend for himself. However, Su Xiaolan was now transcending her tribulation. He couldn't back down. Ao Qingyu had clearly also noticed this, and his expression became a fraction grimmer. Mr. And Lin, your friend is transcending her tribulation here, so you can't back down. Let's team up again to fight off these enemies. And Lin really wanted to chop Ao Qingyu to a million pieces, but he repressed the urge to do so in the end. How powerful is this sun god Apollo? A little more powerful than Zhuama. Zhuama is extremely severely injured and is already a spent force. Give me some time and hold off Apollo to the best of your abilities. I'll come to help you after I kill Zhuama. And Lin's inclusion in this battle gave Ao Qingyu a sense of elation, and his expression became a lot more relaxed. Are there any other enemies? No. Within the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, there are a total of 6 Western Dragon Forest Return to Void final stage mighty figures. We've already encountered Zhuama, Zeus, and Apollo, so that's half of them. The ancient Tai Chu dragon realm is absolutely massive, so there's almost no chance of us encountering the rest of... Shut up! Do you have to continue to jinx it? And Lin cut off Ao Qingyu's words with an enraged expression. Ao Qingyu faltered slightly upon hearing this, clearly unsure of why Lin was displaying such a vehement reaction. What had he said wrong? Was his analysis incorrect in some way? The ice and frost dragon and the flaming dragon were drawing closer and closer, and Lin placed the decapitated Zeus before them and gripped his massive, charred black hand with his hand as a ruthless, bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Ao Qingyu, you won't get a, I. The golden flaming dragon, which was as incandescent as the sun, suddenly faltered in its footsteps as it stared with shock and horror at the dismembered body on the ground. Zeus! Apollo was so shocked that it was even beginning to stutter. A vicious grin appeared on Enlin's face. Today really is a good day. I just killed a Zeus, but I wasn't really satisfied. But now, an Apollo is bringing itself to my doorstep. What a lucky day. He licked his lips as he spoke before turning a scorching gaze toward the flaming dragon. A chill instantly ran down Apollo's spine. Even the powerful Zeus had been slain by this human. Zeus was the lightning god. A return to void stage dragon specializing in slaughter and speed. It visualized a scenario in its mind, and its expression shifted drastically. Could it be that you're luring us here in order to kill both of us at once? Ao Qingyu instantly understood what Enlin's intentions were, and a cold sneer appeared on his face. Well, it looks like our covers have been blown. His expression darkened, and it appeared as if he were an arrogant god looking down upon all the ants of the world. But it's too late to only realize this now. You've already fallen into the trap set up by Enlin and me. You and Zhuama are both going to die here today. Apollo shuddered upon hearing this. Even the flames around its body dimmed slightly from fear. Calm down, Apollo. Don't be fooled by them. That Enlin was only able to defeat Zeus as he can manipulate lightning. In a contest of power, he is no match for you. Zhuama roared before turning to Ao Qingyu and Enlin with unbridled enmity on its face. I'm very calm. Apollo spoke in a grim voice. Do you think Zeus is the type of useless trash that can only use lightning and nothing else? That's Enlin, the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, the Lord of Transcendence. He's definitely not as simple as you think he is. Zhuama. Apollo had completely fallen for Enlin's mind games. Zhuama's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Apollo looked to be analyzing the situation calmly, but in reality, it was already in full panic mode upon seeing Zeus' body. Zeus was the lightning god and Apollo was the sun god, so there wasn't much of a disparity in power between them. If Enlin could kill Zeus, then there was also a chance that he could kill it too. Apollo had lived for over 100,000 years. There was no point in risking its life just to see if this was a trap or not. Even if it wasn't a trap, it had to make it sound like a trap for the sake of its life and dignity. This is all an evil scheme set by Ao Qingyu and Enlin. Let's make a retreat first. Apollo roared as it spread open its wings and ran away, sending scorching waves of flames sweeping outward for close to 10 kilometers. You won't escape. Ao Qingyu and Enlin roared in unison as they both gave chase. What else could Zhuama do except fleeing into the distance alongside Apollo with tears in its eyes? This was the third time the ice and frost dragon had to run for its life, and Lin and Ao Qingyu chased Zhuama and Apollo for over 500 kilometers before finally giving up. Ao Qingyu was quite reluctant to give up. He really wanted to fight another battle. After all, he had chased Zhuama thrice and already severely wounded it, so it would be a real shame if he couldn't slay this dragon. But his opponents absolutely refused to stand their ground and fight. Apollo was assisting it as well, so it really was quite difficult to hunt down Zhuama in a short period of time. Furthermore, as Zhuama was fleeing into the distance, it was calling for fucking help again. Ao Qingyu and Enlin were both allergic to its cries for help and decided to give up in the end. Enlin returned to where Su Xiaolan was transcending her tribulation and looked at Zeus' carcass before heaving a sigh. Who would have thought that you would provide assistance to me even after your death, Brother Zeus? Ao Qingyu's lips twitched. That's too cruel. You're taking advantage of a deceased mighty figure. Enlin put Zeus' carcass away into his storage ring. The spoils of war were his, and this carcass was also his. If he encountered any other dragon tribe mighty figure that he didn't want to battle, he would just pull out Zeus' carcass and world peace would ensue. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of monstrously powerful golden void lightning crashed into Su Xiaolan's body. Only now was Ao Qingyu paying attention to the golden void lightning, and his expression shifted. How could this tribulation lightning be so powerful? Look at the area the tribulation clouds encompass. And Lin chuckled. Eo Qingyu looked up at the boundless expanse of tribulation clouds and fell silent. He discovered that Su Xiaolan's tribulation clouds spanned a much larger area than his did when he was transcending his tribulation. This made the Dragon Court Flex King a little depressed as a result. He could accept Lin being supremely talented, but he didn't think that his Dao partner was also such a freak. One bolt of terrifying golden void lightning after another crashed down upon Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was slowly showing signs of strain. The lightning mine brewing in the dark clouds above felt extremely terrifying even to Lin and Eo Qingyu. Gundam 3. How many bolts of tribulation lightning have struck? And Lin asked. The 77th has just struck. Gundam 3 replied. Only 77? Eo Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. Thinking back, not even his final bolt of tribulation lightning had been as fearsome as this one. And Lin nodded with a grave expression on his face. That last bolt of tribulation lightning was already powerful enough to blast a rookie return to void stage mighty figure to death. The next few bolts of tribulation lightning were going to be more devastating. The 78th bolt of golden void lightning. Golden lightning tore the heavens apart and descended like a claw of annihilation. The space collapsed in the wake of the lightning, revealing a series of inky black, chaotic rifts. Su Xiaolan held her dragon sparrow sword, and her aura soared as she slashed her sword toward the bolt of divine lightning that it left an afterimage in its wake. The falling bolt of golden void lightning was sliced in half just like that. The two bolts of golden void lightning curved through the air and continued to strike down toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan's holy flame feather cloak and true dragon wall appeared at the same time. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Even after being blunted by the holy flame feather cloak and true dragon wall, the power of the divine lightning was still extremely fearsome, and it wreaked havoc on Su Xiaolan's body. Su Xiaolan gritted her teeth tightly as charred black patches appeared on her fair, jade-like skin. Her body swayed, but she was finally able to endure the lightning, and her aura became more powerful as a result. She's already struggling this much, and you're still not going to help her? Eo Qingyu couldn't help but ask. He knew about Lin's title as Lord of Transcendence. Wait a bit longer. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan with trust intermingled with his anxiety. Su Xiaolan didn't need his help for now. The 79th bolt of divine lightning lit up the entire heaven and earth with golden light. After the golden light faded, Su Xiaolan panted heavily as she used her sword as a crutch. Her long, flowing hair was a little curled and charred as it fell to her waist. Her aura was diminished, but there was a hint of something more powerful being born emanating from within. The 80th bolt of lightning tore a massive rift several dozen kilometers in length through the dark clouds, from within which a boundless golden light flashed. Terrifying lightning gathered overhead. Oi oi! Is this really a return to void stage lightning tribulation? This is way too crazy. Eo Qingyu's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. He was only planning to watch this tribulation transcendence for a while before finding an excuse to leave. However, he now felt like he was watching a suspenseful movie and could not even shift his eyes away. And Lin shot a glance at him, but he didn't say anything as he continued to stare at Su Xiaolan. He was feeling quite conflicted as well. To intervene or not to intervene. From Su Xiaolan's eyes, he could see her yearning to take on this bolt of lightning by herself. That's right. Su Xiaolan was planning to endure it herself and did not want Lin to intervene. But Lin was very concerned. The lightning in the sky above struck a sense of extreme danger into the hearts of even Lin and Eo Qingyu. Su Xiaolan was only at the soul formation pinnacle stage, so it was clear to see just how terrifying this power would be to her. Golden lightning tore through the heavens and descended from the sky, coloring the entire earth golden. And Lin didn't intervene in the end, and he looked on in silence as the lightning struck Su Xiaolan. Her jade dress danced around her like a blossoming jade lotus. The golden bolt of lightning pierced through the heavens and struck her body. She looked up with not even a single hint of fear in her eyes to welcome the bolt of divine lightning. She was both impossibly tiny yet valiantly courageous at the same time. This instant was like a spectacular snapshot frozen in time, sending Enlin into a slight daze. Boom! The earth within a radius of 5 kilometers was destroyed by the golden void lightning. The 80th bolt of golden void lightning dissipated. Su Xiaolan stood resolutely with her sword in her hand. That's right. Su Xiaolan had endured the terrifying bolt of tribulation lightning through her own strength. That's incredible. To think that there is someone in this world capable of enduring such terrifying golden void lightning. Even the proud and arrogant Ao Qingyu was full of praise and awe. Of course. She's my Dao partner. And Lin's expression was filled with pride and smugness. He looked at the woman before him with a smile. Su Xiaolan has already endured 80 of the 81 bolts of golden void lightning. There is only one more bolt left, so she has this in the bag. His voice had only just fallen when a dragon's roar suddenly erupted in the sky. Howl! A boundless dragon might erupted forth, and it seemed to be imbued with some sort of undefiable will of heaven and earth, making Enlin and Ao Qingyu's hearts jolt in unison. Immediately afterward, a golden lightning dragon tore through the clouds before descending upon the world. Its emergence brought light to heaven and earth, as if it were the embodiment of light itself. Its body was imbued with an extremely formidable might, which made onlookers' hearts tremble. This golden void lightning dragon was super vicious. Just as Enlin and Ao Qingyu were coming to terms with this lightning dragon, a clear cry erupted above the heavens as white lightning pulverized the dark clouds above, covering a radius of over 50 kilometers. A white lightning vermilion bird stood proudly in the heavens as it looked down upon the lightning dragon below it. The white lightning was imbued with the extreme power of Yang. Even the space around it was beginning to twist and warp. The white lightning vermilion bird and the golden void lightning dragon circled in the sky above as they looked down at Su Xiaolan. You were saying she had this in the bag? Ao Qingyu spoke with an incredulous expression. Enlin. He really wanted to slap himself. Su Xiaolan was initially full of confidence, but her features paled as she looked up at the lightning dragon and lightning vermilion bird in the sky, and she turned to Enlin with eyes that were pleading for help. She was definitely not going to be able to survive this tribulation lightning on her own, so she was requesting reinforcements. Don't panic, Xiaolan. I'm coming. Enlin flew to Su Xiaolan's side without any hesitation. What the fuck? Aren't there supposed to be only 81 bolts of divine lightning? The lightning dragon and lightning vermilion bird in the sky are clearly 2 bolts. That's a violation of the rules. And Lin hurled abuse up at the heavens. Was that the point? Su Xiaolan's lips twitched as she provided an explanation. The divine lightning comes from one's Tao intent. My tribulation lightning must have been influenced by the true intents of my 2 bloodlines, thereby resulting in a certain type of mutation. And Lin nodded. He had encountered a situation like this before. Back when Lu Qianhuan was transcending her soul formation stage tribulation, the divine lightning had transformed into a lightning sword. Perhaps that was also a mutation that had occurred as her sword intent was too powerful. These types of circumstances would only arise when exceptional prodigies were concerned. Perhaps the power of my bloodlines should not exist. These heavens are refusing to tolerate my existence. Su Xiaolan raised her head to look up at the lightning, which struck despair into her heart as she muttered to herself. And Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's soft, slender hand and consoled in a gentle voice. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Su Xiaolan was surprised by his actions. What are you doing? You're going to be blasted by lightning as well if you do that. Did you know that tribulation lightning followed the law of conservation of energy as well? When the power of the lightning flows from your body to mine, it will be like both of us are enduring the tribulation lightning together. I can take half of the lightning's power for you in that case. And Lin explained. Su Xiaolan was astonished to hear this. I don't know anything because this is only my 2nd tribulation transcendence, so you better not try to fool me. I am the Lord of Transcendence renowned across the entire continent. I won't fool you. And Lin reassured with a serious expression. Su Xiaolan was a little skeptical, but she still allowed Lin to hold her hand. Right at this moment, the golden void lightning dragon roared before crashing down toward the earth with an overwhelming might. And Lin extended a finger, and a black mist revolved around his body as he pointed up at the lightning dragon in the sky. Lightning manipulation technique. Whoosh! The dazzling golden dragon's speed suddenly faltered as it fell slowly toward Su Xiaolan. And Lin's lightning manipulation technique was effective against Su Xiaolan's tribulation lightning. Right at this moment, the lightning dragon had already appeared before Su Xiaolan and roared as it descended. Terrifying divine lightning wreaked havoc in every corner of her body. Su Xiaolan let loose an involuntary cry of pain as she resisted the power of the lightning with all her might. The golden void lightning flowed through Su Xiaolan's body and instantly into Lin's body. This type of golden void lightning was extremely fearsome as it targeted both his body and consciousness, threatening to tear them both apart at once. Su Xiaolan's eyes became brighter and brighter, but her body trembled uncontrollably, clearly indicating that she was finding it quite difficult to endure such monstrous lightning might. And Lin discovered that holding Su Xiaolan's hand did not make the lightning any more powerful than it already was, thereby verifying that this was indeed a viable method. And Kiran, help me out. Attract more of the power to me. And Lin called out in his sea of vital energy. The little golden baby riding atop the little whale roared up into sky upon hearing Lin's call. Muscles suddenly began to bulge on his shiny golden arms while lightning crackled around his entire body as he raised both palms to the sky. And Kiran yelled loudly, "Yaya! Ayaya!" And Lin was shocked upon seeing this. Didn't Kiran just take steroids? He looked so terrifying. Boom! Right at this moment, a powerful suction force erupted from Lin's hand. The lightning wreaking havoc in Su Xiaolan's body was drawn by this suction force and quickly transferred into Lin's sea of vital energy. And Lin's wholehearted assistance finally allowed Su Xiaolan's ravaged body some breathing room. At the same time, Kiran's body became more and more substantial, and his aura became more and more powerful. This golden void lightning created by the heavenly Tao was the best sustenance for him. The golden dragon fell completely. It was as if a golden lightning bomb had exploded, annihilating everything within a radius of over 10 kilometers. And Lin could feel Su Xiaolan suddenly holding onto his hand tighter, before her hand slowly fell limp in his. And Lin's heart jolted with horror, thinking that Su Xiaolan was about to be blasted to death. Thankfully, Su Xiaolan was able to endure the power of the golden dragon. A small azure dragon with a pair of pure, golden eyes suddenly appeared around Su Xiaolan's body. It was like a guardian spirit protecting its owner as it looked up at the white lightning vermilion bird in the sky. And Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't even get a chance to catch their breath before the white lightning vermilion bird let loose a clear cry and prepared to launch itself down from the sky. And Lin immediately focused his attention. This was the most critical moment. He had to make sure that absolutely nothing would go wrong here. Ha ha ha! Right at this moment, a golden sun tore through the dark clouds in the distance, releasing boundless light and heat. Heaven and earth were transformed into a sea of scorching flames that incinerated everything in its wake. Roar! Did you really think we would leave just like that? A golden flaming dragon hurtled toward them from afar with a cruel smile on its face. Lord of Transcendence and Lin, do you really we wouldn't have noticed such a large patch of tribulation clouds? I was just biding my time and waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to secure victory. You can't deal with us now that you're helping someone transcend their tribulation. Ha ha ha. The return to Void final stage sun god Apollo of the Western Dragon Forest had returned. In another direction, ice and frost enshrouded heaven and earth as frosty winds roared for over 150 kilometers. Stop wasting time with words, Apollo. Now is the best opportunity for us to strike. Frost god Zhuama also flew toward them from afar, and it opened its mouth as terrifying energy converged within. Apollo chortled with glee as 9 massive crimson balls of fire materialized around its body like 9 suns hanging in the sky, making the space within a radius of 5 kilometers around them twist and crack open. The two return to Void final stage mighty figures were about to attack at the same time. This was the most perilous situation Lin had ever been in. He couldn't go anywhere, so he was just a sitting duck. There was a very good chance that he would be blasted to death by the two return to void final stage mighty figures, who were free to unleash as many terrifying spell techniques toward him as they wanted. Su Xiaolan immediately tore off the heavenly star dark shell from around her neck and thrust it upon Lin. Their target is you. Take this and get away from me. The heavenly star dark shell could be activated 3 times, and it could defend against a Dao integration stage super mighty figures attacks for 10 consecutive minutes upon activation. He would be able to make any preparations he needed during this period of time. What are you still standing here for? If you stay here, we're both going to die, Su Xiaolan urged in a panicked voice. And Lin held on tightly to Su Xiaolan's hand and shook his head. He knew what Su Xiaolan was thinking. If he really did leave, he would be able to survive, but Su Xiaolan would die for sure. She couldn't move from this spot and couldn't use any external defensive items. How would she be able to endure the white lightning vermilion bird's power? Su Xiaolan bit down on her charred and cracked lips as she pleaded in a sobbing voice. Go! I'm begging you. You need to have faith that I can endure this final bolt of tribulation lightning. And Lin refused to leave. A smile appeared on his face. I just think that you'll have the best chance at survival with me by your side. If he left Su Xiaolan in order to ensure his own survival, then there would only be a 1% chance that she would survive her tribulation lightning alone. In that case, he might as well stay by Su Xiaolan's side. At the very least, their rates of survival together would at least exceed 1%, right? This was a no-brainer. Right at this moment, Apollo's 9 crimson balls of fire began to spring into action as they descended upon the location wherein Lin was situated like 9 suns crashing to the earth. Zhuoma's frosty breath erupted forth before crashing toward the ground like a galaxy of frost and ice, freezing everything in its wake. The two returned to void final stage mighty figures were both attacking at the same time, and their combined attacks would be quite difficult for Lin to defend against even at full health, let alone now, when he had just been ravaged by a bolt of golden void lightning and was unable to move. However, Lin was more determined than he had ever been in his life. He activated his power to the maximum in preparation to endure the barrage that was to come. All of a sudden, a white figure suddenly appeared in the air before them. Extreme Dragon Sword, Heavenly Blade. An extremely dazzling sword projection erupted forth, robbing all colors from heaven and earth. The sword projection sliced through everything in its path, even space itself, which had clearly become disjointed. The 9 sun-like balls of fire were sliced in half, and fire exploded, incinerating the entire sky. The frosty breath unleashed by Zhuoma was also vanquished by the terrifying sword projection. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji stood in front of Lin and Su Xiaolan, unleashing twin ionic deprivation energy barriers. The 2 barriers were just barely able to keep the shockwaves from the explosion at bay. Thus, Apollo and Zhuoma's first combined attacks was dispelled just like that. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both faltered upon seeing who the white figure in the sky was. It was none other than the Dragon Court's number 1 Flex King, Ao Qingyu. Roar! Ao Qingyu, your Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas has a vendetta against Lin, and now is the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. Why would you help him instead? Apollo roared with rage and befuddlement. I owe him a favor. It's as simple as that. Besides, Ao Qingyu raised his sword with a cold smile as he said, Why do I need to explain my actions to you? This was the first time that Lin and Su Xiaolan had been entranced by Ao Qingyu's flexing. With a return to void final stage mighty figure here to protect them, their chances of survival had increased significantly. Roar! You're an inexplicable nut job. You will regret the decision you made today. Golden flames erupted forth from Apollo's body. We don't have any time. Zhuoma, you hold off Ao Qingyu, and I'll go take care of Lin. Zhuoma's body trembled upon hearing this. I can't hold him off in my current condition. I'll be killed. Apollo. Then I'll hold Ao Qingyu off. Don't disappoint me. It spread its wings and pounced toward Ao Qingyu as it spoke. Commandment of the Sun. Apollo's wingspan suddenly increased by several dozen kilometers to encompass Ao Qingyu within. It had transformed its body into a resolute cage. Your sword may be able to slice through everything, but it won't be able to snuff out my eternal sun divine Tao. Right when Apollo managed to trap Ao Qingyu, Frost god Zhuama flew toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan. The white lightning vermilion bird also chose to pounce upon Su Xiaolan at this moment. The dragon and bird somehow managed to coordinate the timing of their attacks. Enlin was struck by a sense of despair. If he chose to defend, then he would be defending against the tribulation lightning too. According to the shitty personality of the heavens, there would be more bolts of tribulation lightning to greet them until they were blasted to death. Leiden's death was a perfect demonstration of this. But if he didn't put up any defense, even Enlin's body of the war god would be unable to endure the combined powers of Zhuama and the tribulation lightning. Furthermore, he still had Xiaolan standing beside him. This was a truly dire situation, as death was unavoidable no matter what he did. Su Xiaolan had clearly realized this as well, and she held onto Enlin's hand tightly as her body trembled. Die! Zhuama cackled gleefully as another terrifying divine Tao breath erupted from its mouth. Right at this moment, a white light lit up the entire sky and dispelled the divine Tao breath. A red and white dragon pierced through space before crashing into Zhuama's stomach with a resounding boom. An overwhelming power swept forth. An earth-shattering collision ensued, sending shockwaves sweeping through the air in a radius of over 10 kilometers. Zhuama's eyes widened, and its stomach caved in as it threw up a mouthful of blood. Pwah! The massive ice and frost dragon flew back like a cannonball. The massive dragon stood proudly in the air with a faint smile on its face. The dragon court isn't beyond saving after all. At least that Ao Qingyu kid has grown up to be a fine man. Enlin and Su Xiaolan stared at the unfamiliar dragon with dumbstruck expressions. Who the hell was this guy? They didn't even have the chance to organize their thoughts before the white lightning vermilion bird fell from the sky. In that instant, heaven and earth were lit up by the boundless golden lightning that was even more dazzling than the sun, engulfing everything within this world. And Lin was already using his lightning manipulation technique to slow down the tribulation lightning with all his might. Seeing as reinforcements had arrived, all they would have to do was to focus wholeheartedly on transcending this tribulation. The power of the white lightning vermilion bird was different from the golden void lightning, in that it didn't possess the power of destruction. Instead, it was imbued with the power of purification, as if it were trying to purge everything it deemed unworthy from this world. That's right, purification was not necessarily harmless. If the method of purification was to annihilate everything it didn't like, then this bolt of divine lightning would be an extremely terrifying harbinger of destruction. Su Xiaolan let loose an agonized wail as the power of the vermilion bird within her body activated of its own volition to simultaneously resist against and absorb the power of the white lightning vermilion bird. However, this power was still too horrendous. The vermilion bird bloodline absorbed the power of the divine lightning, but this was not a steady stream of power that could be absorbed in a controlled manner. This was a turbulent river that completely overloaded the vermilion bird bloodline's ability to absorb power. The excess power wreaked havoc upon Su Xiaolan's body, destroying everything it encountered, and Kirin attracted the flow of power into Enlin's sea of vital energy with all his might. But he still wasn't fast enough, and Lin felt like an ant on a frying pan. Within his sea of vital energy, the flaming vermilion bird that had remained inactive throughout this whole process suddenly looked up into the sky. A crisp cry suddenly reverberated throughout his sea of vital energy. A projection of a white flaming vermilion bird suddenly flashed past Enlin's eyes. This was the exact same state he was in when the vermilion bird took over his body to control his flames during pill refinement. He didn't resist this state and instead relinquished all control over to the vermilion bird. An extremely powerful suction force originated from Enlin's hand, sucking away all of the power of the vermilion bird divine lightning in Su Xiaolan's body at once. Within his sea of vital energy, the flaming vermilion bird grew feathers of white lightning, and Kirin yelled in protest, and lightning crackled around his body as if he was about to pick a fight with the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird had snatched away all of the divine lightning energy within the sea of vital energy for itself. The vermilion bird divine lightning disappeared. A man stood on the ground. His hand was still tightly holding onto a woman in a jade dress who was sitting on the ground. Su Xiaolan sat with her knees folded, and her eyes were tightly closed as if she had entered some sort of meditative state. An enraged roar erupted from the distance. "Who are you? And why are you interfering with my battle?" Zhuama was enraged beyond belief as it roared at the eastern dragon standing before it. This was an elegant yet powerful red and white dragon over 10,000 feet in length and wearing a faint smile on its face. "Zhuama, you sure a forgetful dragon. I fought you once during the ancient Tai Chu realm's battle of the 100 dragons." Zhuama faltered upon hearing this before a memory from the distant past surfaced in its mind. His pupils contracted with shock. "It's you. You're the former general of the Divine Guardian Squad that followed Heavenly Dragon Maiden Shun Yin Long Ao. Heh. Looks like you don't have Alzheimer's disease yet." The red and white dragon chuckled. "However, I am no longer called Long Ao. Instead, my name is—" The red and white dragon looked up into the sky with a proud and haughty expression. "Long Outyen." Zhuama's mouth gaped open, and Lin's mouth also gaped open. He finally understood why this dragon would save him and Su Xiaolan. This dragon was Long Ao from the Winter Dragon Tomb. It was Lin who had given him the name of Long Outyen at that time. "I was planning to only survey the situation in secret until this junior who has received Shen Yin's inheritance progresses to the Return to Void stage. However, I couldn't just stand by when a cocky bastard like you decided to intervene." Golden light revolved around Long Outyen's claws as he spoke, and bloodthirsty battle intent appeared in his eyes. "Since you've decided to come here, you better be prepared to stay here." "Fuck. I knew this was a bad idea." Apollo withdrew its divine Tao sun cage and reverted back to its original form before fleeing into the distance without a second thought. Long Outyen's arrival had completely flipped the battle on its head. Ao Qingyu stepped through the air with his white robe flapping around him in the wind. Even though he had yet to unleash a sword strike, the space around him had already cracked open. He shot an indifferent glance at Long Outyen. "It's you." "That's right, it's me." Long Outyen nodded. "You didn't need to come. Just me is more than enough," Ao Qingyu said with a cold expression. "Heh, I've been really into fighting recently, so I wanted to spar with a Return to Void final stage dragon to shake off some of my rust," Long Outyen said in an indifferent voice. And Lin urged in an exasperated voice, "If you keep talking, the two dragons are going to escape. Don't worry. They won't be able to get away." Ao Qingyu's sword flashed with a brilliant light. "Everything is under control." Long Outyen's eyes slowly became red. And Lin. He felt like talking to them was exhausting. Both of them flexed their asses off without doing anything. How had this become a flexing competition between the two of them? Long Outyen and Ao Qingyu both unleashed their full power as they pursued the lizard dragons before them. It was also at this moment that the lightning clouds in the sky above completely dissipated. When Su Xiaolan suddenly opened her golden eyes, it was as if the light of dawn had shone down upon heaven and earth. At that moment, Lin felt as if he were witnessing a true dragon raising its head and a vermilion bird flying in the sky above. In the distance, Zhuama and Apollo were running for their lives. They both recalled the time they had been chased by Lin and Ao Qingyu. Now they were still being chased. However, the people that were chasing them were Ao Qingyu and Long Outyen this time. Hee. A Return to Void final stage dragon tribe mighty figure is running like a wounded dog. You sure are a disgrace to the Western Dragon Forest. Long Outyen taunted as he gave chase. Frost God Zhuama didn't want to say anything, so it unleashed a few extreme frost farts instead. Long Outyen's brows furrowed, and he unleashed an almighty breath that broke through Zhuama's extreme frost energy attack before continuing on toward its backside. Zhuama's wings spread wide, and it dodged to the side to evade Long Outyen's breath in a display of unexpected agility. Not taking into account other matters, it was now a lot more proficient at running away than before. Practice makes perfect, after all. However, the situation was different this time as it was being pursued by two Return to Void final stage mighty figures. both of whom were extremely arrogant and violent people. Qingyu expanded the range of his sword intent divine Dao domain as if his life depended on it, and it extended for over 50 kilometers as he unleashed a stab toward Zhuo Ma's backside. The sword projection pierced through space before puncturing Zhuo Ma's divine Dao barrier and plunging straight into its asshole. Howl! Zhuo Ma roared with pain, and its massive body almost plummeted out of the sky. Help me, Apollo! Zhuo Ma cried for help. Apollo had no choice but to turn around and provide reinforcements. It couldn't just stand by idly and ignore Zhuo Ma's perilous situation. Myriad sun-star fire. Apollo turned around, and its massive wings of fire extended before abruptly flapping toward Qingyu and Long Outyin. Tens of thousands of fireballs imbued with the power of the divine Dao crashed down toward them like flaming meteors. Qingyu swiped his sword through the air, slicing apart one fireball after another. Long Outyin transformed into a streak of white light, which pounced toward Zhuo Ma at blinding speed, taking full advantage of its unsteadiness in the air. Get down there! A flat, white, round disk of light burst forth from Long Outyin's claws before crashing down upon Zhuo Ma's body with an overwhelming crushing force. Zhuo Ma screamed as its body plummeted toward the ground. A faint smile appeared on Long Outyin's face, and he was just about to press home his advantage when Apollo's fire attacks crashed toward him again, thereby impeding his footsteps. Run! I won't be able to hold off these two for long. Apollo let loose an enraged roar, and it put its claws together as it crossed its pillar-like legs together to sit in midair. Qingyu and Long Outyin were both perplexed about why Apollo was adopting such a strange pose when a bright sun rose behind Apollo's body, as if it were the sun rising over the horizon, sending light cascading across the entire heaven and earth. Great divine flame, incandescent light. Pillars of light suddenly erupted from the sun behind Apollo, lighting up the entire sky with no place to dodge or evade. Each of the pillars of light was capable of instantly scorching a massive hole into the earth, melting the soil and rock into nothingness. Qingyu and Long Outyin's expressions both shifted upon seeing this, and they had no choice but to unleash powerful spell techniques in order to defend themselves. Zhuo Ma took this opportunity to flee into the distance again. Qingyu, Long Outyin, and Lin, I won't forget this. I will repay you for everything you've done to me today. Zhuo Ma spat through gritted teeth before abruptly raising its head to discover a woman in a jade dress standing in midair with a sword in her hand, as if she was waiting for it. It's you! Zhuo Ma's expression darkened, and it let loose an enraged roar as it thought back to the woman transcending her tribulation. A mere rookie returned to Void Stage mighty figure dares to oppose me? I'll kill you. That's right. The woman was none other than Su Xiaolan, who had just progressed to the return to Void Stage. The Ice and Frost Dragon continued to forge ahead, and its claws tore through the air with indescribable power as they viciously slashed down towards Su Xiaolan. Rookie returned to Void Stage mighty figures were ants, which it could easily crush. It was only unleashing its full power to be absolutely safe. In the face of the devastatingly powerful dragon claws, Su Xiaolan merely raised her sword before her. Bam! Sparks flew and shockwaves surged for several kilometers. The overwhelming power pushed Su Xiaolan back over a kilometer, but her momentum was slowly being arrested. Zhuo Ma's expression shifted drastically in this instant. It detected an extremely fearsome power from the sword blade its claws were in contact with. His pupils contracted. What? How? Su Xiaolan raised her head, and the golden color of her eyes was so pure that even Zhuo Ma's heart trembled at the sight of them. Zhuo Ma, have you prepared yourself to pay the price for what you have done to Enlin and me? Pristine, white holy flame wings appeared on her back, and she stepped forward, upon which she instantly disappeared from the spot. Even though Zhuo Ma was very severely wounded, its senses were still quite sharp, and it immediately turned around to slash its claws through the air toward a certain location. Sure enough, Su Xiaolan appeared in that location. However, the claws had not even struck her before she disappeared again after transforming into a burst of dazzling lightning. May the 4 holy souls materialize my blade of blood to slay gods and destroy Daos, Su Xiaolan chanted as she appeared behind Zhuo Ma. Frosty winds surged, and the jade barley ink garment blossomed like a jade lotus. Beneath the dress, her fair, well-proportioned legs bent as she violently stamped down upon the air, and her body shot forth toward Zhuama at incredible speed. The sword intent of the dragon sparrow sword pierced straight into the heavens as the soul of the holy beast fused with the blade. The blade then transformed into pure, scorching holy flames, which slashed down upon Zhuama's back. A white projection lit up the entire night sky. This sword strike was imbued with the purest power of the true dragon as well as the vermilion bird. It possessed not only the dragon tribe's power of lightning, but it also possessed the power of the vermilion bird's peerless bloodline. This was the most powerful attack Su Xiaolan was capable of unleashing after progressing to the return to void stage. Her sword projection robbed heaven and earth of all colors. In the air above, frost god Zhuama's blood-curdling cries rang out across the heavens. An extremely massive wound appeared on its back, from which blood gushed forth like a river. The gargantuan dragon, almost 5 kilometers in length, collapsed to the ground, making the entire earth tremor violently. As Ao Qingyu, Long Outyen, and Apollo turned to look in Su Xiaolan's direction, they were all dumbstruck by the sight of the plummeting ice and frost dragon and the woman in the jade dress standing proudly atop the heavens. All of them felt like what they were witnessing was simply absurd and inconceivable. One was a rookie returned to void stage mighty figure, while the other was a mighty figure that had attained the power of the divine Tao. Even though Zhuama was in an extremely sorry state, it shouldn't be getting bullied by a woman who had just transcended her tribulation. The same thought welled up in the hearts of all of the dragon tribe mighty figures. This rookie return to void stage mighty figure Su Xiaolan was much more terrifying than they had anticipated. The ice and frost dragon lay sprawled onto the ground, and it panted heavily as it tried to crawl to its feet. It also wasn't expecting to be wounded so severely by a woman who had just transcended her tribulation. Su Xiaolan was not going to give Zhuama the chance to catch its breath. She hurtled toward it in preparation to unleash another sword strike. Zhuama suddenly spread open its wings, and its entire body transformed into a pristine, white body of snow. Boom! Su Xiaolan's sword blade was like a pouncing vermilion bird, which instantly pulverized the pristine, white Zhuama. However, in the next instant, Zhuama had appeared over 10 kilometers away and was quickly fleeing into the distance. Damn it! What a humiliating day. Not only have I been bullied by Ao Qingyu, but I even got pushed around by a junior. Zhuama turned to look around with shock and horror on its face. Thankfully, it had a special escape technique which it used to escape from Su Xiaolan. Where the hell are you going? Fuck off back to where you came from. An enraged roar suddenly erupted up ahead. Zhuama looked up to discover a crimson golden man launching an almighty fist toward it. Extremely fast speed and extremely fearsome power. The two combined in a lethal package as Zhuama was knocked flying through the air by a terrifyingly explosive punch, causing a wail of anguish to escape from its mouth. My Xiaolan isn't done with you yet. The crimson golden man's aura was overwhelmingly powerful as his battle intent surged from his body. And Lin had been in hiding all this time just to cut Zhuama off and prevent it from escaping. Zhuama was in despair. It was severely wounded, and it was being sandwiched by Lin and Su Xiaolan while Apollo was being held off by Ao Qingyu and Long Outyen. What could it do? Howl! Another dragon roar erupted into the distance, chose to yell for help again. However, Su Xiaolan had already spread open her vermilion bird wings of fire and flew toward it at blinding speed as she unleashed a series of powerful sword projections. Zhuama's fortress-like body was sliced open by the sharp blade of the sword, and a few dozen ghastly wounds appeared on its body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the devastatingly destructive power imbued within Su Xiaolan's sword intent was wreaking havoc within its body. You have to hold on. Don't die, Zhuama! An urgent yell sounded in the distance. Is Apollo going to save me? Zhuama raised its eyes with a hint of hope on its face, only to discover Ao Qingyu flying toward it with crimson eyes and a long sword in his hand, unleashing his speed to the very maximum. Tears instantly flowed down Zhuama's face. These weren't reinforcements. This was just another guy trying to kill it. It's over, Zhuama. A pleasant voice sounded from above the heavens. The dragon sparrow sword rang as it sliced through Zhuama's neck, and its head separated from its body. Everything was so spontaneous but also so predictable. Zhuama's eyes widened in shock and horror. Even in the very last second before its death, it still didn't believe that its life would come to an end at the hands of a human woman who had just progressed to the return to void stage. Boom! Its massive body crashed into the ground, creating a gargantuan creature. The frost god of the western dragon forest, the return to void final stage mighty figure Zhuama, had finally fallen. It had become the tragic first victim of the return to void stage Su Xiaolan. That's what you get for trying to kill Lin and me. Su Xiaolan looked down at the decapitated frost god with a cold expression. A vast flow of the power of dragons rose up from Zhuama's body before quickly fusing with Su Xiaolan's body. No! Ao Qingyu was in complete despair as he sobbed into his hands. How could this be? I was the one who saw it first. I've chased it 3 times. Why did it give its life to you instead? Ao Qingyu was about to break down. He was unable to accept this harsh reality. And Lin's lips twitched at the sight of Ao Qingyu's display of heartbreak. He thought about it for a moment before picking up Zhuama's storage ring and flying toward Ao Qingyu. Mr. Ao Qingyu, thank you for your help earlier. This storage ring will be my present to you as a gesture of gratitude. He knew that without Ao Qingyu's assistance, he and Su Xiaolan would have most likely already perished at the hands of the 2 return to void final stage dragons. And Lin knew right from wrong, and he knew when he needed to express gratitude. Of course, Long Outyen also played a role in saving the 2 of them. Ao Qingyu quickly repressed his grief and shook his head with a cold expression. There's no need for that. I saved you to repay you for your help in killing Zeus. And Lin was a little surprised. He didn't think that Ao Qingyu would be willing to pass up even this storage ring. Su Xiaolan slew Zhuama, so this storage ring rightfully belongs to her. I have cleared my debt to you, and you will still be the enemy of the Dragon Court next time we meet each other. Ao Qingyu didn't wait for Lin to give a response before flying into the air with a nonchalant expression. He came and went like the wind. A sense of admiration welled up in Lin's heart. Being able to flex to this extent was quite a skill. At the very least, if it were him, he would not be willing to pass up the storage ring of a return to void final stage mighty figure just so he could flex. Soon, the red and white dragon flew toward them before transforming into a half-naked man. And Lin was familiar with this human form. He was a little taken aback by his lack of clothing on his upper body, but there was no mistaking it. This was indeed the Long Outyen whom he had encountered in the Winter Dragon Tomb. Sigh. Apollo got away in the end. Long Outyen shook his head with disappointment on his face. It's very difficult to prevent a return to void final stage mighty figure from escaping if they insist on doing so. If you require the power of dragons, Su Xiaolan and I would be happy to help you. And Lin said, Haha, that's not important. Long Outyen waved his hand dismissively. I'm actually very astonished by you too. He carefully sized up Lin, as well as the meditating Su Xiaolan, with a hint of shock and envy on his face. It has only been a few years, but you two have grown so quickly that I don't even know what to say anymore. Hehe. We both encountered some miraculous opportunities to get to this point. It was all luck. And Lin spoke with a modest expression. There is no concept of luck on the path to pursuing Tao. Long Outyen looked at Lin with a serious expression. The 2 of you are both exceptionally talented, and that is the reason for your extraordinary progress. It shows how badass you are, and you should embrace it. And Lin was ecstatic upon receiving such glowing praise from the serious Long Outyen. Su Xiaolan opened her eyes again. Her golden dragon eyes had disappeared, and her usual pair of clear, bright human eyes took their place. She made her way toward Long Outyen and extended a respectful bow. Thank you for saving us, senior. Haha, you are the successor to Shin Yin, so it was my duty to save you. There's no need to thank me. Long Outyen was smiling. He was clearly very pleased with Shin Yin's successor. You've only just progressed to the return to void stage, but now you've fortified your cultivation base by borrowing on Zhuoma's power of dragons, thereby cementing you firmly at the return to void initial stage. That is extremely impressive, and I am in awe. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin with a dainty smile. It was all thanks to Enlin's support. Without him, I would still be a mere soul formation stage cultivator. There was nothing wrong with that. Enlin had provided her with her 2 major scalps, which were extremely vital to her progression. So how do you plan to thank me? Enlin turned toward her with a grin. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she was scrutinized by Enlin's scorching gaze. You tell me how you want me to thank you. Kiss me. No, kiss me twice. I helped you kill 2 dragons. Enlin proposed. No. Su Xiaolan was a little shy. There's someone here. Don't worry. Long Outyin is a dragon, so he's not a human. We can just treat him as a piece of background wallpaper. And Lin insisted. Long Outyin. Not only was the progression in their cultivation bases extremely astounding, even the progression in their relationship was astonishingly fast. After thoroughly abusing some single people, Lin and Su Xiaolan set forth on their journey again. Long Outyin chatted briefly with the 2 of them before specifically inquiring about the Dragon Court's current situation. He was the former general of the Dragon Court's Divine Guardian Squad, so he was quite curious about these things, but he had no intention of returning to the Dragon Court. Shenin had passed away, and he was a free man, so he didn't want to go back. Senior Long Outyin, you can come to the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Lin suggested. I'm not a fan of authority. I just want to be a free, itinerant cultivator and battle with no qualms. Long Outyin was a little hesitant about joining a sect. Su Xiaolan chimed in. The 4-9 Immortal sect is different. Even our sect leader, Lin, doesn't really do anything, so he's not really going to restrict you in any way. You'll only be an in-name member of the sect, so when there's something going on, we fight together. But when there isn't, you're free to do whatever you like. Teich. There are no specific missions or duties? Long Outyin was a little surprised, and Lin patted his chest with a smile. Of course. If you want to take on missions and duties, you can, but they're certainly not compulsory. You can pretty much do whatever you want and go wherever you want. If you become an elder, we will allocate you a house and a salary as well. As long as you don't tarnish the sect's reputation or do anything bad. If someone wants to hurt you, you can summon the entire sect to hurt them back. Long Outyin fell into deep thought. The conditions Lin presented were extremely alluring. The reason why he didn't want to enter any sect was that there were too many annoying rules and responsibilities that followed. However, it sounded like Lin's 4-9 Immortal sect was a very free sect. Furthermore, he felt like this sect was a very good prospect. In fact, it could be said that it had limitless potential. Lin and Su Xiaolan were both acquaintances or perhaps even friends of his, so there would be no issues with communication. Sometimes, joining a sect was a huge cultivation opportunity. Long Outyin was very much aware of this. All right, I'll think about it and I'll give you my reply when we make it out of the ancient Taichu dragon realm. Long Outyin finally said after much thought. Lin and Su Xiaolan were ecstatic to hear this. This response meant that Long Outyin was very likely to join the sect. Having another return to void final stage mighty figure as an elder of the sect would be amazing. The 4-9 Immortal sect wouldn't just accept anyone, but Long Outyin was once Xinyin's subordinate, and he had just saved Lin and Su Xiaolan, so he couldn't be a bad person. As such, it would be fantastic if they could recruit Long Outyin into the 4-9 Immortal sect. After chatting for a while longer, Long Outyin decided to bid farewell to the 2 of them. He preferred to hunt and battle alone. Lin didn't try to keep him, so their 3-man party became a 2-man party. Xiaolan, it's time we look for Xiao Zhe now. Even though he has thick skin, it would still be quite dangerous for him if he encounters any return to void final stage mighty figures. Lin said with a slightly concerned expression. Su Xiaolan nodded. No problem. I can finally help out as well. Lin patted Su Xiaolan's head with a smile. You sure can. You're now an invincible below return to void final stage mighty figure. Su Xiaolan pouted. I'm not even scared of return to void final stage mighty figures. So why are you saying below? In that battle against Zhuama, you landed a killing blow on it when it was very much a spent force. In terms of actual power, you have a lot of improvements to make. To be honest, the current you might not even be able to defeat your grandfather. And Lin felt like Su Xiaolan was getting a little too inflated, so he offered a merciless reality check. Su Xiaolan was still unconvinced. When I fought Zhuama, I was only a rookie return to void stage mighty figure. But now, I've absorbed Zhuama's power of dragons and am already at the return to void initial stage. I'm a lot more powerful than I was. And Lin opened his mouth, but he didn't have a response to this. Su Xiaolan patted her chest with a smug smile. Hence, starting from now on, please refer to me as Su, invincible below Dao integration stage, Xiaolan. And Lin. Crap. It looked like he had well and truly been overtaken by Su Xiaolan. Where was his dignity as the husband? And Lin fell into deep thought. Su Xiaolan was feeling quite good after flexing to Lin. She felt like she was falling in love with this feeling. The two of them sat on the brick as they roamed the boundless ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Su Xiaolan would unleash some exquisite fire and lightning sword slashes to slay some mutant beasts with dragon tribe bloodlines. These mutant beasts could still provide some power of dragons, but it was significantly inferior to that yielded by the cultivators from the three main dragon tribes. Slaying 10 soul formation stage dragon tribe bloodline mutant beasts didn't even provide as much power of dragons as slaying a soul formation stage evil dragon. If she were still at the soul formation stage, perhaps she would have to be more cautious with her choice of prey. However, these mutant beasts were pretty much freebies to Su Xiaolan now. She had reached the return to void stage, and her divine sense could easily encompass a radius of over 50 kilometers. As they flew along on the brick, she had performed many instances of slaying an enemy from over 50 kilometers away for Lin to see, making him green with envy. I really want to progress to the return to void stage too. And Lin lamented as he pulled out his evil-slaying sword to try and hurry it into nurturing a spirit. Urging the evil-slaying sword to nurture a spirit was Lin's daily mission. Setting aside whether it was actually useful or not, he had to do his part. This was like people in a family urging someone in the same family to get married. Whether it was contributing to anything was unimportant. The most important thing was that their attitude was conveyed. And Lin was telling the evil-slaying sword with his attitude. It's time to nurture a spirit. Evil-slaying sword. Fuck off. Xiaolan. How does it feel to be a return to void stage mighty figure? Return to void stage? It feels fantastic. How so? My consciousness and vital energy have been significantly enhanced. My sea of vital energy is boundless. My senses are more powerful. My sense of space is extremely powerful, which gives me a different perspective when looking at this world. My Dao intent is more powerful. Su Xiaolan rattled off a massive list of pros, and Lin was filled with anticipation as well as a little disconsolation. Why was it so easy for Su Xiaolan to progress to the return to void stage? He had to obtain cultivation methods as well as a divine pill and a divine tool. It really wasn't fair. Oh, right. Can we try spatial travel? Su Xiaolan suddenly asked. Why are you thinking about trying it now? We don't have a map of the ancient Tai Chu realm, nor any coordinates, so there's no need to use spatial travel, right? And Lin was a little perplexed. It's because it's my first time. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. I'm a little scared, so I want to try and master this skill with you here beside me. So you're saying if we die, at least we die together? And Lin found this to be a little funny, but at the same time, it was quite a sweet feeling that Su Xiaolan was offering to share this experience with him. Su Xiaolan glared at Lin. Don't say that. I just feel safer with you by my side. For a return to void stage mighty figure, their first attempt at spatial travel was actually a slightly dangerous endeavor. There were some extremely unlucky mighty figures in history who had been killed by chaotic spatial turbulence due to a lack of proficiency in spatial travel. This was like learning to drive a car. All return to void stage mighty figures could drive, but newbie drivers had a much greater chance of being in an accident. She had to progress to become a veteran driver as soon as possible. There were two general types of spatial travel: random travel or set location travel. Random travel was basically tearing open a spatial rift and walking around at random amid the chaos before re-emerging at a random place. Set location travel was, as the name suggested, where one had a set location in mind before engaging in spatial travel. Su Xiaolan was going to attempt the latter in this case. Let's go to the summit of that mountain. And Lin pointed to a mountain over 50 kilometers away. All right, Su Xiaolan nodded. She took a deep breath and experienced the rippling of space around her before abruptly tearing open a spatial rift. Su Xiaolan opened up a spatial passageway. Within the passageway was a vast expanse of chaos. She had already determined the coordinates of the mountain in the distance, so it should be no problem traveling there now. Su Xiaolan extended a slender hand to grab tightly onto Lin's hand in order to provide herself with more courage. This was the first time Lin had seen Su Xiaolan put on such a timid face, and he felt like it was quite interesting. Just as Su Xiaolan was nervously and carefully stepping into the spatial passageway, Lin suddenly roared like a groundhog behind her. Ah! Su Xiaolan was given the fright of her life and screamed as she hurled Lin into the spatial passageway. Thus, Lin was almost engulfed by the boundless, chaotic spatial turbulence. This showed that playing pranks at inopportune moments could spell death in some cases. Lin accompanied Su Xiaolan through the chaos, evading all potential hazards, before finally tearing space apart and arriving over the summit of the designated mountain. Phew, that went pretty well. Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief, and a vibrant smile lit up her beautiful features. Lin's face had been sliced open by the chaotic spatial turbulence. Even so, he forced a smile onto his own face and didn't say anything. In his heart, he silently gave her a 1-star review. But the time taken seems to be longer than flying. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. Well, that makes sense. After all, tearing open space requires time as well, so spatial travel is pretty much redundant on journeys shorter than 500 kilometers. Lin found a chance to speak. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. She turned toward the mountain and waved a hand. Blue lightning pierced through the mountain, and a wail of agony erupted. Humph! You want to try and sneak on me with your pitiful strength. Su Xiaolan's intricate brows perked up slightly. A wisp of power of dragons flowed through the air and into her body. Oh, so that was an evil dragon of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. However, I don't think it was trying to launch a sneak attack on us. I could detect with my divine sense that it had practically shit itself at the sight of us and was even more cowardly than a turtle. Lin felt like this was just an evil dragon with lousy luck. Su Xiaolan shook her head. That was just a scout for the enemy that wants to attack us. Our true enemy is in a place where we cannot see. She raised her head and looked up into the vast, starry night sky. There is someone looking at us from the sky above. Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Xiaolan, are you that badass already? I didn't detect anything. The return to void stage Su Xiaolan was much more impressive than Lin had imagined. This is just an indistinct sense of heaven and earth I developed after progressing to the return to void stage. It's a very mysterious sense that is strong within some and almost non-existent within others. Su Xiaolan wasn't too sure of her evaluation herself. Meanwhile, beside a lake situated over 2,500 kilometers away, a man with dragon horns and bat wings opened his crimson eyes. He spoke in a cold and menacing voice. One of our dark guards has been slain. His two servants both stirred upon hearing this. Who dares to challenge the authority of Master Dark Knight Trident? Seeing as they're so keen on dying, we'll go and execute them right now. Dark Knight Trident shook his head. Don't be hasty. Our prey must be quite powerful to be able to detect the dark guard I positioned at the mountain. This could very well be a big fish. The two servants instantly became excited. Could it be a return to void stage mighty figure? Hee. We have to savor the big fish slowly. A ruthless smile appeared on Dark Knight Trident's face. His scouting satellite could encompass a radius of 4,000 kilometers, and he would be instantly alerted to any powerful living beings or battles erupting within that area. This piece of dark cultivation technology made him a lethal hunter in this ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Up to this point, he had already slain 10 soul formation stage powerful beings and was extremely inflated. It was just a pity that he hadn't had a chance to slay a return to void stage mighty figure. But there was now one knocking on his door. It wouldn't hurt to kill a few more enemies before he set that plan into motion. Let's go right now. I'm going to personally grab those big fish for myself. Dark Knight Trident stood up, and his aura climbed as his battle intent surged from his body. Long live Master Dark Knight Trident! His two underlings yelled fervently. On the mountain over 2,500 kilometers away, two people stood at the summit of the mountain. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin. What do we do? If our opponent really is capable of detecting our presence through a method unbeknown to us, then they're definitely not going to be weak. Why don't we stick around and catch this big fish? Enlin suggested with a buoyant smile. Su Xiaolan was still a little concerned. But, no buts. Enlin held onto Su Xiaolan's soft, fair hand as he spoke in a gentle voice. My wife needs some dragons for sustenance, and I'm going to catch some for her. Su Xiaolan. You're right. I'm Su Invincible Below Dao Integration Stage Xiaolan. So what am I worried about? Su Xiaolan muttered to herself. Enlin. He felt like she was intentionally hurting him. This was a rare opportunity for her to flex on Enlin, so she obviously wasn't going to pass up on it easily. Thus, the two of them waited at the summit of the mountain. They knew that their opponent would definitely come here after discovering their presence. Most mighty figures were cocky bastards that would underestimate them. Even if this was a group of a few return to void final stage mighty figures, they would still be able to escape at the very least, so there was nothing for them to be worried about. After a short while, a massive boom erupted in the starry night sky overhead. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. An extremely terrifying power seemed to be piercing through a certain barrier before descending upon this world. Enlin and Su Xiaolan's expressions both shifted drastically. This power struck a hint of fear into both of their hearts. Is this the enemy we're waiting for, Xiaolan? Enlin pointed into the starry night sky. They're coming from up there? Gulp? Su Xiaolan swallowed with a hint of fear in her eyes. I don't know. All I know is that a pair of eyes in the starry night sky above has noticed us. The two of them looked at each other, and both of them could see their own fear mirrored on the face of their other half. They were trying to wait for a big fish. But what if this was a ferocious shark capable of killing them? Theoretically speaking, there should be no one in this ancient Tai Chu dragon realm that would be able to pose a threat to them. However, this world had always been an unreasonable place. All sorts of bizarre and outlandish things could happen in the cultivating world. Just as the two of them were glancing at each other with fear and hesitation on their faces, a burst of sinister cackling erupted from the distance. Ha 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 ha! You killed my dark guard, and you still dare to stay here? Are you thinking about killing me as well? You cocky little shits. You will pay the ultimate price for your ignorance and arrogance. A man with crimson eyes, dragon horns, and bat wings flew toward them from the distance. Behind him were a bunch of dragon tribe powerful beings, which were unleashing fierce war cries. Enlin saw a familiar face at the forefront of the group, and he let loose a cry of surprise. It's you! Dark Knight Trident also caught sight of Enlin, and he too let loose a cry of surprise. You're... My apologies. I have the wrong person. Farewell. Dark Knight Trident yelled before fleeing for his life. Enlin couldn't help but burst into laughter. You may have the wrong person, but I don't have the wrong person. You're called Dark Knight Trident. He gave chase as he spoke, releasing Gundam 3 and Yao Ji in the meantime. Dark Knight Trident didn't dare to say anything and focused wholeheartedly on running away. Su Xiaolan followed along beside Enlin atop her sword with a curious expression on her face. You know him? Enlin nodded with a smile. I do. I gave him a punch once and accidentally punched him away, which gave him an opportunity to escape. Who would have thought that he would come back to me so soon? I don't want to pass up this opportunity again. Su Xiaolan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. All right, I'll go catch him for you. Their opponent was a return to void intermediate stage evil dragon who was extremely proficient at running away. But don't forget that Su Xiaolan was now invincible below Dao integration stage. Chasing down a return to void intermediate stage evil dragon was a piece of cake for her. All of a sudden, dazzling, blue lightning lit up the night sky. Su Xiaolan whistled past Enlin and quickly closed the gap between herself and Dark Knight Trident. She had a mystic technique that could amplify her speed for a short period of time. The mystic technique transformed her body into a bolt of lightning, thereby allowing her to fly as fast as a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage. Quick! Go hold her off! Dark Knight Trident knew that Su Xiaolan's mystic technique had a time limit, so he immediately yelled for his loyal subordinates to hold her off. About a dozen or so powerful dragons instantly unleashed attacks upon Su Xiaolan. One powerful breath after another flashed through the air like streamers of silk in an array of different colors. However, these were all instantly torn apart and pulverized by the terrifying bolt of blue lightning. Immediately afterward, lightning flashed past the dozen or so dragon tribe powerful beings. Before they even had a chance to react, their massive bodies had been turned into lifeless pieces of charcoal. Quick! You two go hold her off too! Dark Knight Trident yelled at his two servants. The two servants had tears streaming down their faces. Master, are you abandoning us as well? If you two don't go, all three of us will die. Don't forget our grand vision. Dark Knight Trident spoke in a solemn and painful voice. Resolute expressions appeared on the faces of his two servants, and they abruptly turned around. Dark Immortal True Dragon Diagram. The two of them made hand seals at the same time, and a massive, circular barrier with a dragon pattern on it appeared in mid-air, from which extremely powerful energy fluctuations exuded. Dong! The blue bolt of lightning crashed into the barrier with a massive sound, as if a huge gong had just been struck. The barrier cracked open in a spider web formation, but the blue lightning also slowly dissipated, revealing Su Xiaolan's body. At the same time, Dark Knight Trident raised both hands to the sky. Scouting satellite, please bestow upon me your power. In the galaxy of stars above, 3 stars flashed faintly, and the potent power of stars suddenly descended upon Dark Knight Trident's body, explosively amplifying his speed. This was his star buff. Ha ha ha! You want to chase down our master? Keep dreaming! The two servants looked as if they had completed a grand mission, and both of them chortled gleefully. Su Xiaolan heaved a faint sigh, and her dragon sparrow sword sprang into action to slice the 2 dragon tribe servants in half in the blink of an eye. And Lin caught up to Su Xiaolan. You're not chasing him anymore? I can't. My acceleration mystic technique was cut off, and Dark Knight Trident suddenly obtained a speed boost. I won't be able to catch him. A disappointed expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. She was supposed to be invincible below Dao integration stage, but she let a return to void intermediate stage evil dragon get away from her. This was making her feel a little frustrated. And Lin felt like Dark Knight Trident was quite admirable. Not taking into account other matters, his escape skills were definitely top tier. Beside a lake over 1,000 kilometers away from where Enlin and Su Xiaolan were situated, Dark Knight Trident's features were deathly pale as he lay on the ground, panting heavily. Huff huff huff, that was really close. What lousy luck to encounter that same man twice. Is he trying to hunt me down? Thank God for my loyal subordinates and my immortal tool, Star Dragon Eye. Otherwise, I would be dead by now. Dark Knight Trident pulled out a purple gem from a pocket and hesitated momentarily before injecting his energy into it. Ancient Dragon Empress, it's me, Dark Knight Trident. After giving up on their pursuit of Dark Knight Trident, Enlin and Su Xiaolan chose a random direction to continue their journey to find his disciple. This was an extremely massive place with many strange creatures that possessed dragon tribe bloodlines. They didn't encounter many dragon tribe cultivators from the 3 main tribes, but they did encounter quite a few interesting mutant beasts. For example, they encountered a soil-ingesting beast on a tall mountain. Their wings had already devolved, and they had 4 short, stubby little legs, with bodies that were similar in shape and form to whales. They were devouring the soil on the mountain with relish and playfully spitting out mouthfuls of soil at their companions from time to time, having the time of their lives. These were probably the most poverty-stricken dragon tribe mutant beasts Lin had ever seen. Su Xiaolan was feeling sympathetic toward them and decided to let them live instead of taking their power of dragons. Their lives were already this difficult, so why not just let them live? And Lin, look over there. Su Xiaolan pointed to a mountain with a smile. What does that mountain look like to you? It looks like a supermassive turtle? And Lin replied with a peculiar expression. Haha, that's right. It's a huge turtle. Su Xiaolan wrapped her arm around Lin's with a joyful expression. You should have an affinity with that place. So let's go there and see if we can find some treasures. A speechless expression appeared on Lin's face. What the fuck do you mean by that? Don't relate me to turtles like this. Even though that was what he was saying, he still decided to accompany Su Xiaolan on a trip to that mountain. The green turtle shell was probably a permanent stain on his reputation, so he might as well just accept it. After a short while, they discovered a strange cave on the mountain. This is a very high-level illusionary formation. The cultivator that set up this formation must be extremely powerful. I'm unable to break it. Su Xiaolan spoke with a solemn expression. Allow me. And Lin stood at the opening of the cave as a white light flashed past his eyes. Divine inspection technique. A series of veined patterns began to appear, initially encompassing a radius of only around 1,000 feet. However, the second layer of hidden spell formation veined patterns appeared after that, and it was extremely massive, encompassing the entire mountain range. Such an impressive spell formation indicates that there must be some good stuff in here. And Lin was also getting excited, and he flicked his finger toward a weak point in the spell formation, upon which a stream of energy burst forth, striking an opening into the spell formation. The two of them surreptitiously entered the cave through the opening. The interior of the cave was a narrow path, which was dark and peaceful. They continued down the inky black path. Suddenly, the space around them underwent a drastic transformation. A white light appeared at the end of the path. And Lin passed through the white light and arrived in a completely new world. Clear, blue skies, lazy white clouds. There was even the sound of waves rhythmically striking the shore. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both dumbstruck. A boundless ocean had appeared before them. There was a woman in red. She was sunbathing as she slept soundly on the beach. She slowly began to open her bleary eyes. Who dares to trespass on my secret vacation spot? The woman in red sat up slowly before turning toward her two unwelcome guests. The vexation on her beautiful features gradually gave way to astonishment. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, how did you two find this place? Ms. Ao Xiao? Why are you here? Both sides spoke at almost the exact same time. Everyone instantly fell silent. This is my vacation spot. Ao Xiao was not very pleased. We thought this mountain looked like a turtle and speculated that there must be some treasures in this cave, which is why we came in, Su Xiaolan explained. She didn't hold any hostility toward this beautiful ant, so her attitude toward Ao Xiao was a lot more pleasant in comparison to when she encountered other Dragon Court cultivators. To think you were able to break open my painstakingly arranged spell formation. Ao Xiao stroked her chin as she sized up Lin and Su Xiaolan, upon which her pupils contracted minutely. You progressed to the return to void stage? I was lucky. A slightly embarrassed smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. So fast. Ao Xiao sighed with emotion. She looked into the distance where the sea met the sky, before taking a deep breath and closing her eyes again as she lay down onto the beach. She was planning to continue sleeping. The sea breeze blew past, and she lay with her gorgeous body completely splayed out in a vulgar sleeping pose, striking a slightly disconcerting contrast with her image. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were a bit dumbstruck by Ao Xiao's decision to continue sleeping. She spoke in a lazy voice. All right, if you don't need anything else, then you can leave now. Of course, you can also stay here and sleep as well. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, you're powerful enough to basically crush everyone in this ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. So why aren't you taking this opportunity to obtain more power of dragons? And Lin couldn't help but ask. The power of dragons is already useless to me, so I don't need that stuff anymore. Ao Xiao replied honestly in a soft, gentle voice. So, you're planning to sleep here until the conclusion of the ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm trial? Su Xiaolin asked. Of course. Is there anything else more comfortable than sleeping? Ao Xiao murmured. This place is my exclusive vacation spot in the ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm, so don't go telling anyone about it. Su Xiaolin looked at Ao Xiao with a speechless expression. And Lin then thought of Ao Qingyu and Ao Mingyu's struggles. Even if you can't obtain the power of dragons, shouldn't you be helping your fellow dragon court cultivators to reduce the death count? Ao Xiao burst into laughter. Protect them? Why do I have to protect them? I'm not their mother, and they're free to do whatever they like with their lives. This was a very willful answer. The woman in red lay down on the beach and drew circles in the sand with her slim finger. If I try to help them all the time by protecting them, battling in their stead, and taking revenge for them, the dragon court would be in ruins in less than 10,000 years. Of course, I may very well be dead by then as well. And Lin and Su Xiaolin had no response to this. After thinking about it, what she had said made a lot of sense. Looking back in history, many large sects fell not because the most powerful beings within the sect were picking fights and bringing about the sect's downfall. Instead, it was usually the small fry who picked fights, and the most powerful beings within the sect tried to mop up their mess for them before everything escalated until the entire sect was destroyed. In that sense, Ao Xiaowu was actually doing the Dragon Court a favor as a stabilizing force that didn't easily engage in conflict. Alright, that will be the conclusion of our conversation. I'm very grouchy when I wake up, so don't bother me again. If you wake me up, don't blame me for fighting you. Ao Xiaowu put an abrupt ending to their conversation and continued with her slumber. And Lin and Su Xiaolin both fell silent before exploring this peculiar world. This place is so strange. The continent outside consists entirely of a starry night sky over a continent, whereas this place has a clear, blue sky and an ocean. It feels like two completely different worlds. Su Xiaolin transmitted her voice. Could this be a small mystic realm? And Lin raised his head to find that there was light in this world, but no sun. He also could not detect any trace of pure yang power. And Lin, look! Su Xiaolin suddenly pointed behind them with excitement on her face. And Lin turned to discover that there was a gargantuan turtle statue above the cave. The statue was extremely realistic, and it looked like it could almost spring into life at any moment. No, wait, that's not a turtle. It has a snake head. And Lin discovered a disparity. Could this be a statue of Shen Wu? Su Xiaolin asked. Looking at its outward appearance and thinking back to the information they had read on ancient texts, this was most likely one of the 4 holy beasts that existed alongside heaven and earth, holy beast Shen Wu. And Lin stroked his chin as a bold thought occurred to him. I haven't been able to find the statue of the ancestor of the heavenly turtle tribe this entire time. Could this be it? Shen Wu should have some ties with the heavenly turtle tribe. Maybe I should bow to it and see if some sort of light shines down upon me. And Lin had gotten nothing out of this trip thus far, and Su Xiaolin was feeling a little sympathetic toward him. Hence, she clenched her fist and offered words of encouragement. I think you should try it. During this period of time, she had received an inheritance, the power of dragons, and even progressed to the return to void stage. She had reaped massive rewards, so she was hoping that Lin could reap some rewards of his own. And Lin was a little nervous as he made the hand seals he had seen earlier before bowing to the Shen Wu statue. A full 3 minutes passed, but the statue did not react in the slightest. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Perhaps Shen Wu hasn't had any visitors for a long time and fell asleep? Maybe it requires some sort of stimulus? Su Xiaolin suggested. Stimulus? And Lin's brows furrowed. When treating a dormant ancestor, one must not resort to violence in order to awaken it. One must learn to be warm and gentle, he muttered to himself. His eyes lit up as he spat a drop of blood essence onto Shen Wu's face. Su Xiaolin, you call that warm and gentle? Shen Wu had blood essence splattered all over its face, but it still didn't do anything, and Lin was feeling quite crushed. He had finally found a statue of what he thought to be a heavenly turtle tribe ancestor, only to find that it wasn't what he was looking for after all. Perhaps it's unable to recognize you as one of its descendants? You have to prove that you're a turtle. Su Xiaolan offered another suggestion, and Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Turtle my ass. I'm not a turtle. How am I supposed to prove that I'm a turtle? That was what he said, but he still unleashed his evading turtle technique after a minute. The dazzling green turtle shell appeared over his body, and Lin stared at Xian Wu with anticipation in his eyes. Look over here, Xian Wu. Your descendant is awaiting your blessings. Rumble. The statue suddenly began to tremor. Immediately afterward, a dazzling pillar of light fell from the sky and onto Lin's body. The boundless Tao intent unique to a holy beast began to flow into Lin's mind. And Lin was full of excitement. So this turtle shell really did work after all. The pillar of light that descended upon him was extremely rich and dazzling. It was more impressive than any pillars of light Lin had ever seen. Perhaps this was because Lin was the only one paying respects to his ancestor, and the ancestor was very touched as a result. After all, an ancestor that had been dormant for so long would inevitably develop a positive impression toward a descendant who suddenly came to pay his respects. Eo Xiaowu was given a fright by this pillar of light. She opened her eyes and was completely dumbstruck by the sight of Lin, who was in his turtle shell, and the Xian Wu statue. What the hell are they doing now? Is he receiving blessings from an ancestor? He really is the descendant of a turtle. Looks like my guess was correct. I told you not to talk, so you use Xian Wu to annoy me instead? How rude. Eo Xiaowu pouted as she put on an eye mask with a pair of glaring eyes printed upon it before lying down to sleep again. And Lin was still basking in holy beast Xian Wu's light of Tao intent. He had already verified that this was Xian Wu's power. After all, he had come into contact with the power of the vermilion bird before, so he knew what the level of power of the four holy beasts was like. The light of true intent bestowed upon him deeper enlightenment in the Tao of defense and the Tao of water. He had even attained enlightenment in his evading turtle technique. The light of Tao intent only completely disappeared after a long while, and Lin wore an expression of contentment. Even the turtle shell on his body was emanating a mesmerizing glow. How are you feeling, Lin? Su Xiaolan made her way over to Lin with a curious smile. Fantastic! And Lin was extremely satisfied. His turtle shell began to disappear, but he was still basking in the Tao intent he had just observed. The holy beast vermilion bird was holy, proud, and epitomized purification and scorching heat. The holy beast Xian Wu epitomized defense and biding one's time. Its Tao intent was as vast as the ocean and extremely mysterious and unpredictable. He had observed the powers of both the holy beasts on a profound level, and he felt like he had reaped significant rewards on this trip. It's really strange that a statue of a heavenly turtle tribe ancestor would be situated in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Su Xiaolan was a little perplexed. Perhaps none of the heavenly turtle tribe living beings discovered this statue or were simply unable to move it, and Lin speculated. He flew toward the statue and tried to move it, only to find that it seemed to be connected to this entire world and could not be moved even a single inch. This was very strange. However, Lin and Su Xiaolan weren't really interested in playing detective. After making a lap around this place, they didn't discover anything else that was worthy of note, so they decided to leave this place and continue on their journey. After all, Lin's disciple, Xiao Zhe, was still out there somewhere, waiting to be found. Eo Xiaowu continued to sleep and completely ignored the two of them. And Lin and Su Xiaolan flew into the air atop the black brick in order to continue their search. After a short while, the two of them saw a burning continent. This continent was quite peculiar. It was lined with rows of buildings, as if it was a town, and there were many corpses that appeared to belong to evil dragons in their human forms. Crimson flames were burning with a vengeance. This was an extremely powerful dragon flame. A dragon tribe cultivator must have gone on a killing spree here, and it took place not long ago. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed as she assessed the situation. There's not even a single survivor. And Lin shook his head. Even though the evil dragons of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm were their enemies, he still felt quite uncomfortable at the sight of so many ordinary living beings that perished in these flames. Killing fellow cultivators was one thing, but killing civilians was going too far. From the signs and traces left behind, it appeared that a Western Dragon Forest mighty figure was responsible for this. This was not much of a surprise. Most of the cultivators from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas kept low profiles and were not known for creating a scene. As such, only a Western Dragon Forest mighty figure was capable of destroying a lavish town like this one. And Lin and Su Xiaolin flew around the area before continuing onward. They flew over one tall mountain after another, as well as some plains, rivers, and lakes. They occasionally encountered some dragon tribe powerful beings from the Western Dragon Forest, but they did not encounter any evil dragons. 1 hour later, they found themselves at the edge of this entire continent. That's right, there was no longer any path up ahead that could be taken. They were greeted by the sight of a boundless expanse of the starry night sky, as if they had stumbled upon outer space. Have we arrived at the end of the world? And Lin looked out into the distance and murmured to himself. Su Xiaolan unleashed a flaming phoenix, which flew out into the starry night sky. After reaching about 50 kilometers away, the flaming phoenix seemed to have struck some sort of barrier, and it exploded amid a flurry of fire. There seems to be some sort of powers of laws isolating this place from the outside world. Regardless of whether it's there to protect or restrict the living beings here, it appears that we won't be able to break through it. Su Xiaolan's bright eyes rippled as she turned toward Lin with a smile. So, we really have reached the end of the world. A smile appeared on Lin's face at the sight of Su Xiaolan's enticing smile. This place is only the end of this world. Beyond this, there are bigger worlds waiting for us to explore. Su Xiaolan held on tightly to Lin's hand. I want to see the ends of other worlds and every scenery in every corner of every world with you. And Lin's heartstrings were tugged on by her words. He stared blankly at the woman under the starlight. She was like a heartbreakingly beautiful celestial maiden under the moon. Ah, the stars tonight are so beautiful. Can't you use a different line? They had finally found a beautiful place, so they naturally had to enjoy some romantic time together. In the central region of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, a pair of massive golden palms, which seemed to unending, crashed down violently upon a black lizard dragon. Space twisted as a resounding boom reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The black dragon let loose a wail of anguish. The sound of flesh and bone exploding erupted at the same time. Splat! A Western Dragon Forest mighty figure fell lifelessly to the ground. Its killer was a huge dragon that appeared to be an Eastern dragon, except it had a pair of golden bat wings growing on its back. The dragon pulled out a purple gem expressionlessly. Ancient Dragon Empress. Areas 2 and 3 have been completely purged. Very good. Bao Falong, you can come back now. The spell formation can be withdrawn to a radius of 5,000 kilometers. A mighty, indifferent voice sounded from within the gem. Upon hearing this, Bao Falong spread open its wings before flying toward a certain direction at blinding speed. At the same time, there were a few other living beings with terrifying auras converging toward the central region of the continent. This was a peculiar ring-shaped mountain range consisting of 99 mountains. There was an inky black circular area here, within which there was absolutely nothing. There was no matter, no light, not even the concept of space. It epitomized the concept of nothingness. There were tens of thousands of living beings gathered here, and some of them flew overhead in their dragon forms, while others stood down below in their human forms. All of them were evil dragons from the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. If the dragon tribe cultivators from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the Western Dragon Forest saw so many evil dragons gathered together in one location, they would definitely become deathly pale with fright. Dark Knight Trident stood among the evil dragons present, and he hurled the immortal tool star Dragon Eye into the sky, where it transformed into stars in the sky, keeping a lookout on their surroundings. A female dragon tribe cultivator in a colorful dragon robe stood proudly above the inky black area of nothingness. She looked up at the starry night sky and her crimson eyes were as clear and pure as glass. This is our final chance. All living beings that enter a 5,000-kilometer radius of this formation must die. We would be happy to lay down our lives for the wall-breaking mission. All of the powerful beings gathered roared in unison, and their combined voices rocked the entire heavens. Among the evil dragons present, a little boy with yellow eyes tugged on his mother's sleeve. "Mommy, why is Daddy going to battle? Can't spirit-nurturing stage cultivators choose not to battle?" The woman caressed the little boy's head before offering gentle, comforting words. "Your father is fighting for our future. Don't worry, your father will work with others to create a special spell formation, and he'll be able to battle even soul formation stage dragons from other tribes." Just as they were speaking, one team of dragon tribe powerful beings after another began to rise into the sky and fly into the distance. Over 2,000 powerful evil dragons among the 30,000 gathered here rose into the sky, creating an extremely spectacular scene. "Daddy will come back, right?" The little boy looked on nervously at the dense pack of dragons in the sky. The woman nodded with conviction. "He will. He still has to take us to live our new life together, so he won't abandon us." The leader of the evil dragons, the ancient dragon empress, was standing atop the inky black area of nothingness, looking up at the stars in the sky, patiently awaiting the final moment. Boom! Outside the starry night sky, another burst of terrifying power erupted. Heaven and earth tremored violently. The 30,000 evil dragons gathered were staring at the starry night sky with either grave expressions on their faces or shock and horror in their eyes. Their fear was a fear of the unknown. No one knew what existed outside of this starry night sky, not even the ancient dragon empress. They only knew that this was an opportunity for them to break the wall down and enter a new world. Boom, boom, boom. The crashes became more and more violent. All of the evil dragons looked on with bated breath. At this moment, even the dragon tribe cultivators in the far distance had noticed this massive commotion. Ao Qingyu turned toward a certain direction with a thoughtful smile on his face. This sound and this power, could it be that a living being from the outside is creating this commotion? Long Outyen was just about to fly in the opposite direction, but he suddenly doubled back. "Ha ha ha, that sounds like fun. There must be some worthy opponents there." Within an inky black forest, Ao Yuetang was still hiding in the shadows, continuing her career in landing the killing blow. She immediately panicked upon hearing the terrifying commotion erupting in the distance before flying in another direction. She knew that she was completely out of her depth here. A huge, opaque ball was skipping around on the continent. Beside it was a miniature flaming dragon licking an evil dragon bone. "Apollo, that place looks quite interesting," the round ball said. Upon hearing this, the miniature flaming dragon swallowed the bone before looking into the distance with a vexed expression. "Please don't go there. We've already lost 2 dragon gods and cannot afford any more losses. Hades, I think we should think about how we're going to answer to the wrath of the Empress." The black ball bounced around and did not say anything. Its attention was entirely focused on the starry night sky in the distance. A short while later, another extremely violent boom erupted in the distance. Immediately following that was the sound of heaven and earth shattering. It wasn't the sound of a certain object shattering, but instead, it was the sound of something intangible shattering. The starry night sky in the center of the 99 mountains began to twist and collapse. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally back. I've finally returned to this world." An inky black set of claws tore through the heavens as a vast, terrifying aura swept into this world. A pair of golden eyes peeked into the continent from the rift in the sky. The 30,000 evil dragons gathered all began to tremble uncontrollably in the face of that terrifying aura. However, the ancient dragon empress remained as composed as ever, and she looked directly into those golden eyes as she spoke in a voice filled with prestige and majesty. "You're weaker than I imagined. You think this is the day on which you will return home, but this is actually the day when you will be destroyed." She splayed her hands open, and a double-headed spear shimmering with the light of countless stars appeared before her. The spear seemed to be crafted entirely from stars, and the space around it twisted upon its emergence, as if it were threatening to pierce through the two worlds. The pair of eyes outside of the starry night sky contracted minutely. When the ancient dragon empress clapped her hands together, the 99 mountains suddenly began to tremor, immediately following which pillars of extremely powerful light soared directly into the starry night sky above, creating a gargantuan ceiling formation. You have returned from outside of the starry night sky and are the most powerful being in this world. Your bloodline resonates with this entire continent, and it is exactly because of this that you have the right to break the wall. The rift in the starry night sky continued to widen as a gargantuan black body began to appear. What are you rambling on about, mixed-breed scum? A vast, thunderous voice imbued with a boundless dragon might erupted throughout heaven and earth. The ancient dragon empress continued expressionlessly. The dragon tribe that resides here is a cursed tribe. We are pitiful creatures that have been caged here. If we want to escape from this world, we must pay an even heavier price. Roar! The black dragon in the sky above blasted a plume of all-engulfing purple flames from its mouth toward the ancient dragon empress with a disdainful expression on its face. The purple flames annihilated the space around it as it descended, but the ancient dragon empress did not appear to be fearful in the slightest. The pillars of light unleashed by the 99 mountains brightened even further and transformed into a colorful barrier that encompassed an area several hundred kilometers in radius, protecting all of the evil dragons within. The purple flames descended upon the barrier, and the light of annihilation erupted forth, as if a purple sun had risen into the sky. In the face of such a terrifying breath of flames, the barrier only tremored once. Not even a single crack appeared on it. The ancient dragon empress continued her ceremonial speech. Thankfully, another hole has appeared in the sky of the Tai-Chu continent. The dragon tribe trial is also the time when the wall between the two worlds is at its most vulnerable. As such, your arrival is both a coincidence, as well as an inevitability. She carved out a series of divine symbols in the air with her agile hands as she spoke. In order to open up a passageway that will allow our cursed dragon tribe to escape, we require a mighty pioneer. I don't have that right. After all, I'm just a mixed breed who doesn't even dare to attempt to reach the Tao integration stage. Today, I will be using your flesh and blood to help us break this wall and escape this cursed land. The ancient dragon empress finally finished everything she had to say. The air before her was already covered in divine symbols, from which boundless divine light burst forth. The divine symbols rose into the sky, instantly piercing through the black dragon's defenses and branding itself upon its gargantuan body, upon which an indescribably terrifying sealing force erupted forth. Roar! What the hell is this? The black dragon unleashed its power of the divine Tao in an attempt to shatter the divine seal. A faint smile appeared on the ancient dragon empress' face. That is a dragon-slaying seal. She waved a hand, and the double-headed spear shimmering with the light of countless stars suddenly glowed with an incandescent light before piercing through the black dragon's gargantuan body. The black dragon's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The black dragon that had struck terror and a crushing sense of asphyxiation into the hearts of over 30,000 evil dragons fell from the sky, directly into the inky black circular hole at the center of the 99 mountains. The suffocating pressure disappeared. Serenity resumed. I succeeded. The ancient dragon empress' voice trembled slightly as she trained her crimson eyes firmly on the darkness below her feet. Her features were filled with unbridled excitement as she awaited the final outcome. Tens of thousands of evil dragons had already erupted into raucous cheers. At a certain place on the ancient Tai-Chu dragon realm. And Lin, look over there. A hole has been punctured in the starry night sky, Su Xiaolan exclaimed. Don't panic. Let's stay here and observe. This is not the time for us to intervene. And Lin was very calm. After a short while, The black dragon was defeated just like that? Su Xiaolan muttered. It was clearly supposed to be a boss character, but it had been insta-killed by its enemies. This development was a little difficult to process, and Lin shook his head. Looks like it has nothing to do with us. We should get further away from here. Right at this moment, his storage ring suddenly began to flash. Why is my spatial magic box moving? And Lin was perplexed. This thing had been lying silently in his storage ring this entire time, so what was it doing now? He was a little curious as he pulled out the spatial magic box out of his storage ring. Right at this moment, boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. The spatial magic box exploded, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were both knocked flying by the terrifying explosion. A massive black figure appeared as the dust slowly settled, and Lin and Su Xiaolan's eyes widened with incredulity. What the hell is that? A gargantuan black figure circled the sky above, and its aura was terrifying enough to make the space congeal around it. This was an incredibly massive black dragon. Why did the spatial magic box explode? Why did a massive black dragon appear after the spatial magic box exploded? And Lin thought back to the information the divine inspection technique had provided him with when he first obtained this treasure at Xiao Zhe's old house. Spatial magic box. Xiao Tu's ninth resurrection trump card. Upon his death, Xiao Tu can be resurrected within this magic box. Aside from that, it also possesses a spatial sealing ability. Could it be? And Lin's eyes widened, and he drew a sharp intake of breath as he turned toward the black dragon. You're Xiao Tu? The black dragon panted heavily as it lay on the ground before its golden eyes turned toward Lin, upon which they suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, it's Mr. Lin. We sure have an affinity with one another. To think we'd meet again here. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this burst of hearty laughter. Who the fuck has an affinity with you? You were the one who showed up here out of the blue and detonated one of my treasures. Even though the treasure initially belonged to Xiao Tu, Su Xiaolan's expression was filled with shock. And Lin, that's the Xiao Tu who wanted to die but was unable and was killed by you in the end? That's him. He's the dragon tribe mighty figure who cultivated in the Tao of indestructibility, Xiao Tuesday. And Lin nodded with a solemn expression. Su Xiaolan looked up at the massive rift in the sky before looking at the black dragon again with astonishment on her face. That's right. I am the very same black dragon who forcefully broke down the wall to come to this world. Fuck, what shoddy luck. To think I would be killed by that bitch after I had only just turned up here. Xiao Tu was quite disgruntled by his most recent death. Just as they were speaking with one another, heaven and earth suddenly began to tremor. The 99 pillars of light became brighter and brighter, as if they were trying to pierce through this entire world. The rift in the starry night sky seemed to be unable to hold on any longer as it began to quickly widen and extend. A certain law seemed to be crumbling, and a fortress had been vanquished. Lethal winds of chaos erupted from within as the power of annihilation erupted throughout heaven and earth. And Lin was a little unsettled by this, and he asked as he pointed in that direction, "What are the evil dragons doing over there?" "They're trying to use the hole in the sky of the Tai Chu continent in conjunction with my blood and flesh to create an opportunity in order to break the wall down and forcefully open up a passageway to the Tai Chu continent." Xiao Tu's expression was filled with unbridled rage at the mention of this subject, and the killing intent surging from his body made the air congeal around them. "Does this mean they've succeeded?" Su Xiaolan asked. They might have obtained one of my bodies, but they'll have to ask me if I'll allow them to succeed." The black dragon abruptly flew into the air. "Are you still going to fight? There are so many of them. Shouldn't you make a tactical retreat first?" And Lin was unable to comprehend Xiao Tu's actions. "Look at the rift in the sky." Xiao Tu pointed to the expanding rift. "If things continue like this entire world is going to be completely destroyed. You too must have come here via a similar method to how you would enter the ancient Tai Chu realm. The light to summon you back has not descended yet. If this world gets destroyed first, do you think you'll be able to go back?" And Lin and Su Xiaolan's hearts jolted upon hearing this. Such a heinous crime must be stopped before it has a chance to eventuate. And Lin was incensed. "It is our duty to protect the land of the ancestral dragon." Su Xiaolan also had a firm expression on her face. Xiao Tu looked at the two of them with a speechless expression on his face. Aren't these two just scared of dying? However, this was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, he probably had the most potent fear of death among the three of them. We have to make haste and put an end to the evil dragon's sinister scheme. Xiao let loose an enraged roar before leading the way toward the pillars of light. And Lin and Su Xiaolin followed along behind him. All of the powerful beings from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the Western Dragon Forest had also realized this problem. All of them hesitated momentarily at the sight of the 99 pillars of light, as well as the expanding rift in the air, before flying in that direction. Slow down, Hades. If you get there too early, you'll get attacked by everyone there. There's no time. There's no river Styx here, so if I die, I'm really dead. So what if I get attacked by everyone there? Come at me if you think you have what it takes. You've actually gone insane. This was a worldwide catastrophe. Even the living beings residing at the borders of this world could sense the power of annihilation and chaos from the rift in the sky, as if everything was going to crumble and this world was going to come to an end. All of the livings were in panic. Some of them scurried around frantically. Some of them trembled uncontrollably. And some of them stared blankly at the calamity unfolding before their eyes. The auras of death and destruction engulfed the entire heaven and earth. A delicate youth stood atop a vast expanse of plains, staring blankly into the distant sky. Not only has my familiar home been taken by the passage of time, but even this world is also going to disappear as well? The youth stared at the rift in the sky with tears in his eyes. What can I do about this? And what can my Tao of defense do? There's only one thing I can do. I must survive. Only by surviving can I ensure the survival of this world and keep all of the future possibilities alive. The youth's dejected eyes gradually lit up as if he had attained enlightenment. Mountains and rivers crumbled. Laws slowly vanished, galaxies of stars collapsed, and the world was coming to an end. Amid the destruction and chaos, a youth gradually stood up tall and made his way over to the source of all of the calamity. As bolts of destructive lightning fell from the sky, the youth's footsteps became more and more firm. At the center of the 99 mountains, the double-headed spear that had pierced through the two worlds stood in front of the ancient dragon empress. Divine light stirred the absolute darkness down below, while the destructive power from above was being kept at bay by the formation constructed by the 99 pillars of light. The interior of the formation was extremely peaceful, creating an unsettling contrast with the craziness of the situation. Tens of thousands of evil dragons stared at the vortex with nervous expressions. I can't help but feel that there's something wrong. The ancient dragon empress turned toward a certain direction, and her crimson eyes narrowed slightly. How was that dragon able to resurrect himself? The blood sacrifice was shown to be a success. But right at this moment, the purple gem on her waist lit up. Ancient Dragon Empress. What is it? Dark Knight Trident. There are 12 return to void stage mighty figures and 51 soul formation stage powerful beings that have encroached upon the area within a radius of 5,000 kilometers from here. Among them, there are 5 return to void final stage mighty figures. Can you handle them? The Ancient Dragon Empress asked. I've already accurately located the targets, Dark Knight Trident replied. Kill them all. The Ancient Dragon Empress instructed. There were more powerful beings from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the Western Dragon Forest than this. They had to eliminate this first batch of powerful beings at all costs before the second wave arrived. Thus, Anlin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Tu hadn't even reached the spatial rift before they encountered 2 evil dragons with terrifyingly powerful auras. Even though Dark Knight Trident was only at the return to void intermediate stage, he possessed the satellite Immortal tool, so he was responsible for scouting the entire battlefield and assigning troops. East Sea Dragon King Ao Meng and 5th Prince Ao Qingyu? I'll send Duba Evil Dragon and Wu Si Evil Dragon. That should take care of the battle in no time. Hades and Apollo of the Western Dragon Forest are more powerful, so I'll send Mei Gue Evil Dragon, Luanyu Evil Dragon, and Huanmeng Evil Dragon in order to finish off the battle as quickly as possible. That black dragon was just resurrected, so it shouldn't be very powerful. Ho ho, we've got some familiar faces too. I'll send Bao Fo Evil Dragon and Tun Tian Evil Dragon too. He and Lin, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to defeat a return to void final stage evil dragon. That's right, all 7 of those evil dragons were mighty figures who had attained the power of the divine Tao. All of them had been deployed to crush the enemies in the most brutal way possible. A ferocious expression appeared on Dark Knight Trident's face, and the satisfaction of having avenged himself flashed in his eyes. He had been humiliated twice by that man, but he was soon going to pay the ultimate price. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Tu were impeded by 2 evil dragons with powerful auras, when they were still over 2,500 kilometers away from the Pillars of Light. One of them was a long dragon with golden bat wings. Rainbow-colored clouds descended upon its arrival, as if it were the holiest existence in this world. I am Bao Fo Evil Dragon. Please die now. A gray, cylindrical dragon, which was flat and stocky, followed closely behind. It had a pair of wings, which were disproportionately tiny compared to its body. Each breath it took made the space before it contract and explosively expand. A smile appeared on its massive mouth. I am Tun Tian Evil Dragon. I heard there was a very pretty dragon here, and I'm going to eat her. Su Xiaolan didn't conceal the aura of her dragon tribe. After hearing the evil dragon's words, she silently pulled out her dragon sparrow sword. However, before she even had a chance to strike, a black dragon tail suddenly swept through the air at astonishing speed. Tun Tian Evil Dragon's expression shifted drastically. Just when it tried to move, an extremely powerful spatial seal encompassed an area of several dozen kilometers around it. Even after unleashing its power of the divine Tao, it still found it difficult to break this spatial seal in a short period of time. Bam! The dragon tail slammed into Tun Tian Evil Dragon's cylindrical body, bashing it into the shape of a horseshoe. Just one tail whip was enough to send it crashing into the ground, and the resulting shockwaves of the collision left a massive crater of over 50 kilometers in radius on the ground below. Shut the fuck up. I'm on a tight schedule here, so piss off. Xiao Tu was not interested in battling Tun Tian Evil Dragon. He continued on toward the ancient Dragon Empress after bashing Tun Tian Evil Dragon to the ground. However, a boundless golden light suddenly began to shine in the night sky. The power of great mercy tore apart Xiao Tu's spatial seal. Bao Fo Evil Dragon flew toward Xiao Tu before speaking in a cold voice. I've said it once before. All of you must die here. Boundless treasured light. A fearsome power of the divine Tao erupted forth. The entire sky was colored golden as streaks of golden light materialized to become substantial structures that intertwined with one another. They descended from the sky after forming a massive bell, upon which the sound of Buddhist mantras erupted, as if it were the sound of the afterlife, guiding lost souls to another realm. Xiao Tu's body faltered, and he felt as if his consciousness had somehow been disrupted. A sense of comfort and bliss welled up in his heart. A gargantuan golden dragon claw crashed down from the sky. The claw had no end in sight. The sky made up the veined patterns on the claw, sealing away all avenues of escape and evasion available to the black dragon before falling with a monstrous force. Great golden claw seal. Boom! Space crumbled, and the black dragon was bashed into the ground as he let loose an anguished wail. The golden claw crashed down with him and transformed into a tall, golden mountain, which weighed heavily down upon his body. It's over. Bao Fo Evil Dragon spoke in a cold voice. Howl, howl, howl. Save me. It hurts so much. Tun Tian Evil Dragon's anguished wails suddenly erupted from the ground below. A crimson golden man was launching one monstrous punch after another onto its cylindrical body, each of which was imbued with devastating power, making parts of its body cave in and drawing blood with every single punch. Say you want to eat my Tao partner again. Say you want to eat Xiaolan. You can eat my fucking shit. And Lin hurled abuse as he pummeled his new sandbag. The dragon sparrow sword unleashed one dazzling sword projection after another in Su Xiaolan's hands, slicing ghastly wounds into Tun Tian Evil Dragon's body. You want to eat me? Come on then. If I don't chop your fucking tongue off, I'll rescind my title as Su. Invincible below Dao integration stage Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan had finally encountered a return to void final stage mighty figure to prove herself against, and she immediately worked up a head of steam. Each and every one of her sword projections was imbued with the most powerful true intents of the true dragon and the vermilion bird, unleashing sword strikes that possessed astonishing force. Tun Tian Evil Dragon had only just been bashed into the ground before it had the crap bashed out of it by Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Didn't Dark Knight Trident say that one return to void final stage Evil Dragon would be able to take care of those two in a minute? Bao Fo Evil Dragon's expression darkened with rage. Dark Knight Trident was surveying this battle via his satellite, and cold sweat was pouring down his body. These two humans were much more powerful than he had imagined. However, it should still be fine. After all, the Black Dragon was already out of commission. The two return to void final stage mighty figures combined would be able to take care of these two humans for sure. Just when Dark Knight Trident was beginning to calm down, a violent explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. The Black Dragon tore apart the golden mountain on his back and rose into the air toward Bao Fo Evil Dragon, with a terrifying killing intent surging from his body. Dark Knight Trident. There were countless battles taking place at this very moment, and there was no one left to be deployed. That's all right, even if they can't take care of their opponents in a short period of time, they should be able to hold them off. When the other return to void final stage evil dragons have completed their missions, I'll send them over as reinforcements. Dark Knight Trident muttered to himself. Aside from Enlin's battle, all of the other battles were progressing according to his expectations. The powerful beings from the Western Dragon Forest and Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas didn't think that the evil dragons would launch such spontaneous and ferocious attacks against them. A Soul Formation Final Stage Divine Guardian Squad powerful being of the Dragon Court was approaching the Pillars of Light for scouting purposes when it was suddenly confronted by over 200 Spirit Nurturing Stage evil dragons. All of them flew toward the Divine Guardian Squad powerful being in a mad frenzy, and over half of them perished in order to bring down that Eastern Dragon. One Western Dragon Forest returned to Void Stage mighty figure was planning to run away as there were too many enemies, but it was pursued by 3 return to Void Stage evil dragons. One of them even unleashed a life-sacrificial mystic technique to stall the Western Dragon Forest return to Void Stage mighty figure before the other 2 managed to kill it. Aside from that, Ao Meng, Ao Qingyu, Apollo, and Hades all fell into arduous battles of their own. The evil dragons of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm had all been deployed, and they fought as if they had gone insane and had no regard for their own lives, thereby presenting nightmarish assaults against their opponents. Of course, there was another place where the nightmare had been reversed. Su Xiaolan, and Lin, and Xiao Tu were currently giving 2 evil dragon mighty figures a taste of their own medicine. Xiao Tu pounced toward the golden dragon in an enraged frenzy. I absolutely detest being forced into the ground by other dragons. I'm going to kill you. A series of extremely sharp golden divine Dao swords pierced through Xiao Tu's body, but he didn't even try to evade them. He continued without any regard for his own safety. He then twisted his massive body with start-line agility and flexibility as he drew close to his opponent. His huge, inky black body wrapped itself around the golden-winged dragon as crushing force clamped down from all directions, as if he was trying to reduce the golden-winged dragon to mincemeat. Bao Fo Evil Dragon cried out in pain before reciting a series of mantras in a mysterious language. Xiao Tu was instantly struck by debilitation, nausea, freezing cold, and the feeling of being poisoned. Those mantras were all curses. How about you shut the fuck up and fight me like a real male dragon? Xiao Tu roared as inky black divine light burst forth from his body. The divine light suddenly contracted before exploding violently. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. Xiao Tu suddenly exploded, releasing devastating destructive power that swept forth for several dozen kilometers. At the center of the explosion, both Bao Fo Evil Dragon and Xiao Tu let loose cries of agony. However, Xiao Tu's cries were intermingled with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! How does it feel? Do you feel like you're going to die? Again! Boom! Another monstrous explosion erupted. Tun Tian Evil Dragon, as well as its tormentors, Su Xiaolan and Enlin were all knocked flying by the ensuing shockwaves. Xiao Tu lay on the ground, seemingly hanging onto life by only a thin thread, and yet a wide smile lingered on his face. Beside him was the completely charred black Bao Fo evil dragon, which was riddled with wounds. Bao Fo evil dragon's massive body was spasming as it opened its mouth with great difficulty. "You're crazy. Do you actually want to die?" Xiao Tu's injuries were healing at an alarming rate. He rolled over and stood up as a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I cultivated in the Tao of indestructibility. Hence, only you're going to die from self-detonation like this while I get to live on. Again. Bao Fo evil dragon." Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion erupted. "Senior Xiao Tu's battle is going quite well. We need to make haste as well," and Lin urged. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. "Senior Xiao Tu looks like he's going to blast himself to death. And yet you call that going well?" The two of them were conversing with one another. But the relentless barrage of attacks they were unleashing upon Tun Tian Evil Dragon didn't falter in the slightest. Tun Tian Evil Dragon was paying the price for underestimating its enemy, and before it knew it, it had been severely wounded by Enlin and Su Xiaolan's combined attacks. Roar! Star engulfing technique. Tun Tian Evil Dragon had decided to bring its opponents down at all costs as it suddenly opened its massive mouth. Its fully open mouth encompassed half the size of its entire body, and it was like a black hole engulfing everything without fail. A terrifying suction force also erupted at this moment. The star engulfing technique was Tun Tian Evil Dragon's signature technique, which could allow it to suck its target into a world within its body, upon which it would slowly grind them down to be used as sustenance for itself. All of a sudden, all of the air, animals, plants, soil, rocks, everything before its cavernous mouth was being sucked in by an irresistible force. Su Xiaolan screamed as she was forced to fly toward the dark, cavernous mouth by the star engulfing technique. This was a spell technique that had been imbued with Tun Tian Evil Dragon's power of the divine Tao, so it was not something she could easily resist. A white figure suddenly passed her by and arrived before Tun Tian Evil Dragon first. The insignia of a golden eye appeared on Enlin's forehead as golden ripples proliferated outward. Divine Plunder Technique. Thankfully, Tun Tian Evil Dragon had yelled out the name of the spell technique it was unleashing, so Enlin was able to instantly find the star engulfing technique amid a vast selection of spell techniques. Tun Tian Evil Dragon felt as if it had lost something at that moment. The terrifying suction force also instantly disappeared. Its mouth was still wide open, but it had forgotten how to engulf things. Enlin and Su Xiaolan stood in midair before the gigantic mouth, staring blankly at Tun Tian Evil Dragon. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, and Lin assessed the star engulfing technique to find that there weren't many prerequisites to unleashing it. Aside from having enough power, one only needed to possess an appropriate space within their body in order to unleash the spell technique. He found that he satisfied both of those conditions, and Lin immediately opened his mouth and activated the star engulfing technique. Tun Tian Evil Dragon was completely dumbstruck. "What's going on? Why do you have my..." Howl! It let loose a wail of anguish before its massive body was engulfed by a spatial vortex, upon which it shrank at an alarming rate before flying toward Enlin's mouth and disappearing down his throat in the end. Everything had happened extremely quickly, and Enlin was pretty much in point-blank range of Tun Tian Evil Dragon, so it didn't even have a chance to react before it was sucked into Enlin's mouth. Burp! Su Xiaolan was dumbstruck. How? Could you swallow such a disgusting dragon into your stomach? Enlin. Was it important what the dragon looked like? Looks really were paramount in this world. If you were ugly, you would be treated with disgust even after you were swallowed into someone's stomach. Thank God he was handsome. This spell technique doesn't swallow its target into my stomach. It's in my internal world, Enlin explained. Internal world? Su Xiaolan cocked her head to the side and thought for a moment. You mean your sea of vital energy? Enlin smiled. That's right. Next, I'm going to torture this stupid dragon to death in my sea of vital energy, within his sea of vital energy. Tun Tian Evil Dragon looked around at the vast sea of vital energy around it, and finally came to its senses as it roared with rage. Enlin, have you thought about the consequences of stealing my spell technique? You think you'll be fine by holding me captive here? I'm going to destroy your sea of vital energy and sever your Tao foundation. It roared as the power of the engulfment and destruction divine Tao erupted forth. It wanted to wreak havoc here, and Enlin would be forced to release it when he couldn't take it any longer. All of a sudden, a dazzling bolt of golden void lightning pierced through its power of the divine Tao before puncturing its stubby body. Howl! Tun Tian Evil Dragon wailed with anguish. The bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying. It wasn't some ordinary golden void lightning, but instead, it was a bolt of golden void lightning that was imbued with the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Tun Tian Evil Dragon was completely astonished, and it turned toward the direction the attack had originated from, upon which its expression shifted drastically, as if it had seen a ghost. What the hell is that? There was a little golden baby in this sea of vital energy. Tun Tian Evil Dragon felt like its world had been flipped on its head. How could there be a baby in one sea of vital energy? That's right, its assailant was none other than Enlin's fake son. And Kirin was a strange being that could even resonate with divine lightning, so of course his lightning was no ordinary lightning. After donning the Kirin Blood Jade t-shirt and shorts and absorbing a few waves of divine lightning, the power of lightning he was capable of unleashing was many times more terrifying than Enlin's most powerful lightning attack. Not taking into account other matters, his attacks would be able to pierce through a normal mighty figure's power of the divine Tao with ease. And Kirin was extremely displeased with what Tun Tian Evil Dragon had tried to do, and after giving it an unintelligible, angry lecture, he pounced directly toward Tun Tian Evil Dragon. Tun Tian Evil Dragon was not going to back down, and it too let loose an almighty roar as it threw itself at Kirin. I don't care what you are, but I'm going to kill you. However, right at this moment, holy vermilion flames suddenly fell like a waterfall upon its head, thus burning its entire body. Tun Tian Evil Dragon had been completely charred black, and its body was trembling uncontrollably. It looked with a dazed expression to find an arrogant flaming vermilion bird circling the sky above, upon which tears welled up in its eyes. And what the fuck is this supposed to be? A shiny golden baby followed by a flaming vermilion bird. Had it just entered a fake sea of vital energy? And Kirin did not give Tun Tian Evil Dragon a chance to ponder life. He flew toward Tun Tian Evil Dragon at blinding speed with his arms and legs extended in a straight line like Superman. Extremely terrifying lightning crackled around his body, and he was like a humanoid lightning flying sword that was piercing through the air toward Tun Tian Evil Dragon's body. Tun Tian Evil Dragon unleashed its most powerful breath toward Kirin. However, the sword Kirin had transformed his body into was ridiculously sharp, and he cleaved through the breath like it was nothing before continuing onward with unstoppable force, puncturing Tun Tian Evil Dragon's massive mouth and emerging on the other side. Tun Tian Evil Dragon howled with agony as blood gushed forth like a fountain before splattering into the sea of vital energy. How? How could I be beaten by this? Whatever this thing is, I won't accept this. The severely wounded Tun Tian Evil Dragon suddenly let loose an enraged roar as the power of the divine Tao erupted from its body to materialize into a small, black sword, which was capable of engulfing all things. The small, black sword was imbued with the full extent of Tun Tian Evil Dragon's power of the divine Tao, and it moved at an extreme speed. And Kirin had just unleashed an attack, so he was unable to evade this flying sword, which was traveling even faster than a bolt of lightning. Bam! And Kirin exploded from the power of the sword. Tun Tian Evil Dragon chortled gleefully. Do you know who you're messing with now? No matter what type of strange creature you are, you... Holy fuck! It didn't even get a chance to finish its sentence before golden lightning appeared at the location where Kirin had just detonated. The golden lightning quickly converged to materialize an enraged golden baby with his hands on his hips. Tun Tian Evil Dragon's mouth gaped open with astonishment. It can resurrect itself? What the fuck? Tun Tian Evil Dragon was about to fall apart. That attack was its full-force strike that had expended a huge chunk of its energy. It had finally managed to slay the golden baby, only to find that it had infinite lives? How was it supposed to fight something like this? Tun Tian Evil Dragon didn't even have a chance to catch its breath before something even more soul-crushing took place. The flaming vermilion bird circling the sky had also decided to hunt it down. After absorbing the power of Su Xiaolan's vermilion bird divine lightning, the holy flame of the flaming vermilion bird had undergone a transformation. It now had both the incinerating power of flames as well as the pure destructive power of lightning. Perhaps the vermilion bird wanted to test out its power on Tun Tian Evil Dragon, who could only flee for its life. Within Enlin's sea of vital energy, the powers of the flaming vermilion bird and Inkirin could be unleashed to their fullest extent. It was simply a piece of cake for them to take care of a severely wounded evil dragon. Holy flames roared and lightning exploded. The sea of vital energy surged violently amid a relentless stream of blood-curdling cries from Tun Tian Evil Dragon. The time limit for the divine plunder technique was 10 minutes. However, Tun Tian Evil Dragon didn't even last 10 minutes in Enlin's sea of vital energy before it was tortured to death by Inkirin and the flaming vermilion bird. In the last moments of its life, boundless indignation and despair welled up in its heart. The battle had become a competition of sorts between Inkirin and the flaming vermilion bird. Inkirin won out this time by landing more blows and dealing more overall damage, perhaps because his lightning attacks had a speed advantage. Thus, the mighty Tun Tian Evil Dragon was ravaged by terrifying lightning and flames until its vitality was completely depleted, leaving it to die a tragic death filled with humiliation and despair. And Lin felt like this was quite a monumental event. Tun Tian Evil Dragon was the first living being that had perished in his sea of vital energy. This was the first time he had encountered something like this, and he wasn't sure if there were going to be some strange changes taking place upon his body as a result. His sea of vital energy seemed to have grown invisible hands as it dissected Tun Tian Evil Dragon's body into the most basic form of energy before merging it into the sea of vital energy. This was an extremely massive amount of energy, which significantly expanded the size of his sea of vital energy. Not only that, but a peculiar power also rose up from his sea of vital energy, reciprocating his musculoskeletal structure as well as his meridians. This is the power of dragons? And Lin exclaimed. He could feel that his skeletal structure now had the resilience unique to the dragon tribe and that his blood and energy had become extremely abundant. This was even more satisfying than taking a few high-rank immortal pills in quick succession. Not only that, but even his consciousness had been imbued with a hint of dragon might. You obtained the power of dragons? Su Xiaolan stared at Enlin with incredulity on her face. You don't have the dragon tribe bloodline, but you were able to obtain the power of dragons? That's right? Enlin stretched his powerful body as he said with a joyful smile on his face. My sea of vital energy serves a function that is similar to your dragon tribe bloodline, in that it can absorb my deceased enemy's power for myself. Tun Tian Evil Dragon has already been slain in my sea of vital energy, and its energy has fused with my body. It's just a pity that this method can only be used once. Su Xiaolan's eyes widened. Tun Tian Evil Dragon really had been slain in his sea of vital energy? And it had been digested as the power of dragons? She slapped her cheeks in an effort to calm herself down. Even though she had seen Enlin created countless miracles, Enlin was still able to regularly flip her world on its head. The power of a return to void final stage mighty figure sure is fantastic. I feel like my entire body has been enhanced. Enlin had just absorbed Tun Tian Evil Dragon's power, and his body was overabundant with energy. He really wanted to fight. Boom! Another terrifying explosion erupted. Enlin and Su Xiaolan turned to look at the mushroom cloud in the distance, and they both fell silent upon hearing Xiao Tu's agonized yet elated laughter. Su Xiaolan. Senior Xiao Tu. Seems to still be self-detonating. Enlin. He looks like he's having a lot of fun. The dust slowly settled. A massive golden dragon lay on the ground. Its golden wings had already been blasted into oblivion, and its body was in an extremely sorry state. Most importantly, its aura had completely disappeared. Bao Fo evil dragon had also fallen. A massive black dragon lay beside the golden dragon. His entire body was riddled with ghastly wounds, but he was still alive. Instead, he was panting heavily as he chortled with glee. See? No matter how much I self-detonate, I will always survive until the end. No one answered him as Bao Fo evil dragon had already been reduced to a corpse. A vast flow of the power of dragons began to surge into Xiao Tu's body. Holy fuck! What the hell is this stuff? Why have I become more powerful? Xiao Tu's expression shifted drastically. Senior Xiao Tu, this is the law of heaven and earth here in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. As long as you're a dragon tribe cultivator, you can slay another dragon tribe cultivator to obtain their power of dragons. And Lin explained as he flew toward Xiao Tuesday. It looked like Xiao Tu had never been here before. What the hell? Xiao Tu's expression was filled with astonishment. He then seemed to realize something as he yelled in a loud voice, "Get away from me! Piss off, you accursed power of dragons! I've been repressing my cultivation base with great difficulty, but if you enter my body now, I'm not going to be able to resist the urge to Dao integrate. You're going to kill me! Avast ye accursed power of dragons!" And Lin? Su Xiaolan. For some reason, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were struck by the urge to give Xiao Tu a beating upon hearing this. This was the first time they had seen someone display such contempt toward the power of dragons. Give it to me if you don't want it. By the way, Mr. and Lin, I really didn't think you would progress this quickly. I always knew you were exceptional, but now, I'm beginning to wonder if you're some badass mighty figure in disguise. Xiao Tu spoke as he absorbed the power of dragons with a pained expression. I'm actually Pangu, and Lin said with a smile. Don't lie to me. I've seen Pangu before and he didn't flex anywhere near as much as you. Xiao Tu refuted. And Lin, and your Dao partner as well. This is the first time I've seen such an outstanding dragon tribe descendant. Xiao Tu continued to dish out praise. You're far too kind, senior. Su Xiaolan tried to be modest, but deep down, she was feeling quite elated. Being praised like this by a dragon tribe ancestor gave her a strong sense of accomplishment. And Lin chuckled as he interjected. Of course my Dao partner is outstanding. She was just saying that she was invincible below Dao integration stage. How could she not be outstanding after saying something like that? Su Xiaolan? Xiao Tu faltered slightly upon hearing this and didn't know what to say. Were all young people this cocky nowadays? After absorbing the power of dragons, Xiao Tu's injuries had mostly recovered. He had also taken a regenerative immortal pill, so he was now ready to keep on battling. Everyone continued on toward the pillars of light. Time was of the essence in an emergency like this, so they couldn't afford to stall here. At the center of the 99 pillars of light, the ancient dragon empress expression suddenly shifted as grief and incredulity appeared on her face. Bao Fo and Tun Tian died? They were two of the most powerful cultivators among the evil dragons. None of the most powerful enemies had fallen, but two of her most powerful subordinates had already perished. Dark Knight Trident. You owe me an explanation. The ancient dragon empress wrath erupted straight into the heavens, and Dark Knight Trident was struck by a crushing sense of asphyxiation as he trembled uncontrollably. Ancient dragon empress, you really can't blame me for this. The enemy is simply too bizarre. Let me explain. Dark Knight Trident recounted on Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Tu's battles. To be honest, even he was dumbstruck by what he was seeing at that time. He felt like those three people were simply demons. Tun Tian Evil Dragon was swallowed by its own technique, while Bao Fo Evil Dragon was blasted to death by a suicide bomber that wouldn't die. This was a bizarre story that no one would even believe. Thankfully, the ancient dragon empress believed him. She looked into the distance, where three powerful beings were hurtling toward her at extreme speed. Sigh. Am I going to have to battle after all? The ancient dragon empress heaved a faint sigh. You can't. Dark Knight Trident dissuaded in a panicked voice. You are the hope of our entire tribe, so you can't allow yourself to go into battle. You're extremely close to the Dao integration stage, and if you unleash your power of the divine Dao here in this broken and cursed world, you'll have no hope of ever progressing to the Dao integration stage in the future. I'll send some other dragons to hold those enemies off. The ancient dragon empress interrogated in a cold voice that was filled with irrefutable might. Dark Knight Trident, are you trying to kill more of our tribal brethren? Dark Knight Trident's body shuddered. His tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably, but he didn't dare to say anything. He knew what a significant sacrifice the ancient dragon empress was going to make for her tribal brethren. He had admired and revered her from when he was just a young dragon. But now, his idol was about to give up on the path she had been pursuing her entire life. The ancient dragon empress looked around at the 30,000 brethren around her before speaking in an indifferent voice. I'll be back soon. Her body suddenly disappeared as her voice fell. Over 500 kilometers away, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiao Tu suddenly faltered. A dragon tribe woman wearing a rainbow imperial robe suddenly appeared before them. The dragon tribe woman had a set of beautiful features and a pair of eyes as clear and bright as rubies. Her dragon horns were a translucent white, and she had a pair of rainbow-colored wings that appeared to be caught somewhere between illusion and reality. Xiao Tu immediately flared up with rage upon seeing this woman. This was the woman who had just slain him. She was also the leader of the evil dragons in the ancient Taichu dragon realm, the ancient dragon empress. It's you. You dared to kill me once, so I'll return the favor. Xiao Tu roared with rage, and his massive body twisted as his tail whipped through the air with the power of the divine Tao like a slap toward the ancient dragon empress. The ancient dragon empress wings spread open, and her body dissipated like clouds and mist. Xiao Tu's attack struck thin air. I've already sealed the space around here, but she can still escape so quickly? Xiao Tu's brows furrowed. In the next instant, Su Xiaolan's expression shifted drastically as she used her sword as a shield before her. The ancient dragon empress reappeared before Su Xiaolan, and her hands transformed into white dragon claws that tore through space before crashing into the dragon sparrow's sword with devastating power. Boom! Indescribably crushing force erupted forth. Su Xiaolan was knocked flying along with her sword. The ancient dragon empress' brows furrowed slightly. Her thought process was to kill the weakest link first, but this human woman was able to block her attack. Xiaolan, and Lin's entire body turned crimson golden, and he hurtled through space with 7 different flames erupting around him at once. His arm relentlessly accumulated power, becoming more and more dazzling in the process. And Lin launched an almighty fist toward the ancient dragon empress. 3 times, Fire God Fist. After absorbing the return to void final stage power of dragons, his Fire God Fist was even more powerful. The ancient dragon empress reacted extremely quickly as one of her dragon claws swept through the air to clash with Lin's Fire God Fist. Boom! The space within a radius of over a kilometer instantly crumbled. The earth within a radius of over 10 kilometers was annihilated into dust. A crisp crack sounded from the ancient dragon empress' dragon claw as her body was knocked flying by the overwhelming force behind Lin's fist. Her expression shifted again as a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Ha ha ha! Well done, mister. And Lin, a massive black figure suddenly appeared, obscuring the entire sky and cutting off all avenues of escape and evasion available to the ancient dragon empress. Dead bind. Xiao Tu's body caught the ancient dragon empress' tumbling body like a baseball mitt, upon which he activated a spatial seal, as well as inky black chains that materialized from the power of the divine Tao to completely ensnare the ancient dragon empress. Experience the wonder of explosions with me. Xiao Tu chortled with glee. Death explosion. Boom! Another devastating mushroom cloud rose up from the ground. Xiao Tu's self-detonation ability was extremely terrifying. It was able to severely wound a return to void final stage mighty figure and even kill some who had weak defenses. Ah! 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 Xiao Tu's anguished wails erupted again. However, there was no sense of elation in his voice this time. Boom, boom, boom. This was the sound of a series of terrifying collisions. And Lin and Su Xiaolan turned toward the direction where the battle was taking place. A gargantuan black dragon was struggling for his life on the ground, while a rainbow evil dragon straddled his body while materializing two rainbow fists, which she rained down relentlessly upon the black dragon. Each and every one of her punches drew blood and broke bones. In the end, boom! Xiao Tu's body exploded open like a watermelon from the relentless attacks, and Lin, Su Xiaolan. Xiao Tu's death was extremely spontaneous, and Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't even get a chance to rescue him before his head exploded. The terrifyingly powerful rainbow dragon was most likely the ancient dragon empress in her dragon form. The power she was unleashing now was even more formidable than what she was capable of in her human form. Not only that, but Lin could detect a sense of struggle in her power, as if the true intent of her divine Tao had been itching to break through some sort of self-imposed shackles. This was an extremely special type of power of the divine Tao. It couldn't even be demonstrated in a tangible form, as if it was a spiritual power of the divine Tao. I didn't want to use my power of the divine Tao, but you're all too powerful. It's just like what Dark Knight Trident said. I won't be able to kill you if I don't use my full power. The ancient dragon empress blasted a plume of dragon flames from her mouth to cremate Xiao Tu's body before turning to face Lin and Su Xiaolan. Lin's expression was extremely grave, and he immediately released Gundam 3 and Yao Ji to test the ancient dragon empress power. When he saw the ancient dragon empress crush Gundam 3 with one swipe of her claws and shatter Yao Ji's super particle sword with a swipe of her other claws, he immediately grabbed Xiaolan and fled into the distance. Invincible below Tao integration stage, my ass. This ancient dragon empress is truly invincible below Tao integration stage. You killed my subordinates, and now you want to run away? The ancient dragon empress rose into the sky and light flashed from her body as she disappeared on the spot. Spatial skip. The hair on the back of Lin's neck stood on end, and he immediately activated his Fire God mode. 3 times, Fire God Fist. In the next instant, the ancient dragon empress appeared before him as expected, and she made a strange seal with her claws. Pain of shredding flesh. A ball of yellow divine Tao light suddenly appeared before her. When Lin's fist crashed into the ball of light, boundless agony instantly assaulted his body. At the same time, his crimson golden arm had been shredded by some sort of terrifying force over 10,000 times in the blink of an eye. Boom! When the two powers collided, the ancient dragon empress was knocked back again, but her expression remained extremely calm as she looked at Lin. Ah! Lin wailed with agony as his right arm exploded. My arm! Lin grasped his empty sleeve as his teeth chattered with agony. Lin! A hint of determination appeared in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she slit open her own wrist to infuse her dragon sparrow sword with the powers of her vermilion bird and true dragon bloodlines. She stepped forward, and her body moved as fast as lightning to appear instantly before the ancient dragon empress. The holy flame and lightning from her dragon sparrow sword exploded into the sky before fusing together to form a unique type of fire lightning. The fire lightning sword strike extended for several dozen kilometers, parting heaven and earth with its tremendous might. It felt as if a true dragon and vermilion bird had both descended upon this world at the same time. Even the evil dragons from over 500 kilometers away could still see an astonishing sword strike that lit up the entire night sky. Pain of the grinding disk. A crimson domain appeared around the ancient dragon empress, like a grinding disk that could wear anything down into nothingness. The earth-shattering sword strike Su Xiaolan had unleashed after her blood sacrifice was instantly buffered over 10,000 times by the divine Tao grinding disk before landing on the ancient dragon empress body. Whoosh! The sword projection inflicted a faint wound upon the rainbow dragon's body before its power completely ran out. How could this be? Su Xiaolan's expression was filled with incredulity. Her opponent's bizarre power had completely transcended beyond her imagination. Space began to congeal as the ancient dragon empress whipped through the air with overwhelming power. Su Xiaolan had no avenues for escape or evasion, and she felt as if a massive mountain with no end in sight was hurtling toward her. She could only use her sword as a shield to defend her life. Boom! Su Xiaolan's defenses were crushed by the terrifying power of the dragon tail striking the dragon sparrow sword. Bam! Shockwaves surged in a radius of several dozen kilometers as she was reduced to a tiny black spot on the horizon. How resilient! The ancient dragon empress could sense that Su Xiaolan was still alive. She was just about to give chase when a dangerous aura made her falter in her footsteps. On the ground below, the origin energy of the netherworld wafted from Enlin's body as he crushed a high-rank spirit tool with his remaining hand. Sword Burial. 9 God Mountain Sword. A massive golden sword stretched across the entire sky, encompassing the entire heavens as his sword intent swept through the air in a radius of several dozen kilometers. It tore through space and slashed toward the rainbow dragon with the power of the earth from 9 divine mountains. The ancient dragon empress couldn't just disregard that attack, so she unleashed her power of the divine Tao again. Pain of the cage. She clapped her claws together as a massive golden bell appeared in front of her. Dong! The massive golden sword clashed with the massive bell, and the ensuing sound of the collision was audible for thousands of kilometers. The ancient dragon empress could sense that the sword before her possessed power equivalent to 9 massive divine mountains falling down upon her. She had already activated her power to the very maximum, but her divine Tao bell was still showing signs of cracking open. She immediately injected more of her energy into the massive bell. The massive golden sword began to crumble. Finally, just when the massive bell was shattered, the massive golden sword also disappeared. To think that such a spell technique exists. The ancient dragon empress looked down at Enlin with a hint of bewilderment on her face. Enlin was even more astonished. She had taken his tycoon attack head-on and remained completely unscathed? How was he supposed to even fight this? A silver figure suddenly appeared behind the ancient dragon empress. Yao Ji had arrived, and it opened its mouth. Inky black energy imbued with boundless destructive power erupted forth. Dark matter annihilation cannon. The ancient dragon empress also opened her mouth as a rainbow divine Tao breath burst forth. This was like a rainbow waterfall. The rainbow energy clashed with the dark matter annihilation cannon, and the former completely crushed the latter in an instant, tearing apart the dark matter annihilation cannon and engulfing Yao Ji at the same time. The rainbow breath continued on toward the night sky, creating a bizarre spectacle. In the end, the rainbow breath exploded like fireworks after striking a certain point in the night sky. Heaven and earth tremored violently again as the rift in the sky extended even further. The destruction of the world had been exacerbated. And Lin still remembered what Senior Xiaotu had said. If the passageway between this world and the Taichu continent was opened up, then the destruction of this world would become inevitable. Yao Ji plummeted from the sky, and its silver superalloy body had already become a scorching golden color, as if it were about to melt at any moment. Electricity surged around its body, trying to force it into movement, but it was clearly incapable of doing so. Another insta-kill, and Lin lamented. He hadn't even begun running away yet when the ancient dragon empress pounced toward him again. The ancient dragon empress disappeared and reappeared before him in a split second. This spatial skipping ability was simply a nightmare to face in battles, and Lin's chances of escape had been drastically lowered as a result of this ability. Boom! A set of claws appeared in the sky before descending with an overwhelming force, pinning Enlin tightly to the ground. Enlin tried to use the evil-slaying sword to keep the claws at bay, but he was unable to struggle free. "Let Enlin go!" A crisp cry erupted from the distance. Su Xiaolin flew toward the ancient dragon empress atop her dragon sparrow sword. She had already sustained severe injuries, but she didn't take this opportunity to run away. Instead, she came back with no hesitation to face the ancient dragon empress again. "Great! Now I won't have to chase you down." The ancient dragon empress eyes flashed as another divine Tao true intent domain appeared. Pain of the cage. The massive golden bell appeared again, but its purpose was not to defend against an attack this time. Instead, it had been summoned to trap Enlin and Su Xiaolan in an indestructible cage. An expression of despair appeared on Lin's face upon seeing this. It was all over. They had no hope of escaping now. Su Xiaolan wielded her dragon sparrow sword and continued onward with unstoppable force as she slashed down upon the ancient dragon Empress Claw, which was holding Lin captive. However, the ancient dragon Empress was simply too powerful. When her rainbow wings flapped abruptly, a gust of rainbow divine Tao wind blew Su Xiaolan away into the air. There really was a huge disparity between a fake invincible below Tao integration stage cultivator and a real invincible below Tao integration stage cultivator. Su Xiaolan's body crashed into the golden bell, and she threw up another mouthful of blood. She gripped her dragon sparrow sword tightly in her hand and turned toward Lin again with battle intent still glowing in her eyes. At this moment, the ancient dragon Empress expression suddenly shifted as she turned toward a certain direction. Another dragon has dared to encroach upon my formation? I'll kill them. She swiped her claws in a violent, downward motion, planning to quickly get rid of Lin first. However, in this dire situation, Lin materialized an incredibly resolute turtle shell around his body. Her full-force attack was only able to make slight cracks on the surface of the turtle shell. What the hell is this? The ancient dragon Empress eyes were spitting fire. She turned toward the distance and hesitated momentarily before disappearing on the spot. As opposed to wasting her time trying to crush this peculiar turtle shell, taking care of the invading mighty figure was much more important. The ancient dragon Empress left, and Lin and Su Xiaolan quickly converged. I didn't think your turtle shell would be so useful, Lin. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's pale features. Seeing that Lin managed to survive that last attack, she was finally able to heave a sigh of relief. And Lin was also very thankful for this evading turtle technique. If the turtle shell weren't a dazzling green, it would be an ideal defensive technique. It's all thanks to that mighty figure encroaching upon the formation that we now have a chance to run. Let's hurry up and break this golden bell first. And Lin suggested. Su Xiaolan had no objections, and the two of them sprang into action. About 500 kilometers from where they were situated, the seventh son of the Dragon King, Ao Xianyu, was flying quickly toward the pillars of light. He could sense the earth-shattering battles taking place around him. All of the evil dragons had been deployed, and this world was facing destruction. He knew exactly what he needed to do in this situation. He wasn't going to make it sound noble and valiant by saying he was saving the world. Instead, he was simply trying to stop the evil dragon's operation so that he could survive. If the world continued to crumble like this, it would probably be destroyed before everyone could be summoned back to their original world. In that case, all of them would die here. Ao Xinyu was a return to Void Final Stage mighty figure, as well as the #1 spear god of the Taichu continent. He was one of the most powerful cultivators here regardless of whether it was from a cultivation-based perspective or a combat prowess perspective. Hence, he had the confidence to sneak deep into enemy territory alone in order to foil their plans. A rainbow evil dragon suddenly appeared before him. Who's there? Ao Xianyu gripped his silver spear with a tense expression on his face. This evil dragon had an extremely powerful aura, so it was most likely one of the 7 legendary return to Void Final Stage evil dragons. He could not afford to take this opponent lightly. I am the ancient dragon Empress, the rainbow dragon replied in a cold voice. At the same time, a terrifying dragon might suddenly descended, striking Ao Xianyu with a crushing sense of asphyxiation. Ao Xianyu. Wait, wasn't the ancient dragon Empress not supposed to be able to battle? What the hell was going on? Ao Xianyu was trying to sneak in order to avoid battles, only to be confronted by the final boss. He forced himself to calm down before speaking in a cold voice. So, it's the ancient dragon Empress. I'm here to investigate the source of the sudden change in this world. What business do you have here? My business is to kill you, the ancient dragon Empress replied. Ao Xianyu's expression shifted drastically, and his battle intent began to surge. You sure can talk the talk. Let's see if you can walk the walk. His muscular arms bulged as the 1,000 change dragon slaying spear in his hands twisted into a corkscrew shape. A silvery white dragon claw appeared at the tip of the spear, while an extremely mighty white dragon projection appeared behind his body. Corkscrew dragon slaying spear. Ao Xianyu's body moved along with his spear, as he unleashed his most powerful signature technique from the get-go, launching a spear projection straight through the ancient dragon empress head. It had to be said that this dragon court war god was indeed quite powerful. His speed, power, spear technique, and the might of his divine Tao were impeccable. However, the ancient dragon empress was completely unfazed. A slightly forlorn expression appeared on her face as a red power of the divine Tao instantly engulfed the space within a radius of 5 kilometers around them. Pain of slaughter. The range covered by this attack was not very significant, but the dense, red light struck fear into the onlookers' hearts. Ao Xianyu felt that the blood in his entire body had started to churn all of a sudden. What's going on? His expression shifted drastically. He was extremely astonished to find that his power of the divine Tao was unable to defend himself against the erosion of the ancient dragon empress power of the divine Tao. I'm short on time, so please die quickly. A hint of sorrow suddenly appeared in the ancient dragon empress' eyes. The sorrow was profound and boundless, and there were even tears of blood flowing down her face. An indescribable sense of melancholy resonated with heaven and earth as a rain of blood began to fall. Before Ao Xianyu could unleash another attack, his body was already trembling violently. Boom! Large quantities of blood suddenly began to flow from Ao Xianyu's eyes, nose, ears, and even his pores. In that instant, this dragon court war god was like a flourishing red flower. Boundless blood blossomed in the night sky, as if these were the fireworks that indicated the final moments of his life. The blood then fell like cascading rain onto the earth. Peace resumed. Even when Ao Xianyu had the crap bashed out of him by Enlin, his spear still never left his hands. However, the silver spear finally slipped out of his grasp now and plummeted heavily to the ground below. The ancient dragon empress looked on with a disconsolate expression at the fallen dragon court war god, but she swiped her sharp claws through the air again to tear Ao Xianyu's body in half. It's over. The ancient dragon empress wiped away her bloody tears, and her body shuddered as she threw up a mouthful of blood. I don't have time left. I have to eliminate all of the potential threats in the shortest amount of time possible. She turned toward where Enlin was situated again, and her body disappeared between heaven and earth amid a flash of light. Enlin and Su Xiaolan had already broken the ancient dragon empress golden bell cage. They knew escape was not an option. If they didn't put an end to what the ancient dragon empress was doing now, there would be no point in running away, as they would perish along with this world anyway. However, they were also fully aware of the fact that the two of them were unable to defeat the ancient dragon empress. They needed to have other mighty figures with who they could team up and battle together. That mighty figure that had just appeared and had indirectly and unwittingly saved their lives would be a great addition to their party. However, the two of them had only just begun flying toward the battle when they witnessed Ao Xianyu being insta-killed. The ancient dragon empress' bizarre yet indescribably devastating power had both Enlin and Su Xiaolan drawing sharp intakes of breath. This was a dragon much more powerful than any they had ever faced. They immediately turned to flee. Enlin knew that he wasn't much more powerful than Ao Xianyu, and Su Xiaolan was sure that she would be unable to survive that attack the ancient dragon empress had just unleashed. So rushing in now would only spell their deaths. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji were already disabled, and both of them were repairing themselves in his storage ring. They had no reinforcements right now, so they could only run. 10 seconds later, the ancient dragon empress appeared directly ahead of them and appraised them with a cold expression. The ancient dragon empress had clearly paid a price for her choice to kill Ao Xianyu as quickly as possible. At the very least, she had sustained some injuries. Her battle style was very aggressive and radical, and she was most likely doing this to try and eliminate all of her enemies as soon as possible. If the passageway between the two worlds could be opened up in a short amount of time, then they would most likely all fight more defensively in order to stall their opponents. However, the evil dragons had chosen to take the initiative, and all of them were trying to slay their enemies at all costs. They were doing this to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. as well as to deny them the opportunity of gathering together and combining their forces. This indicated that it would take some time to open up the passageway between the two worlds. In a slow battle, the evil dragons would lose. Hence, they were doing everything they could to seize the initiative in order to divide and conquer all of the powerful beings from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the Western Dragon Forest. With this in mind, Lin felt like the most important thing right now was to gather more allies in order to combine their power. However, they were chased down in only a few seconds. The ancient dragon Empress' eyes had turned crimson, but her rainbow dragon scales emitted terrifying divine light, giving Lin a sense of asphyxiation. She could insta-kill Ao Shenyu, so she would be capable of insta-killing Lin and Su Xiaolan as well. Sure enough, bloody tears began to flow from the ancient dragon Empress' eyes again, as a red divine Tao light enshrouded Lin and Su Xiaolan. Boundless sorrow and pain manifested into a substantial power, which could resonate with heaven and earth. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Pain of slaughter. The spell technique that had insta-killed Ao Shenyu appeared again. The ancient dragon Empress had chosen to use a sure kill technique against Lin and Su Xiaolan from the get-go. She didn't want to engage in a prolonged and drawn-out battle, as she could sense a powerful aura approaching them from a distance. She had to eliminate these two enemies before her new enemy arrived. So she unleashed the spell technique despite the price that she would have to pay. Not only were there tears of blood flowing from the ancient dragon Empress' eyes, but blood was also flowing from under her rainbow scales. In the distance, Dark Knight Trident's body trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the ancient dragon Empress, who was unleashing her pain of slaughter again. The scenes unfolding before his eyes slowly became blurred as a sense of indignation and powerlessness welled up in his heart. Why? Why did things become like this? He murmured to himself, and for some reason, he recalled back to the first time he had encountered the ancient dragon Empress. At that time, the ancient dragon Empress was the epitome of both beauty and power. She was the leader of their dragon tribe, and she bowed to no other living being as she was the most regal god of this world. Big Sister Dragon Empress, why is it that we have to fight other dragon tribes every once in a while? Dark Knight Trident, who was 7 years old at that time, mustered up his courage to look up at the beautiful Empress before him. Perhaps it was this moment of courage that transformed his whole life. The ancient dragon Empress caressed Dark Knight Trident's hair with a gentle and soft smile. They're all outsiders, and killing us will give them the power of dragons. So we have no choice but to resist in order to survive. Can't we just hide? Ever since my mother and father left for battle 2 years ago, they haven't come back. I really want them to come back. Dark Knight Trident didn't understand anything. All he knew was that he missed his parents. The ancient dragon Empress' eyes became slightly downcast. She knew what it entailed for Dark Knight Trident's parents to have not returned for 2 years. We have nowhere to hide. This world is only so big. So where can we go to hide? If we don't want to be pushed around, then we can only become more powerful. Your mother and father are fighting so that you won't get pushed around, and they can't come back for now. As long as you work hard to become stronger, you'll be able to see your parents again later on. The proud Empress told a little white lie to Dark Knight Trident. Her attitude was very gentle and friendly, so Dark Knight Trident's initial fear had completely disappeared, and he began to ask more questions. Then why is it that all of us are from the dragon tribe, but everyone else refers to us as evil dragons? That title makes it easier for them to kill us without having it weigh on their conscience. The ancient dragon Empress replied. That's so bad. Why don't we stand up and tell them we're not like that? Dark Knight Trident was a little enraged. There's no need to do that. If they're calling us evil dragons, then we'll show them how evil we can be. We'll show them that all of us are vicious and bloodthirsty so that they know not to mess with us. That way, they'll have second thoughts about ever pushing us around again. So if we pretend to be very vicious, they'll be scared and back off? So we'll be able to protect ourselves to a certain extent. Dark Knight Trident asked. That's right. You're such a smart little boy. However, just pretending won't be enough. You'll have to be really vicious if you want to protect your family and friends. Are you interested in cultivating with me? Dark Knight Trident was stunned by the ancient dragon empress question. He only managed to produce an answer after a few seconds. Really? You would be willing to teach me? That's right, your aptitude is not bad. So you'll definitely be able to become one of the heroes of our tribe. The ancient dragon empress replied with a smile. Dark Knight Trident didn't know at that time what a monumental event it was to be instructed by the ancient dragon empress. He was simply extremely happy that such a beautiful and powerful woman would be willing to instruct him in his cultivation. Master, I'll work hard to become extremely powerful in the future. I'll protect my parents, my tribal brethren, and I'll even protect you. An amused smile appeared on the ancient dragon empress' face upon hearing this, and she caressed his small head. I really look forward to seeing that day. After that, they chatted about a lot of things, but he could no longer remember the specific details. The only thing that lingered in Dark Knight Trident's mind was the woman's incredibly radiant and enchanting smile under the light of the sun. Time flew by. Dark Knight Trident really had become one of the most powerful beings among the evil dragons. However, when the world was on the brink of collapse and there was a battle erupting, which would decide the fate of his tribe, he could only stand by and watch as the ancient dragon empress went into battle at the expense of her cultivation path. He could still remember the vow he had sworn as if he had sworn it yesterday. Dark Knight Trident could only look on powerlessly from the darkness at everything that was transpiring. Master, I really am useless. So useless. I told you I would become stronger, strong enough to protect you. Dark Knight Trident muttered to himself, completely ignorant of the fact that his nails had already dug deep into his palms. He looked at the bleeding body of the rainbow dragon, and he felt like there were invisible hands tearing relentlessly at his heart. On the battlefield, blood tears flowed relentlessly from the ancient dragon empress' eyes as blood stained her rainbow scales. The red divine Dao domain instantly enshrouded Enlin and Su Xiaolin. In this instant, Su Xiaolin grabbed onto Enlin's hand and activated the turtle shell in front of her chest at the same time. Boom! A huge turtle projection suddenly appeared to envelop Enlin and Su Xiaolin within. Black divine light created a substantial, resolute turtle shell. 99 different types of high-rank defensive spell techniques stacked themselves into layers on top of one another on the turtle shell. At the same time, the power of the defensive Dao intent, belonging to a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, began to revolve on the surface of the turtle shell, as if Guyu had arrived in person. That's right, this was the heavenly star dark shell that had been gifted by the heavenly turtle tribe high priest, Guyu. It was capable of defending against even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure's attacks for 10 consecutive minutes. The turtle shell immediately pushed the ancient dragon empress red divine Dao light aside, as if it was an absolute, indestructible defense. The heavenly star dark shell could even defend against a Dao integration stage super mighty figure's attacks, so it would obviously be able to keep the ancient dragon empress attacks at bay as well. The ancient dragon empress' chest constricted upon seeing this, and she spat through gritted teeth. Why is it a turtle shell again? The last time she tried to kill Enlin, he unleashed a shiny green turtle shell. This time, she wanted to kill Su Xiaolin and Enlin at once. But Su Xiaolin unleashed an even bigger and more powerful turtle shell. A turtle shell that even she could do nothing about. Were these two dragons or turtles? Howl! The ancient dragon empress roared as the red divine Dao light became even denser and more powerful. Blood tears flowed again, and blood seeped out from under her rainbow dragon scales at an even faster rate. The despair, grief, and indignation of being slaughtered manifested themselves into substantial energy, which relentlessly struck the inky black turtle shell. Phew! Thank God for your turtle shell, Enlin. Su Xiaolin's features were a little pale as she heaved a faint sigh of relief. Now's not the time to let down our guard. Don't forget that the Heavenly Star Dark Shell spell technique can only last 10 minutes. Enlin transmitted his voice to her. We have to think of something within 10 minutes. It's for 30 minutes. This turtle shell can be activated thrice. Su Xiaolin transmitted her voice in response. She turned to look at the ancient dragon empress, and a thought seemed to occur to her as she continued to transmit her voice. I have an idea. That dragon looks like she's very tired from unleashing this spell technique, and she's even bleeding. This type of spell technique should be very harmful to her. We don't know what the time limit for this spell technique is, but it would be ideal if she could continue to maintain this spell technique. And Lin immediately caught on to what she was saying, and he transmitted his excited voice. You want to exhaust her to death. Their eyes met, and no more needed to be said. And Lin, what do we do? My turtle shell is about to crumble. A desperate expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she gripped her dragon sparrow sword tightly in her hand, as if she were preparing for a battle to the death. Don't panic. We'll run away as soon as the turtle shell cracks. Can't you see that she's bleeding profusely? She must already be severely injured, so she definitely won't be able to catch us. And Lin offered words of consolation. The ancient dragon empress was just about to take a rest, but she hesitated upon hearing Lin and Su Xiaolan's exchange. If the turtle shell spell technique was about to crumble, it would conserve more energy if she maintained her pain of slaughter, rather than stopping then starting again. This was like if someone were sobbing loudly, it would be easier to keep sobbing, rather than stop, before immediately sobbing again. Of course, this would only be viable if the turtle shell was going to disappear soon. Su Xiaolan had already said that the turtle shell was about to crumble. As soon as the turtle shell crumbled, the pain of slaughter would instantly detonate them on the spot. But what if Su Xiaolan and Lin were acting? The ancient dragon empress' eyes narrowed, and she instantly made an evaluation. No, there was almost no chance of that. Such a powerful defensive spell technique could not be maintained for long. Even if they were acting, this turtle shell defensive spell technique would not be able to last even a minute. The ancient dragon empress continued to shed bloody tears, and even though she had slightly decreased her power output, she was still maintaining her pain of slaughter. A minute passed. And Lin, I can't hold on? Su Xiaolan clasped a hand over her chest and surreptitiously bit open her lip to feign blood flowing from her mouth. Don't give up. The ancient dragon empress won't be able to hold on for much longer. We'll be the ones to come out on top in the end. And Lin encircled an arm around Su Xiaolan's slender waist as he offered words of encouragement. Ancient dragon empress. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being swindled. This spell technique was much more powerful than she had imagined. Even though it looked like it was taxing on the user's body, this was still the most powerful life-saving trump card she had ever seen. Keep going. They're definitely not going to be able to keep this up much longer. Another minute passed. The ancient dragon empress was about to collapse. Her energy reserves were showing signs of being completely depleted, and she was feeling anemic from excessive blood loss as well. How had things come to this? The ancient dragon empress gripped her claws tightly together as indignation and sorrow welled up in her heart. Right at this moment, the powerful aura from a distance away had closed in. The ancient dragon empress' worst fear had eventuated. She didn't get a chance to kill Lin and Su Xiaolan before another powerful foe entered the fray. Ha ha ha. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, have you two been trapped here? I'm here to save you. A red and white dragon approached from afar as it laughed heartily. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both excited upon seeing who it was. Senior Long Outyen, you're finally here. And Lin greeted him with an elated expression. Be careful of the ancient dragon empress. She's very powerful. Take care not to let her red power of the divine Tao engulf your body. Su Xiaolan cautioned. Don't worry. I know what I'm up against. Long Outyen turned to face the ancient dragon empress with a scorching light in his eyes. You must be the most powerful being among the evil dragons. I've never seen you fight before, but this time, I'm going to allow you to witness my power. The red and white dragon roared as he slashed his claws through the air. White power of the divine Tao materialized a corkscrew tornado that swept toward the ancient dragon empress. Long Outyen possessed the pulsation divine Tao. Everything could pulse, and pulsation was power. The space in the wake of the corkscrew tornado also began to pulse and twist, creating an extremely terrifying energy attack that relentlessly brushed aside the ancient dragon empress divine Tao. Long Outyen's tornado easily tore through the red divine Tao power, which encompassed this entire space. only for the ancient dragon empress to evade it with her wraith-like movement techniques. What? Long Outyen's expression shifted as he paused in his tracks. The red divine Tao power was very bizarre, as if it wasn't even substantial. The rain of blood was still falling. The ancient dragon empress turned to glare at Long Outyen with her crimson, bleeding eyes. The red power of the divine Tao extended to instantly enshroud Long Outyen within. Be careful, Senior Long Outyen. Su Xiaolan immediately grabbed onto Enlin's hand and flew toward Long Outyen. The turtle shell also moved with her. That's right, she discovered that she could move while maintaining this spell technique. The only thing was, the turtle shell seemed to be somehow slowing her down. Long Outyen was completely enshrouded by the red power of the divine Tao, and he could suddenly feel his blood wailing, struggling, and churning. All of this was happening because of this red power of the divine Tao, which seemed to be able to penetrate through anything. His power of the divine Tao was unable to defend against the erosion of the ancient dragon empress power of the divine Tao. Long Outyen was given a massive fright. Thankfully, Su Xiaolan had arrived nearby and provided reinforcements in his time of need. Get in! Su Xiaolan yelled. Long Outyen immediately reverted back to his human form before hurtling toward the turtle shell projection. An opening appeared in the projection to accept Long Outyen. Boom! Long Outyen crashed heavily into the interior of the turtle shell. Blood was flowing down his entire body along with cold sweat. He panted heavily, and his blood surged again as he threw up another mouthful of blood. Huff huff, that was close. I felt like I almost died. Long Outyen spoke with fear lingering in his heart. You really did almost die. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. We already cautioned you about the ancient dragon empress divine Tao domain, and I took that to heart. I didn't underestimate her at all, but she was still more terrifying than I had imagined. A wry smile appeared on Long Outyen's face. No one had ever seen her fight, but who would have thought she would be this terrifying? And Lin stroked his chin as he surveyed the bleeding dragon. Just what kind of experiences could result in her attaining such a terrifying divine Tao? They were back to square one again. The only difference was that it was only Enlin and Su Xiaolan hiding in the turtle shell at first. Now it was Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Long Outyen all hiding inside the turtle shell. What do we do now? We'll die as soon as we get out of this shell. Long Outyen swallowed a high-rank spirit pill to facilitate recovery. Don't panic, we're going to wear her down now and see who can last until the end. Can't you see she's struggling? And Lin reassured. Outside the turtle shell, the ancient dragon Empress Red divine Tao power slowly shrank. In the end, it wasn't even able to encompass the turtle shell and was gradually withdrawn into her body again. The rain of blood stopped, as did the ancient dragon Empress blood tears. The ancient dragon Empress also pulled out an immortal pill and swallowed it, as if she had been inspired by Long Outyen. Long Outyen was taking a spirit pill, so she took an immortal pill. Everyone's chest constricted upon seeing this. She really was a boss after all. Even the pill she took was of a higher level than theirs. What do we do now? It looks like the ancient dragon Empress has given up. Su Xiaolan was itching to do something, and Lin spoke with a justified expression. Of course we take this opportunity to run. Long Outyen. Of course we take this opportunity to launch a retaliation. Everyone instantly fell silent. The two of them looked at one another. You still want to fight, Senior? Have you forgotten how you were almost insta-killed just then? And Lin snapped. Running away isn't going to resolve any of our problems. This is a rare opportunity to strike her down while she's weakened. Otherwise, we'll have no chance once she recovers. Long Outyen analyzed. We should find powerful allies first and band together before discussing our best course of action. And Lin stuck to his initial suggestion. The two of them had conflicting opinions, and they both turned to look at Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan pondered the issue for a moment before surreptitiously transmitting her voice to Enlin. The turtle shell can still be used twice, so should we give it a try? If it doesn't work, we can just activate the turtle shell again. Alright, but don't tell Senior Long Outyen about this. Make him think that this is a make or break situation. Only then will he be able to fight with his full strength. and Lin transmitted his voice in reply. A short while later, Su Xiaolan turned to Lin with a beseeching expression on her face. I think Senior Long Outyen is right, and Lin, we should act according to his suggestion. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. So be it then. They had arrived at a decision. Long Outyen was feeling a little smug that his suggestion had been the one taken on board in the end. Unbeknown to him, Lin and Su Xiaolan had already fixed the voting process and had even worked out courses of action for how to make him fight as if his life depended on it, as well as what they were going to do if the plan failed. After that, the three of them began to discuss strategy. The ancient dragon empress took this opportunity to recover her lost blood and energy while waiting for the time limit on the turtle shell spell technique to slowly trickle away. However, the spell technique hadn't even ended when the turtle shell suddenly split open. Boom! The space within a radius of 5 kilometers suddenly began to pulsate violently. An extremely powerful pulsating shockwave crashed into the ancient dragon empress body, pulverizing the ground behind the ancient dragon empress in a sector shape for over 10 kilometers. Long Outyen had struck first, and he had given his all. The ancient dragon empress was knocked flying by the surprise attack. Perhaps it was because her wounds had not healed yet, but blood began to gush from under her dragon scales again. At this moment, Su Xiaolan descended while wielding her dragon sparrow sword. Holy flames soared into the sky before materializing into a gargantuan vermilion bird, which descended from the heavens with a boundless holy might upon the rainbow dragon. Boom! Flames exploded, sending waves of fire sweeping outward in a radius of over 10 kilometers. The rainbow dragon roared as she plummeted to the ground under the terrifying might of the flaming vermilion bird. On the ground below, Lin slit his wrist and blood essence gushed forth as he injected the power of his consciousness, which rivaled that of a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, into a crimson cross in a mad frenzy. A series of inky black chains soared into the sky, binding onto the plummeting rainbow dragon. At the same time, an extremely fearsome restrictive power erupted forth from the cross. A crimson pillar of light over 5 kilometers in radius engulfed the rainbow dragon, sealing her body and consciousness. This was the power of the Blood Soul Cross. And Lin was obviously not going to think that this would be enough to completely immobilize this insanely powerful dragon. He unleashed his Fire God mode and instantly appeared on the rainbow dragon's massive back, upon which he tossed out the large water ball. Boundless crushing force descended upon her body. The ancient dragon empress roared with rage, but her body had been heavily pinned to the ground. The dual restrictive effects of the Blood Soul Cross and the large water ball had finally immobilized this terrifying dragon tribe mighty figure. And Lin didn't let his guard down. The insignia of a golden eye appeared on his forehead as he unleashed his divine plunder technique again. He was going to plunder the ancient dragon empress' most dangerous ability. Golden ripples instantly enshrouded the rainbow dragon. The ancient dragon empress abilities began to surface in his mind. And Lin hadn't even begun choosing a spell technique when the crazed emotions of struggle and indignation from an entire tribe erupted, threatening to make his head explode. Ah! The ancient dragon empress power was far too bizarre. The peculiar explosion of emotions made an involuntary wail of anguish escape from Lin's lips. In that instant, he felt like he really was going to explode from that power, and he was forced to withdraw his divine plunder technique. Erg! And Lin's blood churned, and he threw up a large mouthful of blood. His brain felt like it had been torn apart. He had only made a split second of contact with the ancient dragon empress power, and that was almost enough to kill him. I can feel you trying to make contact with my power? Even though the ancient dragon empress had been restricted by the Blood Soul Cross and the large water ball, her expression was still extremely cold and calm. A shiver ran down Lin's spine, and he reflexively leaped up from the ancient dragon empress back to open up more distance between the two of them. Can you understand my power? The ancient dragon empress stared at Lin. Her body glowed more and more brightly as rainbow divine Tao light suddenly burst forth. It was vibrant and beautiful, as if it contained countless possibilities. However, Lin could detect a sense of boundless grief, indignation, and rage from within. The ancient dragon empress wings slowly retracted as the light became more and more dazzling. Her body began to shrink as her sense of existence became more and more difficult to detect. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. He discovered that the blood soul cross had lost its target, and so had the large water ball. "Be careful," he yelled. Bam! Space exploded violently. Dazzling rainbow light appeared before his eyes. An exquisitely beautiful dragon tribe woman clothed in an imperial robe with rainbow light dancing around her body extended her claw-like fingers toward Lin's heart. And Lin was not expecting the ancient dragon empress to escape her restrictions by reverting back to her human form. He only had a chance to turn his body to the side before a massive hole was stabbed into his chest by the sharp claws. And Lin! Su Xiaolin rushed over to reinforce him and forced the ancient dragon empress back with a sword strike. The ancient dragon empress stood silently in the distance, and she used a blood-stained fingertip to paint her lips crimson. She looked at Lin with a meaningful gaze. "This is the first time a living being has tried to come into contact with my power. However, if you want to come into contact with my power, you must first experience the pain my tribe had to endure." The ancient dragon empress words and her mysterious smile instantly put everyone on high alert. Su Xiaolin flew toward Lin's side and indicated for Long Outyin to do the same, so that she could protect all of them with her heavenly star dark shell again should unforeseen circumstances arise. However, the ancient dragon empress turned to look into the distance with an indescribable sense of age and sorrow in her eyes. "This is a cursed world. Due to the laws surrounding the power of dragons, your dragon tribe regarded this place as your personal hunting ground. But did you know that this is the place we call home? We didn't do anything, but we were branded with the heinous label of evil dragons. You slaughtered my brethren like animals just so you could further your own strength. We don't want to fight, but this is our home. Where can we hide?" One city after another was destroyed. Countless tribal brethren were slain. Every 5 years, we are faced with the very real threat of extinction. We don't know how powerful our enemies are going to be, and we don't know how cruel our enemies are going to be. We can only struggle and resist, and in the end, we were forced to become true evil dragons. The ancient dragon empress looked at Lin as rainbow divine light suddenly enshrouded heaven and earth, transforming the entire space into something that looked as if it had come from the beautiful work of art. A pained smile appeared on her face. "What has my tribe done wrong? Why do my tribal brethren have to endure all of this? Why have we been confined here? I want to protect them, and I'm clearly able to progress to the Dao integration stage, but I'm stuck at the return to void pinnacle stage as I am impeded by the laws of heaven and earth. To all of you, this is only a trial ground, but to us..." The ancient dragon empress pointed up at the sky as blood tears flowed from her eyes again. "This is an infernal hell that has tortured us for countless years. Why is it wrong for us to want to leave this place?" Boom! Bolts of crimson lightning exploded in the sky. They were like the ear-splitting, interrogative words of the ancient dragon empress. These words were not only being spoken to Lin, but also to this entire heaven and earth. The rainbow divine light between heaven and earth surged even more brightly, as if it were trying to break through this heaven and earth. This was the crazed resistance that was the manifestation of the pent-up emotions of countless tortured, oppressed souls in this infernal world. "Xiaolan, activate the turtle shell again. The ancient dragon empress has been preparing this special move for quite some time now, and I'm worried we might not have time to activate our defenses later on." And Lin spoke in a quiet voice. "All right." Su Xiaolan nodded obediently and activated her heavenly star dark shell again. The indestructible turtle shell reappeared to encapsulate Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Long Outyin. "Ancient Dragon Empress. I've said so much, and yet this turtle shell is your reply?" The ancient Dragon Empress emotions were in slight disarray upon seeing Lin's reaction. An overwhelming sense of security welled up in Lin's heart, and he spoke in a tranquil voice. "I cannot empathize with the suffering of your tribe. I only have one thought, and that is to survive. The passageway you forcefully open up between the two worlds will only grant passage to your tribal brethren, right? If that is the case, then I must stop you. Otherwise, we will perish along with this world." The ancient dragon empress folded her arms across her chest. You say you're going to stop me, so can you come out of your turtle shell? No, and Lin's answer was very resolute. Ancient dragon empress, if you're not going to come out, how are you going to stop me? I'm going to use my words to move you, and Lin replied. The ancient dragon empress' lips twitched. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a shameless enemy. And Lin continued as if he was oblivious to the ancient dragon empress' disdainful expression. If you stop what you're doing now, I can find another way to resolve your problem when I go back. Hee hee. Who gave you the confidence to say that? The ancient dragon empress burst into laughter. I gave myself the confidence. Do not underestimate a man who can fight against you at only the soul formation stage. I possess much more power than you can imagine. And Lin stood proudly, as if he were the most powerful being in this world. Ancient dragon empress, could you come out of your turtle shell before you say that? No. And Lin replied firmly. The ancient dragon empress' teeth were aching from rage. So fucking shameless. Can you accept my suggestion? I can swear a vow that I'll find a solution to your problem. And Lin continued. The ancient dragon empress shook her head. Don't bother wasting your words. My tribe has awaited this day for a long time. This is our only opportunity, and I refuse to let it slip. All right, then we won't waste time with words. And Lin extended a hand and said, come on then, unleash your most powerful attack, and see if you can break my defenses. No, the ancient dragon empress replied firmly. And Lin, they had already established the Heavenly Star Dark Shell defense, but the enemy was telling them that she wasn't going to fucking attack? Where was her honor and dignity as the leader of the evil dragons? Not just in Lin, but even Su Xiaolan felt as if there were 10,000 mythological beasts stampeding over her heart. The spell technique had been set up, and you've already delivered your rousing speech. How can you not unleash your special move? And Lin persuaded. A faint smile appeared on the ancient dragon empress' face, but she didn't say anything. Isn't it uncomfortable holding yourself back like this? Su Xiaolan asked in a thoughtful manner. The ancient dragon empress shook her head. That's okay, you don't need to worry about me. I can hold it in and just release it all at once when your defensive spell technique disappears. I'll feel a lot more comfortable then. Su Xiaolan and Enlin. Why did she make it sound like she was taking a shit? Enlin and the others didn't want to come out of the turtle shell. And with the turtle shell in place, the ancient dragon empress didn't want to unleash her special move. An impasse ensued. The atmosphere was a little peculiar. It's quite clear that the ancient dragon empress needs to pay a heavy price to unleash this spell technique, and she must be unable to withdraw it. Otherwise, she would have already attacked us. Long Outyen suddenly broke the silence, and Lin turned to him with a speechless expression. Senior, you sound like you're Captain Obvious. MS. Su Xiaolan's treasure sure is impressive. To think that the ancient dragon empress' most powerful technique cannot even do anything against it. Long Outyen continued. You're right, Senior, but you're really starting to sound like Captain Obvious now, Su Xiaolan re-emphasized. Long Outyen, I was just trying to liven up the heavy atmosphere. Sai, to be honest, I was thinking about engaging the ancient dragon empress in a battle to the death, but I didn't think you would have such a powerful defensive technique up your sleeve. Senior, now's not the time to think about this. We should be thinking about how to get out of this situation. And Lin changed the subject. That's simple. We wait for the ancient dragon empress to unleash her spell technique. Then withdraw the turtle shell and attack her all at once. Long Outyen suggested. But the turtle shell can only last for 10 minutes. If she holds on for more than 10 minutes, Su Xiaolan transmitted her voice. Then keep using the turtle shell. Long Outyen spoke without any thought or hesitation. This is the last time we can use it, and Lin said with a dark expression. Really? Really? And Lin and Su Xiaolan responded in unison. Long Outyen's legs shuddered slightly. There's nothing to fear. If it's a battle she wants, then a battle is what she will get. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both inspired by Long Outyen's words. This dragon tribe mighty figure really was a powerful being that did not shy away from battles. So how do we do this? Senior Long Outyin, you go disrupt the ancient dragon empress so that she can't unleash her spell technique, and Su Xiaolan and I will be landing the killing blow, Lin suggested. Long Outyin, I think we should discuss this in greater detail. He was beginning to regret his words. As a powerful being who had endured countless battles, he was certainly not fearful of it. However, the ancient dragon empress was different. Her power was simply far too bizarre, and it was incomparable to any opponents he had ever faced. Even if he had to die, Long Outyin wanted to die in a thrilling battle, not to some peculiar ability that he was completely powerless against. 6 minutes passed. The three of them were still discussing their strategy. A loud commotion suddenly erupted outside. In the sky above, crimson lightning roared frantically, and the rainbow divine Tao light had already been condensed to the extreme. The power of emotions surged through the air and was gradually becoming more and more unstable. And Lin and the others turned to look at the ancient dragon empress. Holy fuck! Ancient dragon empress? Are you alright? And Lin was astonished by the ancient dragon empress' current state. Her face was completely flushed, and the veins on her forehead were bulging. White smoke wafted from her body, and her rainbow dragon horns trembled uncontrollably as her crimson eyes threatened to bulge out of their sockets. She looked like she was about to explode. The ancient dragon empress spat through gritted teeth. Why, your turtle shell, why has it still not disappeared? 6 minutes. She had waited an entire 6 minutes. What did it feel like to hold in a special move for 6 whole minutes? The ancient dragon empress felt like if her strength of will were just a tiny sliver weaker, she would have already self-detonated. Su Xiaolan thought to herself for a moment before speaking with a serious expression. I think our turtle shell is supposed to be able to last for 2 hours. That's not true. If it comes under relentless attack, then it might not even last 1 hour. And Lin retorted, also with a serious expression on his face. Ancient dragon empress. The heavens suddenly tremored violently. Despair appeared in the ancient dragon empress' eyes as she felt herself slipping. The turtle shell stood before her like an indestructible fortress, and she could not even see a glimmer of hope. Regardless of whether she believed in Lin and Su Xiaolan's exchange, it was still a psychological blow to her, and it turned out that it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. A faint moan suddenly escaped from her lips. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. The rainbow divine Tao light seemed to be imbued with a boundless power as it surged toward the massive turtle shell like an ocean, instantly reducing everything around it to nothingness. The power seemed to be able to seep through anything and also to break through everything. It was the manifestation of an entire race being tortured and slaughtered in an infernal hell. It was the insanity of the dragon tribe trying to destroy their world. The power, as well as the true intent imbued within the spell technique, struck horror into the hearts of Lin and the others. Even though they were situated within the turtle shell, they knew that if they were outside the turtle shell, they were most definitely going to be already dead at this point. Everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers had been annihilated by the terrifying power. However, the turtle shell was like an indestructible object that refused to crack or fall regardless of what was thrown at it. This was the power of the heavenly star-dark shell. The ancient dragon empress could not hold back any longer, and the attack that she unleashed truly rocked heaven and earth. Even from thousands of kilometers away, one could still see the dazzling divine Tao light in the sky. What a beautiful technique! Within the darkness, Dark Knight Trident muttered to himself as he stared at the incandescent rainbow light in the distance. At the center of the 99 pillars of light, the 30,000 evil dragons all turned toward the direction where the divine Tao light was erupting from. Some of them were bowing toward the distance, while others had already knelt to the ground. All of them knew that the ancient dragon empress was fighting with her life on the line for their sake. They expressed their reverence and anticipation in many ways, but none of them prayed to the gods as they absolutely detested this world. The vast expanse of nothingness within the inky black hole was slowly changing. A sense of space suddenly gradually began to appear as if the space there had pierced through a certain weak point and arrived in another place. Under the combined efforts of the 99 pillars of light and the double-headed spear, This world was becoming more and more severely broken. The rifts in the sky had already expanded outward in a cobweb-like formation, extending for a radius of over 50 kilometers, and they were only spreading faster and faster. Laws crumbled, space collapsed, and destructive power was mercilessly wreaking havoc upon this entire world. At the location wherein Lin and the others were situated, the divine Tao light disappeared and the terrifying power also gradually dissipated. The massive turtle shell remained unbroken in the center of a gargantuan crater. In the distance, the ancient dragon Empress features were deathly pale, and her aura was fluctuating unsteadily as she panted heavily. That last technique had clearly completely depleted all of her energy. She immediately swallowed another immortal pill. Holy fuck! She's taking another pill again. We have to take advantage of her debilitation and kill her. And Lin yelled. Su Xiaolan withdrew the turtle shell and flew toward the ancient dragon Empress, while wielding her dragon sparrow sword with Lin by her side. Long Outyin stepped forward, and his power of the pulsation divine Tao bestowed upon him an extremely fearsome kinetic energy, allowing him to blast off at insane speed. Even though Long Outyin had sprung into action after Lin and Su Xiaolan, his terrifying speed allowed him to overtake them and arrive before the ancient dragon Empress first. Sky-splitting consecutive punches. White light erupted from Long Outyin's fists, and the extremely compressed power of the pulsation divine Tao fused into his fists as he unleashed one monstrous punch after another toward the ancient dragon Empress. The ancient dragon Empress expression remained calm as her hands fluttered like butterflies, allowing her to parry all of Long Outyin's attacks through the use of exquisite technique rather than brute strength. The ancient dragon Empress was proficient at using her uncanny power of the divine Tao, but that didn't mean she was weak in melee combat. Ha ha ha. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Long Outyin chortled with glee as he continued to rain down fists, each of which was powerful enough to tear apart mountains and oceans, as well as to crush space itself. This was the type of battle he yearned for. The ancient dragon Empress palms clashed with Long Outyin's fists, triggering shockwaves that pulverized the earth within a radius of over 500 kilometers around them as the two of them traded over 100 blows in a split second. The ground below was once again ruthlessly ravaged by the two of them. The debilitated ancient dragon Empress was able to take on Long Outyin's fists, but she was slowly being forced onto the back foot and would lose in a prolonged battle. At this moment, Lin and Su Xiaolan had also arrived on the scene, and all three of them attacked her from different directions, cutting off all potential avenues for evasion. Each of them had the power to battle the ancient dragon Empress alone in her debilitated state. Three of them attacking at once elevated their chances of victory significantly. This was the best opportunity to kill the ancient dragon Empress. The ancient dragon Empress was surrounded by all three of them. At this moment, crimson rose petals suddenly began to rain down from the sky. The earth suddenly became scorching hot, and there seemed to be billions of living beings howling with agony. Three extremely fearsome auras were quickly approaching the scene, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Long Outyin's expressions shifted drastically. A hint of a smile appeared on Dark Knight Trident's face. Mei Gue Evil Dragon, Luan Yu Evil Dragon, and Huan Meng Evil Dragon have all unleashed mystic techniques that will reduce their lifespans, but the result was a good one. Apollo of the Western Dragon Forest has perished in battle, while Hades has fled. Now, it's their turn. Dark Knight Trident's expression darkened. How dare they force Master to pay such a heavy price? All of them must die. On the battlefield, three returned to void final stage evil dragons circled the sky above, obscuring the moon and the stars with their massive bodies. Empress, we have come to lend our strength to you. The Crimson Rose Mei Gue Evil Dragon, the Inky Black Luan Yu Evil Dragon, and the dreamlike Huan Meng Evil Dragon surrounded Lin and the others. And Lin and the others had the ancient dragon Empress surrounded a moment ago, but they were now being surrounded themselves. And Lin, this situation looks a little bad for us. Su Xiaolan spoke. Not just a little bad, but very bad. And Lin spoke with a grave expression. Long Outyin launched an almighty fist to knock the ancient dragon Empress back over a kilometer, but he didn't continue to give chase. Instead, he turned toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan as if asking for their opinion on whether they should continue battling or fall back in retreat. The three of them didn't need to say anything as they saw the identical answer in each other's eyes. They immediately fled into the distance. The three of them up against the debilitated ancient dragon empress was a favorable equation. But with the inclusion of the three return to void final stage enemies, the game had just transformed from normal level difficulty to infernal level difficulty. The ancient dragon empress descended lightly onto the ground before issuing a command in a cold voice. "Don't let them get away. They must not be allowed to live." Her words were the highest decree among the evil dragons. The three evil dragons' auras immediately erupted forth as they attacked Enlin and the others. "We still have other return to void final stage mighty figures that aren't here. In order to maintain enough distance for them to escape if required, those evil dragons wouldn't dare to chase us too far. We just need to try and get away as quickly as possible." Long Outyin roared. Just as he was speaking, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the ground below. "Let heaven and earth become an infernal hell." Luin Yu evil dragon's eyes lit up with red light. A destructive power suddenly exploded from the ground below, with a radius of over 5 kilometers, as scorching pillars of light that were capable of instantly melting metal surged toward Enlin and the others. Pulsating sky divine seal. Long Outyin clapped his hands together. A shock wave that pulsated as it expanded instantly took shape. This peculiar power enshrouded Long Outyin, Enlin, and Su Xiaolan, as if they now had a white, pulsating barrier around them. The scorching pillar of light crashed into the pulsating white barrier, and its temperature began to drop before it was completely dispelled. "Roses!" A light voice that was filled with love sounded. A rain of rose petals fell from the sky again, and each and every red petal was imbued with an extremely dense power of the divine Tao. However, they weren't threatening in any way, as if they were just harmless flower petals dancing in the wind. "Why do you have sharp thorns?" The voice that was full of love was tinged with a hint of sulkiness. All of a sudden, the light of the divine Tao erupted from the red flower petals, upon which they transformed into thorns that emitted extremely fearsome energy fluctuations that pierced through space before hurtling toward Enlin and the others. These were thorns that had manifested from flower petals, but they were astonishingly sharp. Not even Long Outyin's power of pulsation could get rid of too many of them as they pierced through Long Outyin's pulsating sky divine seal. "Don't panic. The power of the spikes has already been reduced significantly by my defenses, so we can continue onward and use our bodies to take the rest of them head-on." Long Outyin roared as he led the way. He then became a hedgehog. Su Xiaolan's situation was a little better. She had unleashed her holy flame to melt most of the thorns, but an extremely small amount of thorns still managed to slice open her snowy white skin. Senior Long Outyin was right, and Lin agreed with an excited expression. With his body of the war god, he really was able to completely disregard the thorns. Hedgehog Long Outyin. Meiguei evil dragon's attacks were still unable to impede them. However, that was not the end. An ethereal, dreamy voice began to sing, and Lin and the others suddenly felt as if their world had become extremely twisted, as if they had stumbled into an abstract painting where there was no substance, nor any sense of space. Thus, they lost all sense of direction. They couldn't even figure out which way was forward and which way was back. One twisted little dragon appeared after another. They were either wearing elated smiles on their faces or some other types of bizarre expressions as they slowly flew toward them. A crisp, tender voice sounded. "Come play with me. Have you seen my little bear?" The voice had only just fallen when a gargantuan black bear paw suddenly descended from the sky. It was extremely massive, encompassing the entire heaven and earth, as if it were a divine mountain crashing down upon the three of them. And Lin activated his fire god mode and unleashed his fire god fist, only to be bashed into the ground by the bear paw, as if his fist had just struck an immovable divine mountain. Not only him, but even Long Outyin and Su Xiaolan were also knocked back by the bear paw. Thus, the three of them were crushed under the gargantuan bear paw. "My power of dragons is very yummy. Do you want to eat me?" A little dragon with rotten flesh all over its body spoke with a smile, and its voice was like a wraith constantly blowing into the listener's ear. A wide grin appeared on the little dragon's face, and it suddenly opened a disproportionately massive mouth to chomp down upon Enlin and the others. This is Huan Meng Evil Dragon's illusionary dream domain, where it can make creatures and objects of its imagination become reality. These creatures and this entire bizarre space were all constructed by its power of the divine Tao. Which one of you has a powerful consciousness? Hurry up and unleash it so that we can fight back. Long Outyin yelled for help. He was only into melee battles, and his consciousness wasn't all that powerful, so he was powerless against Huan Meng Evil Dragon. This was why he was calling for help from a rookie return to Void Stage Mighty Figure and a Soul Formation Stage Cultivator. The little dragon's cavernous mouth was closing in on them when a black scimitar suddenly appeared. It was imbued with the Dark Phoenix's power to annihilate everything, and it instantly sliced the little dragon in half. Not only that, but the scimitar also managed to slice apart the huge bear paw, crushing down on the three of them. Enlin stood up with a smile and spread open his hand as the black scimitar flew obediently toward him before settling in his palm, while unleashing vast spiritual power that threatened to shatter this entire space. You should have said that earlier. If you had told me I could use my consciousness to break this technique, it would have saved us a lot of trouble. After all, I'm omnipotent and badass in all aspects. He looked at the bizarre world around him and raised his black scimitar high in the air before unleashing an inky saber projection to slice apart the heavens. Break open heaven and earth. The inky black saber projection roared as it pulverized the entire world around them. The bizarre world was shattered by Enlin's saber strike. They returned to their original world. However, before they even had a chance to celebrate, they were greeted by the sight of a woman with bloody tears flowing down her face. The ancient dragon empress smiled as she shed bloody tears. Pain of slaughter. A red divine Tao light instantly engulfed Enlin and the others. The red power of the divine Tao descended. Never did Enlin and the others think that they would finally break through Huan Meng Evil Dragon's spell technique, only to be confronted by the final boss' indescribable power again. Was the ancient dragon empress not tired? It looked like she was absolutely determined to kill them. In that instant, an unimaginable power suddenly erupted from Long Outyin's body as he tore through space like a bolt of lightning to appear instantly before the ancient dragon empress. He had been forced into a truly dire situation, and if he didn't fight, he would never win. In their current situation, he had to risk it all for a chance at survival. Pulsating explosive fist. Long Outyin roared as the power of the pulsation divine Tao enveloped his fist, which he launched mercilessly toward the ancient dragon empress' face. He knew where his opportunity laid. The red divine Tao power was a terrifying spell technique that could make the target's blood churn and quickly suck away their vitality. However, there was a tiny delay between when the spell technique was activated and when it fully took effect. Long Outyin was able to survive the pain of slaughter last time, as he was able to escape into the turtle shell during this brief lag. Seeing as there was a tiny delay, he could only use this delay to retaliate against the ancient dragon empress. His almighty punch made heaven and earth tremor and quake. The fist hadn't even landed, but the spatial pulsations had already pulverized the earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Long Outyin was already bleeding from all of his orifices, but his fist continued onward with an unstoppable force. This was not an attack the ancient dragon empress could ignore. She crossed her arms over as a shield to defend herself against Long Outyin's attack. Long Outyin had unleashed this fist in a dire situation, and the threat of death had unleashed all of his latent potentials, thereby resulting in an extremely fearsome punch that instantly caused the ancient dragon empress' arms to bend as the sickening crunch of bones being crushed erupted. Boom! Space pulsated and exploded. The ancient dragon empress was knocked back over 10 kilometers by Long Outyin's fist, and she tumbled to the ground as she threw up a mouthful of blood. The red power of the divine Tao also dissipated as a result. Su Xiaolan was holding the turtle shell in her hand, and she was dumbstruck by what she had seen. Long Outyin is badass, and Lin exclaimed in amazement. That punch launched in a dire situation was the most powerful attack Long Outyin had ever unleashed, and it had instantly broken the ancient dragon empress' nightmarish spell technique, knocking her flying at the same time. All of the evil dragons pursuing Enlin and the others were also stunned upon seeing this. Long Outyan's muscular body trembled violently, and blood was still gushing from his orifices as his body swayed slightly, as if he was going to collapse at any moment. Enlin immediately flew over to Long Outyan and encircled a supportive arm around his. He then placed his final 7th-grade regenerative immortal pill into Long Outyan's mouth and towed him away as they fled into the distance. The 3 evil dragons came to their senses before giving chase. Don't let them get away. They dared to hurt our empress, so they must die. Even though they had escaped that dire situation, Long Outyan was temporarily out of commission, so they were still in a lot of danger. The ancient dragon empress stood up, and her mangled arms cracked and popped as she did so before returning to their former conditions in the blink of an eye. She stepped forward and was just about to unleash her spatial skipping ability again, when a sudden rush of backlash made her throw up another mouthful of blood. "Looks like I have to replenish some blood," she smiled as she swallowed another immortal pill before chasing after Enlin and the others. Enlin's head throbbed at the sight of the pursuing evil dragons. They had given chase for over 500 kilometers, and they still weren't giving up. He was already close to 1,500 kilometers away from the 99 Pillars of Light, but their assailants were still right on their heels. Were they not afraid of other enemies taking advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate? However, what Enlin didn't know was that the Immortal Tool satellite in the sky above allowed them to survey the situation within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Hee, you won't get away. Mei Gue Evil Dragon's aura climbed explosively, and its speed drastically increased after unleashing a mystic technique that chipped away at its lifespan, thereby allowing it to catch up to Enlin and the others in no time. Rose Funeral. Mei Gue Evil Dragon opened its mouth and breathed in a gentle, yet grief-stricken voice. White rose petals flew through the air, each of which was imbued with the power to freeze space and slice through all things. They were still a few hundred meters away from Enlin and the others, and the space was already beginning to congeal. This was a funeral of roses that was going to bury everything. All things within range began to move more sluggishly. Enlin was quite familiar with this type of power. He placed Long Outyan on his brick before extending a hand. "Lend me your strength." Su Xiaolan immediately knew what Enlin was talking about, and she latched onto his hand. The crimson insignias on the backs of their hands began to appear as the divine flame of the mutant blood phoenix erupted forth. If it were just one of them facing a return to Void Final Stage Mighty Figure's most powerful attack, they would have quite a hard time coming out on top. But their combined power was another story. That's right, they were unleashing their combination technique, Destruction of Sun and Stars. The purity of Enlin's flames had improved during this period of time. Coupled with the ascension of Su Xiaolan's cultivation base, the power of their combination technique had drastically improved. A red light exploded violently like a supernova, leaving a destructive trail of crimson in its wake. Boundless light and heat erupted from the explosion, as if a new sun had appeared, incinerating the white rose petals unleashed by Mei Gue Evil Dragon. The terrifying explosion of flames even managed to knock all 3 of the evil dragons flying at the same time. How could these enemies be so difficult to deal with? As Mei Gue Evil Dragon bore the brunt of the explosion, most of its massive, crimson body had been charred black. Don't let your guard down. These people were able to force the ancient dragon empress into battle and still manage to survive up to this point. We have to use our full strength here, Luin Yu Evil Dragon said. Use our full strength? Mei Gue Evil Dragon shot a glance at Luin Yu Evil Dragon. Could you also unleash a blood sacrificial mystical technique before you say that? Among the 3 dragons, Mei Gue Evil Dragon was the only one using a blood sacrificial mystic technique, and yet this dragon had the audacity to tell it that everyone should be using their full strength. Wait for a while longer. I overused my blood sacrificial mystic technique when we were killing Apollo, so I need a bit more time to recover. Luin Yu Evil Dragon explained in an emotionless voice as they pursued Enlin. We don't actually need to do anything anymore. Huan Meng Evil Dragon flapped its dreamlike wings as it looked into the distance at Enlin and the others. Rainbow light flashed before Enlin and the others. The exquisitely beautiful woman in the imperial robe appeared again, and bloody tears were already flowing from her eyes. Enlin and Su Xiaolan almost swore at the sight of her. Oh wait, Enlin was already swearing. Are you fucking serious? Again? How do you have that many bloody tears to shed? This was the first tribal leader he had seen that was so eager to bleed for her tribe. He could barely accept the fact that his enemy was capable of using such an insane spell technique, but when that enemy could use the spell technique over and over again, it was simply unfair. Just as Enlin was about to have a mental breakdown, a rain of blood was already falling. The red power of the divine Tao began to expand as it enveloped Enlin and the others. Experience pain. The ancient dragon empress smiled as she shed bloody tears. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared before Enlin and the others just as her voice fell. Allow me to experience your pain. The black-robed figure spread open his arms with a smile. A black-robed man that no one had detected suddenly appeared before everyone. He spread open his arms as if he really was going to voluntarily experience the ancient dragon empress power. That was what he was saying, but he still materialized a semi-transparent black crystal barrier that encapsulated himself as well as Enlin and the others. However, this barrier was unable to keep the ancient dragon empress power of the divine Tao at bay. The red power of the divine Tao swept toward the semi-transparent crystalline barrier and somehow managed to penetrate through as if there were nothing there. A hint of arrogance appeared in the ancient dragon empress' grief-stricken eyes upon seeing this. There was no one here who could keep her power at bay. Her peculiar power flowed into the man's body, and his blood began to churn. Su Xiaolan's expression shifted drastically, and she was just about to activate her heavenly star dark shell for the final time. But Enlin's hand appeared on her arm to prevent her from doing so. So this is it. I can feel your grief and see the hardships you've experienced as well as your pain and struggles. This power is very unique. It is a manifestation of your power, experience, and soul. Even your hatred toward this cursed world and your determination to break free from it. You are a good leader. The man focused his gaze. A divine Tao light erupted from his black crystalline barrier as a structural change began to take place. Then, right before everyone's astonished eyes, the ancient dragon empress red power of the divine Tao was completely shut out, as if it had crashed into an impregnable fortress. He did it. Su Xiaolan was a little incredulous. That's badass, little Xiao. And Lin exclaimed with elation. A faint smile appeared on the man's face. How could I let someone hurt my master right under my nose? That's right. The man who had suddenly arrived was none other than Enlin's disciple Xiao Zhe. Enlin made his way toward Xiao Zhe with a pained expression before wiping the blood from Xiao Zhe's face with his sleeve. Wipe the blood off your face before you say that. Xiao Zhe. I finally managed to break through to the return to void final stage. Can't you just let me flex? Congratulations on attaining the power of the divine Tao. Xiao Zhe, you're so awesome. Su Xiaolan exclaimed in amazement, and she almost involuntarily caressed Xiao Zhe's head. A shy smile appeared on Xiao Zhe's face from her glowing compliment. You must be Xiao Zhe from the 4-9 Immortal sect. I've heard about you for a long time. You really are a young hero. Long Outyen also chimed in with some praise of his own. I'm a primordial dragon tribe cultivator who is old enough to be your ancestor. I'm not some young boy to you, Xiao Zhe retorted with a smile. Long Outyen. Why was he acting like a shy youth when speaking to Enlin and Su Xiaolan? But now he was acting like a cocky ancestor to him? Long Outyen was quite depressed. To think that there is a return to void stage mighty figure that can defend against my power. The ancient dragon empress was still shedding bloody tears, but a complex expression had appeared on her face. Who would have thought that the person who understood my power the most would be my enemy? Xiao Zhe looked up at the rain of blood falling from the sky. My divine Tao pursues the path of the most powerful defense. It should be a flexible defense that can change itself according to the enemy's attacks. Even if the power of time is trying to take something away from me, I'll create a shield that stands for eternity in order to protect everything I care for. Your divine Tao is very impressive. The ancient dragon empress sighed before wiping the bloody tears from her face with a colorful sleeve. The arrogant empress eyes were a little bit downcast as a rare expression of vulnerability appeared on her face. Perhaps she was too tired, or perhaps it was because of all these unexpected twists and turns in the tale. In any case, she was struck by a sense of helplessness. Why are you all so hard to crack? The ancient dragon empress finally expressed her feelings in words. The rain of blood stopped. She withdrew her pain of slaughter spell technique. To those who didn't understand, this spell technique was lethal. However, it had been analyzed by Xianxia, and he had found a way to counteract it. In that case, it could no longer pose a threat to her enemies. I still have a question. How did you manage to approach us without anyone noticing? The ancient dragon empress was perplexed. Xianxia was quite happy to answer her questions. After all, flexing was an extremely satisfying feeling. My Tao of defense is nowhere near as simple as you think. After all, isn't it a type of defense to not be noticed by your enemies? Xianxia smiled. That's right. His power of the divine Tao had a concealment property as well. Furthermore, he could manipulate the nature of his power of the divine Tao in order to moderate his defense against different attacks from different enemies. In essence, his power of the divine Tao was extremely flexible and could be molded to fit a vast array of different scenarios. These three evil dragons and the ancient dragon empress all had their attention focused on Enlin and the others. So how were they supposed to have detected a living being approaching them under the concealment of the power of the divine Tao? Thus, in that dire situation, Xianxia attained his divine Tao and made a grand entrance to save the day. Little Xiao, what do we do now? Do we fight, or do we run? And Lin felt like he should consult his disciple's opinion. We won't be able to win in a fight. Each and every one of them is a veteran return to Void Final Stage mighty figure, so just being able to block all of their attacks is already quite a feat. Xiaoxi's defensive prowess was top tier, but he wasn't going to contribute a whole lot when it came to offensive output. Then let's get out of here. As long as we can get far enough, they won't continue to pursue us. And Lin said with a calm expression. He was struck by a strong sense of security now that his disciple was here, so there were more confidence and conviction behind his words. Xiaoxia nodded with a smile. Master, my black crystal defense is not rooted to the spot. We can run away and still have it activated so that they won't be able to hurt us. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were ecstatic upon hearing this. They could get away with no problems then. Thus, Xiaoxia stood at the forefront of the group, and they flew into the air to flee atop the black brick with the black crystal barrier around them the entire time. Holy fuck! Did we just get ignored? Luin Yu evil dragon was astonished. How dare they looked down on us? Mei Gue evil dragon's expression darkened. I'll show them a true nightmare. Huan Meng evil dragon said in a cold voice. The three powerful evil dragons began to unleash spell techniques toward Xiaoxia. Their waves of spell technique bombardment were then kept at bay by Xiaoxi's divine Tao barrier, leaving the three evil dragons completely stunned. How could it be so hard? Luin Yu evil dragon was astonished. If we can't break the defense, then we'll just have to trap them instead. Huan Meng evil dragon gritted its teeth. It must be tiring to unleash such a powerful defensive spell technique. We'll trap them before unleashing relentless attacks upon them, and we'll break them down eventually. Thus, all types of earth-shattering binding and restrictive spell techniques began to appear. This was quite an effective tactic. No matter how badass Xiaoxia was in the Tao of defense, he still couldn't completely evade the restrictive and binding spell techniques unleashed by three return to Void Final Stage mighty figures at once. He ran for over 250 kilometers before finally being caught by the three evil dragons. Inky black chains bound tightly to the black crystalline barrier as divine symbols appeared on the barrier. Crimson rose petals fell from the sky, unleashing powerful restrictive force. Huan Meng evil dragon manifested over 100 feelers to press firmly down upon the black crystalline barrier. Crap, we've been trapped. Xiaoxia was very tense, and cold sweat was beginning to appear on his forehead. And Lin and Su Xiaolan didn't feel a single thing. They were even struck by the urge to take some pills. They had simply experienced similar scenarios too many times in a short span of time. As a result, they had been completely desensitized and were calm to the point of being emotionless. Master, you look very calm and assured. Have you already thought of something to get us out of this situation? Xiao Zhe asked with anticipation in his eyes upon seeing Enlin's calm and collected expression. Enlin shook his head. I don't have any ideas. I just don't really care about things like life and death anymore. Xiao Zhe. Just what had Master been through before he arrived? After trapping Xiao Zhe, the three evil dragons wasted no more time with words and began unleashing a relentless bombardment of attacks upon Xiao Zhe's defensive crystalline barrier. Xiao Zhe began to focus on circulating his power of the divine Tao in order to defend against the evil dragons' combined attacks. And Lin, on the other hand, assigned himself the job of feeding Xiao Zhe pills. One was responsible for defense, while the other was responsible for feeding pills, thus creating a serene, loving scene. My disciple, have another blood spirit pill. Master, I just had one. That's okay. You can store a few in your stomach as an energy reserve. All of the evil dragons were incensed upon seeing this. They were launching attacks like crazy while the people inside were putting on a display of affection between master and disciple. With this in mind, their attacks became even more fearsome. Master, we can't continue like this. My defense is going to be broken by them sooner or later. A distressed expression appeared on Xiao Zhe's face. His defense was indeed very powerful, but it was also very energy-consuming. He was going to be exhausted sooner or later and be forced to withdraw his defense as a result. That's all right, just keep waiting like this, and Lin said with a smile. Xiao Zhe was perplexed. Why? And Lin looked into the distance, where the rift in the sky had already extended to over 500 kilometers in length, and it was only extending more and more quickly. This world is about to be destroyed soon, but there are still some mighty figures from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the Western Dragon Forest who haven't made their moves yet. You're saying to wait for those mighty figures to strike? Xiao Zhe asked. That's right. We are not the only ones taking part in this battle. We still have those temporary allies who must stand with us as they're forced to do so by the current circumstances. And Lin smiled. The moment they spring into action will be the ideal moment for us to turn the tables too. At a place far away, Dark Knight Trident was surveying the entire battlefield. The evil dragons had secured a crushing victory on the Soul Formation Stage battlefield. On the battlefield of Return to Void Stage, mighty figures below Return to Void Final Stage, the evil dragons had also secured a crushing victory. On the battlefield between Return to Void Final Stage mighty figures, 2 of the 7 Return to Void Final Stage evil dragons had fallen. Among the Western Dragon Forest mighty figures, 1 had fallen while another had fled, and among the mighty figures from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, 1 had fallen while 2 had fled. All of the enemy mighty figures that had fled were already severely wounded. The situation looked like it was quite even for both sides. But Dark Knight Trident couldn't shake the feeling that the evil dragons were on the back foot here. From the data that he had collected, there were 3 Return to Void Final Stage mighty figures from the Dragon Court, all of whom had already revealed themselves. One of them had even been slain by the ancient Dragon Empress, so they were not a cause worthy of concern. But there were a total of 6 Return to Void Final Stage mighty figures from the Western Dragon Forest that had entered this world. Only 2 had revealed themselves up to this point. The 4 hidden bombs made Dark Knight Trident quite nervous and concerned. He had initially planned to send the evil dragons that had fought off the 2 mighty figures of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas as reinforcements to the ancient Dragon Empress, but he resisted the urge to do so upon thinking of those 4 hidden bombs. And Lin and the others are going to die sooner or later, so I'll send Duba Evil Dragon and Wuxia Evil Dragon back to defend the formation. Even though Dark Knight Trident really wanted to send more reinforcements to his master, he knew that the 4 of them would be enough to grind down Lin and the others eventually, so he had to repress this irrational urge and make objective judgments. They didn't need to destroy all of the enemy mighty figures. All they needed to do was to kill enough of them so that even if they combined forces, there weren't enough of them left to destroy the passageway between the 2 worlds. They would be the final victors as soon as the passageway between the two worlds was opened up. We're close. Hold on for a while longer, Master. Dark Knight Trident clenched his fists as he looked at the footage of the woman on the screen. One streak of divine light after another exploded as a terrifying power of the divine Tao surged and destroyed everything within the area. The evil dragons unleashed one earth-shattering spell technique after another upon the semi-transparent black crystalline barrier, like a surging ocean of power. The ancient dragon empress looked at the resolute black crystal with a calm expression. She was waiting for the black crystal to crack open, upon which they would land lethal strikes upon Enlin and the others. 15 minutes later, violent energy fluctuations suddenly erupted near the 99 pillars of light. A dark, black energy engulfed heaven and earth. A turbulent ocean surged for hundreds of kilometers as massive waves rocked heaven and earth. A ray of golden light rose up like the rising sun over the surface of the ocean. What's going on? The three evil dragons' expressions shifted at once. That dark, black energy belongs to Hades. I didn't think it would dare to come again. Luin, you evil dragon, roared with rage. Not only that, Mei Gue, evil dragon, looked at the explosion of energy taking place near the formation with an extremely grim expression. The western dragon forest sea god, Poseidon, and the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena, have also appeared there. Hades' power of the divine Tao is able to escape detection from the satellite. It must have led those two mighty figures to infiltrate our base in order to destroy our spell formation. Huan Meng, evil dragon, spoke. The three evil dragons were all quite distressed. In contrast, the ancient dragon empress remained calm and collected. Keep attacking the enemies here. I'll go take care of matters there with Wuxia, evil dragon, and Duba, evil dragon. Xiao Zhe and the others immediately became excited upon hearing this. Master was right. They were not alone in this battle. There were many powerful allies in the same trench as them. This battle was far from over. Over 10 kilometers away from the spell formation. O Meng's entire body was covered in blood as he lay on a huge slab of rock, panting heavily. Heart-wrenching sorrow was written all over his face. My son, how could you just die like this? The Dragon King had already learned from the cracking of the Jade Badge of Life that Ao Shenyu had died in battle. The death of Ao Shenyu dealt a much heavier blow to him than the death of Ao Shuyu. Ao Shenyu was a top-tier mighty figure who had attained the power of the divine Tao. He was the Dragon Court war god, a pillar of the Dragon Court. His death had severely damaged the foundation of the entire Dragon Court. Father, now's not the time to grieve. If we don't think of a plan to break the evil dragon's spell formation, this world is going to be destroyed, and we'll all die along with it. O Qingyu stood off to the side, using his sword as a crutch. Even though his body was riddled with wounds, battle intent was still surging from his words. I understand all that, but what can we do? You know how powerful the evil dragons are. Not only that, but they also fight as if they don't care about their lives. Fear lingered in Ao Meng's heart as he recalled the battle he had endured not long ago. Then we'll do the same thing. If they sacrifice their lifespans, then we'll sacrifice our lifespans. If they sacrifice their bloodlines, then we'll sacrifice our bloodlines. If we don't fight like our lives depended on it, how are we going to survive? Ao Qingyu spoke through gritted teeth. O Meng stared at his son and opened his mouth, but he couldn't utter a single word. Well said. An extremely pleasant yet slightly lazy voice sounded. O Meng and Ao Qingyu turned, and tears welled up in both of their eyes. My daughter, big sis? You're finally here. A woman in red stepped through the air toward them with a hint of bleariness in her golden eyes, and she yawned as she approached. Geez, I can't even get a good sleep around here. When I woke up, the sky was literally falling. What do I have to do for some peace and quiet? The woman grumbled with a grouchy expression, clearly still very grumpy after waking up. Big sister, I'm so glad you're here. Let's go foil the evil dragon's plans and destroy that spell formation. Ao Qingyu spoke with an animated expression. Ao Xiaowu didn't reply. Instead, she turned toward Ao Meng. Father, Who killed Ao Shenyu? Ao Meng was slightly taken aback by this question, and he thought for a moment before replying. He died very spontaneously, and I don't think any evil dragons would have been able to kill him in such a short span of time other than their empress. Ao Xiaowu nodded and turned toward a certain direction. Ao Qingyu suddenly came to a realization, and his expression shifted. Big sister, our main priority now is to break the evil dragon's formation. You two go break the formation, I'll go take revenge. Ao Xiaowu cut Ao Qingyu off with an unyielding firmness in her voice. My daughter, you could even ignore Ao Shuyu's death. So can't you do the same in this case for the sake of the greater good? Ao Meng persuaded. Ao Xiaowu turned with a smile to look at the flickering divine light and energy fluctuations in the distance. That's not the same. I instructed my seventh brother in the way of the spear, so I'm half a master to him. As such, I have to go avenge my disciple. Sigh, it's so troublesome. But I'll be pissed off if I don't do this. The woman in red took a step forward and appeared 5 kilometers away. Father, brother, I'm off to battle. You two go destroy the formation. I'll do my best to hold off the enemy on my end. Ao Xiaowu left in a display of extreme willfulness. Ao Meng and Ao Qingyu both heaved resigned sighs. They had never been able to influence Ao Xiaowu's decisions anyway. Father, are you still thinking of cowering away now? Ao Qingyu asked. A conflicted expression appeared on Ao Meng's face, but a ferocious expression soon took its place. Fuck it. Let's go fuck this formation up. 2 powerful dragons rose into the sky and flew toward the massive rift in the sky, at the location where Enlin and the others were situated. The evil dragons maintained their relentless barrage. The area within a radius of over 50 kilometers was now completely unrecognizable, and the terrain had undergone an unimaginably drastic transformation. Master, I can't hold on for much longer. Xiao Zhe spat through gritted teeth. Vicious expressions intermingled with excitement appeared on the faces of the 3 exhausted evil dragons upon hearing this. How much longer can you last? And Lin asked with a concerned expression. Maybe 2 more hours at most. Xiao Zhe replied with a dejected expression. The 3 evil dragons. This little shit was still taunting them. The 3 evil dragons began hurling spell techniques in an enraged frenzy. At this moment, Dark Knight Trident's voice sounded. Urgent news! 2 return to Void Final Stage Dragon Tribe Mighty Figures have returned and are targeting the spell formation. Both of them are already severely wounded, so only one of you will be enough to take care of them. I'll go. I have the most experience in dealing with wounded dragons. Luin Yu Evil Dragon licked its lips before rising into the air and flying toward the spell formation. However, right at this moment, a crimson spear projection that appeared as if it were going to puncture through heaven and earth appeared in the distance before instantly hurtling toward Luin Yu Evil Dragon. What? Luin Yu Evil Dragon's expression shifted drastically, and it immediately activated its power of the divine Tao to protect itself. However, the spear projection was much more powerful than it had imagined, and it pierced through Luin Yu Evil Dragon's power of the divine Tao with an unstoppable force before puncturing its massive body. Howl! Luin Yu Evil Dragon let loose a wail of anguish. A ghastly hole had appeared on its body, from which blood gushed forth. A gallant woman in red wielding a silver spear with a dragon engraved upon it arrived over the air above. She shot a glance at Luin Yu Evil Dragon with a smile on her face. My apologies, but none of you are allowed to leave. Cocky bitch, who do you think you are? And who gave you the courage to think that you can take all of us on by yourself? Meiguei Evil Dragon flared up with rage. I didn't say I was going to take all of you on by myself. I've got allies here. Ao Xiaowu turned her eyes upon Enlin and the others with a hint of anticipation on her face. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were both ecstatic upon seeing who it was. Their most powerful ally had finally arrived. Ao Xiaowu turned toward the ancient dragon empress. Did you kill Ao Shenyu? He was that spear-wielding male dragon tribe cultivator. The ancient dragon empress admitted to her actions. I did. Ao Xiaowu nodded. All right then. She pointed her spear toward the ancient dragon empress with a tranquil expression on her face. I'm going to kill you. Oi oi, did I hear that right? This bitch says she's going to kill our empress. Megue evil dragon burst into laughter. What a cocky idiot. She must be a new mighty figure from the dragon court of the eastern seas. This must be her first time in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. And she thinks she can do whatever she wants here. Huan Meng evil dragon also found this to be hilarious. Not taking into account other matters, even all three of them combined wasn't a match for the ancient dragon empress. But this dragon tribe woman wanted to kill the ancient dragon empress? The ancient dragon empress was a mighty figure at the very pinnacle of the return to void stage. Even though she was carrying injuries at the moment, she was not someone other return to void stage mighty figures could contend with. Ao Xiaowu pursed her lips slightly upon hearing Huan Meng evil dragon's words. This was not the first time she had entered the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. It was just that she had never fought here and was always sleeping, which was why no one recognized her. That woman is not to be taken lightly, so don't get complacent. Luan Yu evil dragon had been wounded by Ao Xiaowu's spear strike, and it was not going to make the mistake of underestimating her again. Ao Xiaowu turned her eyes toward Enlin and the others. I'll take the ancient dragon empress. All of you take on the other evil dragons and make sure they don't escape. Deal? No problem. Enlin patted his chest. Enlin, is Ao Xiaowu really going to be able to take on the ancient dragon empress? Su Xiaolan was a little concerned. Have more faith in your beautiful aunt. She is the true guiding force behind the dragon court of the eastern seas. And Lin reassured. He then transmitted his voice to Ao Xiaowu and explained the ancient dragon empress' peculiar power of the divine Tao to her. After hearing this description, not even a hint of fear appeared on Ao Xiaowu's face. Instead, she turned to look at the ancient dragon empress with a scorching expression, bringing her dead fish eyes to life. Let me experience the power of the most powerful evil dragon. Ao Xiaowu charged toward the ancient dragon empress, and a spear projection instantly pierced through space. Xiao Zhe withdrew his defenses, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the barely recovered Long Outyin began to engage the three evil dragons in battle. All of the battles instantly erupted. Near the formation, 5 return to void final stage mighty figures were engaged in an earth-shattering battle, which was drastically transforming the landscape over and over again. The area within a radius of several hundred kilometers was now a lethal realm of death and annihilation. Ao Meng and Ao Qingyu rushed over from afar to join the battle. Wuxia evil dragon and Duba evil dragon were forced to sacrifice their lives to put up a final resistance. This life-sacrificial mystic technique couldn't be maintained for a long time, and the evil dragon's final line of defense was finally broken as the tables began to turn. And Lin and the others finally saw some hope. Ao Xiaowu thrust her spear toward the ancient dragon empress. A silver spear projection pierced through heaven and earth, and this one was even more powerful than the one that had punctured Luan Yu evil dragon. This dragon tribe top dog usually liked to sleep her days away, but when she got serious, she was a truly frightening force to be reckoned with. The ancient dragon empress looked at the approaching spear projection, and the red power of the divine Tao began to appear. Pain of Slough. Before she even had a chance to utter the name of her spell technique, Ao Xiaowu suddenly retreated to over 10 kilometers away. However, her spear projection did not let up as it pierced through a distance of over 10 kilometers, en route to the ancient dragon empress' heart. A hint of surprise appeared on the ancient dragon empress' face upon seeing Ao Xiaowu's flexible change in tactics. Pain of the cage. The power of her divine Tao materialized a massive golden bell in front of her. Ao Xiaowu's spear projection struck the massive golden bell, upon which an extremely terrifying screeching sound erupted, and countless cracks soon appeared on the surface of the massive golden bell. This attack was astonishingly powerful, but it was still insufficient to break through the ancient dragon empress' defenses. The spear projection dissipated. The ancient dragon empress turned toward Ao Xiaowu to discover that she had already drawn her spear back in preparation for the next strike. The ancient dragon empress' expression shifted drastically as she hurtled back in retreat. Ao Xiaowu thrust her spear forward, and over 100 spear projection erupted forth in a split second, sealing away any potential avenues of evasion for the ancient dragon empress. Pain of horror. A black power of her divine Tao appeared on her two hands. The ancient dragon empress' hands were transformed into a pair of indestructible weapons, and she retracted as she swatted at Ao Xiaowu's spear projections, creating violent collisions which made the space around them crumble and collapse. Oi! Is this a joke? Our empress is being forced onto the back foot by that dragon tribe woman. Mei Gue Evil Dragon's eyes widened in shock. That dragon tribe cultivator is extremely powerful. Luan Yu Evil Dragon spoke as he battled Long Outyin. Luan Yu Evil Dragon and Long Outyin were both injured, so they ended up fighting each other. The ancient dragon empress wasn't actually being forced onto the back foot. She simply hadn't made up her mind on what power to use against Ao Xiaowu, which was why she was going on the defensive to give herself time to think. Ao Xiaowu was undoubtedly an extremely seasoned warrior. Not only could she predict the enemy's movements and gain the initiative as a result, but she had also identified the ancient dragon empress weakness extremely quickly, and that was the speed of her spell casting. Each and every one of the ancient dragon empress techniques was extremely powerful, but they all required time to be unleashed. This tiny sliver of delay might not be enough to be decisive for most mighty figures. However, to Ao Xiaowu, this was the key to victory, as she could win by capitalizing on her speed advantage. If an ordinary mighty figure tried to speed up their attacks in order to prevent the ancient dragon empress from unleashing her spell techniques, she would just disregard the attacks and insta-kill them. However, Ao Xiaowu was different. Her attacks were not only fast, but they were also lethal. If the ancient dragon empress disregarded Ao Xiaowu's spear strikes and tried to shed some bloody tears now, her heart would probably be bleeding from a spear strike before her eyes had a chance to bleed. She and Ao Xiaowu fell into a tense battle. The three evil dragons were also unable to do anything to help her, as they were caught in battles of their own. Huan Meng Evil Dragon tried to use its divine Tao domain to drag Xiao Zhe into a realistic dream realm. However, Xiao Zhe materialized a shield that was able to even repel its power of the dream divine Tao. Without its most powerful technique, Huan Meng Evil Dragon had no choice but to engage in a melee battle with Xiao Zhe. This placed it at a massive disadvantage, as Xiao Zhe had the thickest skin among all of the mighty figures present. It had tried to escape, but Xiao Zhe had an acceleration mystic technique that always allowed him to cut it off in time. Meanwhile, Lin and Su Xiaolin's partnership was steamrolling Mei Gue Evil Dragon. Roses. Roses. Let me show you why roses are so red. Lin activated his fire god mode and launched brutal attacks against Mei Gue Evil Dragon as he spoke. This dragon is very beautiful, so we definitely can't let it live. Su Xiaolan's sword techniques were extremely exquisite, and each and every sword strike was imbued with the overwhelming powers of the true dragon and the vermilion bird, which were enough to tear through Mei Gue Evil Dragon's scales. Mei Gue Evil Dragon was about to have a mental breakdown. It was fighting two nut jobs. Why was it that it had to die because it was beautiful? What kind of logic was this? No one answered its questions. Perhaps these were only errant words spoken by Lin and Su Xiaolan in the heat of the moment. Right at this moment, a violent, tearing sound suddenly erupted throughout heaven and earth. Ao Xiaowu had pierced through one of the ancient dragon empress' hands with her silver spear. Blood flew through the air, but the ancient dragon empress took this opportunity to lock the tip of the spear in a vice-like grip. At the same time, the ancient dragon empress chopped down upon the silver spear with her other hand, which was imbued with an extremely terrifying power of her divine Tao. Bam! An explosive sound erupted. Ao Xiaowu's spear, which was imbued with her power of the divine Tao, was chopped in half by the ancient dragon empress using her bare hands. Ao Xiaowu hurtled back in retreat and stared at her snapped silver spear with wide eyes that were filled with shock. Are you for real? You snapped a high-rank spirit tool just like that. Let's see how you're going to fight now. The ancient dragon empress spoke in a frosty voice. In the next instant, the hair on the back of the ancient dragon empress' neck stood on end. A delicate fist suddenly appeared before her. This fist gave her an overwhelming sense of fear. The ancient dragon empress reflexively launched a palm toward the fist, upon which she was knocked back like a cannonball for over 10 kilometers. How could this be? How could you possess such powerful strength? The ancient dragon empress' entire arm was numb as she stared at Ao Xiaowu incredulously. If it weren't for the fact that her palm was imbued with the power of the divine Tao, her entire arm would have been disabled by that punch. I didn't say that I specialized in using spears. I only used a spear to commemorate my seventh brother. Ao Xiaowu's eyes were closed, and she murmured to herself as if she were sleep-talking. The ancient dragon empress' mouth gaped open, and she felt like she was going to throw up a mouthful of blood. So her efforts to snap that spear had all been in vain? Your current state is very strange. The divine Tao is somehow fusing together and resonating with your body. The ancient dragon empress' crimson eyes narrowed slightly as a grave expression appeared on her face. Ao Xiaowu's body began to sway and wobble as she murmured, "My divine Tao is sleeping. The deeper I sleep, the more powerful I am. When I'm completely asleep, I'll be invincible. That way I can conserve my energy during battle. I don't even have to think to move. How about it? Am I super impressive or what?" The ancient dragon empress was completely astonished by Ao Xiaowu's words. How much did she have to love sleeping to attain this type of power of the divine Tao? Just as she was caught in a stunned stupor, Ao Xiaowu stepped forward and activated her spatial skipping technique to appear instantly before the ancient dragon empress, upon which she launched a mundane fist. This was an extremely simple punch, but it didn't seem to have been unleashed by a living being. Instead, it was as if the punch was a manifestation of the power of heaven and earth, and its intent realm was very simple as well. "I'm going to punch you to death." The ancient dragon empress found that she couldn't evade this punch, so she could only launch a punch of her own in response. At the same time, she activated her power of the divine Tao to the very maximum, in order to make her fist as resolute as possible. Boom! The fists collided. There was an instant when heaven and earth fell deathly silent. The sickening crunch of bones being pulverized erupted. Immediately afterward, the ancient dragon empress hurtled back through the air like a cannonball. As if she had just been severely wounded, the ancient dragon empress was knocked flying again by Ao Xiaowu. After falling asleep, Ao Xiaowu's power had elevated significantly. Each of her attacks was imbued with the power of heaven and earth, and even the most mundane-looking punch was powerful to the extreme. The ancient dragon empress was no longer able to match Ao Xiaowu in a melee battle. "You've already fallen asleep, so how can you accurately sense my location?" The ancient dragon empress was perplexed. Ao Xiaowu didn't reply. Perhaps she heard that, perhaps she didn't. She had her eyes closed, and her aura had completely been withdrawn, giving her the appearance of a harmless, sleeping beauty. She took another step forward. The ancient dragon empress' expression shifted drastically as a yellow power of the divine Tao enshrouded her entire body. Pain of shredding flesh. Sure enough, Ao Xiaowu appeared right before the ancient dragon empress in the next instant and launched an almighty fist. Her delicate fist passed through the yellow power of the divine Tao and sustained over 1,000 wounds in a split second. This was the attack the ancient dragon empress had unleashed to destroy one of Enlin's arms. Ao Xiaowu's red sleeve was also shredded into nothingness, revealing a fair, jade-like arm. A series of wounds appeared on it, and her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had felt the pain. However, what happened next made the ancient dragon empress' eyes widen in shock. Her pain of shredding flesh quickly became ineffective against Ao Xiaowu. This was clearly a realistic power, and those were clearly realistic wounds, but they suddenly took on an ethereal and dreamlike quality, as if none of this were really happening. Transforming reality into illusion, the ancient dragon empress turned pale with fright. Ao Xiaowu's fist landed again. The ancient dragon empress crossed her arms before her as a shield, and her body was blasted flying for several kilometers again. The terrifying power behind the fist flowed along her arms into her body, and this time, even her internal organs had been shattered by that fist. Her strength has become even more fearsome. She was still able to speak before, so she was probably in a half-asleep state. But now, she appears to be completely asleep. The ancient dragon empress expression became extremely grim. She can't transform all reality into illusion. Where there is sufficient power, no one can change reality. I don't have time to waste. I must end this as quickly as possible. The ancient dragon empress unleashed a rainbow divine light this time, and each of the 7 constituent divine lights represented a type of pain. When all 7 divine lights came together, the power of an entire tribe erupted forth. Defiant dragon. The ancient dragon empress took the initiative to pounce toward Ao Xiaowu, like a powerful dragon threatening to break heaven and earth. Ao Xiaowu was still sound asleep as she launched a fist in retaliation. This time, Ao Xiaowu was blasted flying by the ancient dragon empress' defiant dragon attack and seemed to have been injured in the process. The ancient dragon empress continued to press home her advantage and launched a frenzied barrage of fists to try and finish Ao Xiaowu off. Ao Xiaowu continued to defend herself. Even though she had been forced onto the back foot, she was still reacting extremely calmly, quickly, and accurately, as if she were a robot. The ancient dragon empress tried to imbue the power of her pain of slaughter into her fists. If an ordinary return to void stage mighty figure were to cop a punch like this one, they would definitely explode into crimson fireworks. However, after Ao Xiaowu was struck by those punches, her body was able to react extremely quickly. An enticing flush would appear on her beautiful cheeks, but that would be the extent of it. She continued to launch her sleeping fists. The ancient dragon empress had no choice but to keep up her barrage of attacks. In less than a minute, Ao Xiaowu had copped a dozen or so punches, and her entire face was bruised and battered. However, she displayed no weakness, nor any signs of waking up. As time passed by, she gradually fell into a deeper and deeper sleep, upon which her aura became more and more ethereal, and her fighting techniques became more and more advanced. The ancient dragon empress was becoming increasingly unsettled by this. She discovered that she didn't seem to be able to punch Ao Xiaowu to death. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Ding dong, Xiaowu has entered deep sleep, now entering 100% standby mode. In that instant, Ao Xiaowu's aura suddenly transformed. An invisible ripple proliferated through the air. The ancient dragon empress couldn't even detect Ao Xiaowu's aura anymore. What took its place was a type of extremely mysterious yet natural aura. It was very difficult to detect, as if it could merge with everything within this world. Ao Xiaowu sprang into action again. She evaded the ancient dragon empress fists through the use of extremely bizarre movement techniques, while 2 of her fingers thrust toward the ancient dragon empress heart like a sword. The tips of her fingers possessed a mysterious sharpness that was able to pierce through the rainbow divine Tao light. Those fingers were imbued with the power of heaven and earth. The ancient dragon empress suddenly understood. If her Tao was a Tao to defy the natural order in order to lead her tribe away from their eternal oppression, then Ao Xiaowu's Tao was to follow the natural order and fuse herself with all things. Ao Xiaowu only issued a fixation to heaven and earth before she fell asleep. This fixation was a command, like killing the ancient dragon empress, for example. Heaven and earth would then gradually take control of her body in order to satisfy the instruction she had issued. Now that Ao Xiaowu was in 100% standby mode, Ao Xiaowu trying to kill her was the equivalent of the entire heaven and earth trying to kill her. The entire heaven and earth was helping Ao Xiaowu kill her. How could there be such a freakish divine Tao? The ancient dragon empress heart was punctured by Ao Xiaowu's fingers, and the space behind her was also punctured, creating a massive rift that extended to infinity and beyond. Blood gushed forth, and she hurtled back in retreat, but her eyes were extremely bright. The ancient dragon empress was not fearful in the slightest. Instead, her face lit up with scorching excitement. I have always defied the natural order, yet you are following the natural order. I will vanquish you to prove the superiority of my Tao. Her heart quickly healed under the power of a green divine Tao light. The ancient dragon empress charged toward Ao Xiaowu, and she seemed to have attained some sort of enlightenment as her aura climbed to unprecedented heights, allowing her to fight on par with Ao Xiaowu in standby mode. The battle between the 2 women was more terrifying than any other battles taking place here. This was not just a battle that rocked heaven and earth. One of them followed the natural order, while the other defied the natural order. Their battle made the great Tao of heaven and earth tremor and quake, and the devastating resulting shockwaves threatened to completely break open this entire world. What a terrifying power! An enraged tigress is indeed one of the most terrifying things in this world. And Lin stared at the battle in the distance with an astonished expression on his face. Those are not tigresses, those are female dragons. They're even more terrifying when enraged. Su Xiaolin corrected as she continued to rain sword strikes down upon Mei Gue evil dragon. Are you going to become like this in the future as well? And Lin was slightly alarmed as he asked in an extremely concerned voice. That would be up to you. A dangerous smile appeared on her face as she spoke in a profound voice. If somebody does something unfaithful, then don't blame me for transforming into a female dragon. Cold sweat poured from Lin's forehead upon hearing this. Now that their side held the crushing advantage, their moods had all lifted significantly, so they could even chat as they fought. However, the three evil dragons suddenly received some information. Wuxia evil dragon and Duba evil dragon can't hold on for any longer. Huan Meng evil dragon, you're the fastest among us. Luan Yu evil dragon and I will hold them off. You go provide reinforcements. Mei Gue evil dragon roared. And Lin chuckled coldly. You think you two can hold us off? However, Lin suddenly discovered that they really were capable of holding Lin and the others off. At the same time as the three evil dragons were sacrificing their life forces, they also chose to sacrifice their bloodlines. Sacrificing one's bloodline was a special enhancement spell technique exclusive to the dragon tribe. It could bestow upon a dragon an extraordinary power in a short period of time. And Lin had once seen Bai Lian unleash the same type of spell technique in order to save his life. There were very severe after effects to using this spell technique. Best case scenario, one's bloodline purity would be compromised, thereby making it very difficult to progress through the cultivation bases in the future, and in the worst case scenarios, one's cultivation base could even fall. Most dragons wouldn't use this type of spell technique, as it was the equivalent of giving up on one's cultivation path. Powerful return to void stage mighty figures would be even more reluctant to do so. However, all three return to void final stage evil dragons had just used it without any hesitation. The direction my Empress sword points in is the direction our hearts point in. When Mei Gue evil dragon sacrificed its bloodline, rose petals fell from the heavens like rain, creating a marvelous and beautiful spectacle, which then constructed an extremely powerful trapping formation. It turned toward Huan Meng evil dragon. I'll leave it to you to protect the core formation. I'll be sure to get the job done. Huan Meng evil dragon spread its wings before hurtling into the distance toward the formation. You aren't getting away. Xiao Zhe roared as he unleashed his mystic technique to pursue Huan Meng evil dragon. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly transformed into an infernal realm. A huge net of flames imbued with an extremely powerful sealing force materialized in thin air, cutting Xiao Zhe off as a series of massive fireballs rained down upon him. Luan Yu evil dragon had managed to stave off Long Outyan's attacks as he attacked Xiao Zhe at the same time. Xiao Zhe crashed through Luan Yu evil dragon's infernal realm but was still delayed for a split second. After sacrificing its bloodline, Huan Meng evil dragon's speed had been elevated to its very limit, and it took advantage of this split-second delay to quickly open up a large distance between itself and Xiao Zhe. And Lin and Su Xiaolin had also been impeded by Mei Gue evil dragon, and Huan Meng evil dragon was allowed to slip away in the end. At the same time, around the 99 pillars of light, a burst of violent tremors erupted. A massive hole exploded in the formation. A black ball bounced into the hole. Stop, Hades! Duba evil dragon roared. I can't. I don't know why, but these two dragon court cultivators have suddenly gone crazy, and I can't go anywhere. Wuxia evil dragon roared with difficulty. The two evil dragons were trying to fend off 5 return to void final stage mighty figures. Even though 3 of their 5 opponents had been injured, it was still a very tall and unrealistic order. Soon, Dark God Hades of the Western Dragon Forest broke through into the formation. The critical step for Lin's alliance had finally been taken. Ha ha ha! There are so many evil dragons here. Hades skipped and bounced toward the 30,000 evil dragons as his black energy instantly enshrouded the entire space within the area. All of the evil dragons were struck by an indescribable sense of horror upon seeing Hades. They all fled in a panicked frenzy toward the core spell formation. All of the powerful evil dragons had already participated in battles, and the ones that were left here were all either young evil dragons or ones with lower cultivation bases. There was no one here that could stand up against the power of a return to void final stage mighty figure. A series of black feelers shot forth from the black ball like a series of sharp swords as they punctured the hearts of the fleeing evil dragons. One evil dragon fell after another amid a burst of blood-curdling cries, and their life essences were also absorbed by the feelers. "Give your heart to me, and I'll link it up with mine," Hades sang as it slaughtered the fleeing evil dragons. Blood flowed like a river. The howling sobs of children and the anguished wails of adults reverberated throughout the entire space. Hades' feelers had struck despair and horror into the hearts of over 30,000 evil dragons. One evil dragon after another pounced toward Hades without any regard for their own lives, trying to buy time for their tribal brethren, only to have their hearts gouged out by Hades' feelers. Ha ha ha! So much power of dragons. Even though it's not very powerful, it is extremely delicious. Hades was getting quite excited. At this moment, a mighty enraged roar sounded. "Hades, don't forget what you're here to do. Go destroy that core spell formation immediately," the Western Dragon Forest's goddess of wisdom and war reminded him. "I'm sorry. I completely forgot what I was supposed to be doing after seeing all of these evil dragons." Hades bounced toward the central area. 99 pillars of light. The core should be the double-headed spear piercing through heaven and earth in the center, right? Its body quickly squirmed, and its aura climbed as if it was gathering power. Right at this moment, a black shadow approached at blinding speed. "Don't you dare foil my Empress plans!" Huan Meng Evil Dragon roared as it descended from the sky like a meteorite, crashing into Hades with a devastating force. Boom! Hades let loose an anguished wail as it was knocked out of the spell formation by Huan Meng Evil Dragon like a ball. Huan Meng Evil Dragon's arrival reignited the hope within Wuxia Evil Dragon and Duba Evil Dragon's hearts. "Hades, this is a war between us mighty figures. Why are you slaughtering the civilians?" Huan Meng Evil Dragon's body trembled with rage at the sight of the evil dragon carcasses littered all over the ground. "This is war. I'm free to treat these weaklings however I like." Hades' body trembled with laughter. Boom! Huan Meng Evil Dragon tore through space and pounced toward Hades again. "If that is your answer, then I'll reunite you with Apollo right now." The battle between Huan Meng Evil Dragon and Hades erupted. On the battlefield wherein Lin and the others were situated, everyone almost exploded with rage after surveying the battles near the formation using eye techniques. Just how useless are these mighty figures from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the Western Dragon Forest? They were held off by 2 evil dragons, and now even Huan Meng Evil Dragon has joined the battle. Xiao Zhe scoffed. "That black ball is actually a stupid piece of shit. It actually managed to enter the formation, but it did nothing aside from slaughtering a few weak evil dragons. It must be a retard." And Lin was fuming. "They're all noob allies," Su Xiaolan surmised. "Don't get down in the dumps, everyone. The evil dragons won't last the distance as their mystic techniques all have time limits. After their time limits are up, our side will definitely win in a 5-on-3 battle." Long Outyen was quite optimistic. "We only need to hold off these enemies, and will eventually emerge victorious in the end." Long Outyen offered words of encouragement as he battled Luin Yu Evil Dragon. The evil dragons had been forced decidedly onto the back foot. Not only were all of their return to void final stage mighty figures engaged in disadvantageous battles, but even the ancient dragon empress was also being dominated by Ao Xiaowu. This wasn't to say that the ancient dragon empress was inferior to Ao Xiaowu in terms of combat prowess. It was just that she had simply endured too many battles up to this point, such that her entire body was riddled with wounds, and she was unable to replenish her energy. Thus, she had the crap bashed out of her by a sleeping beauty. This was most definitely the most bizarre battle the ancient dragon empress had ever engaged in her entire life. Not long after this, a sudden change struck again. A gargantuan black dragon appeared in the distance before flying toward the 99 pillars of light. Ha ha ha! Papa Xiao Tu is alive again. A dragon roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The evil dragons were now in an even more dire situation. The ancient dragon empress was about to swear out loud. How many fucking lives did this black dragon have? Xiao Tu's emergence swung the battle significantly yet again. Aside from the ancient dragon empress, which other evil dragon mighty figures could stop him? The ancient dragon empress was being dominated by Ao Xiaowu, so Xiao Tu was invincible. Xiao Tu flew quickly toward the formation, and all of the evil dragons were in a panic. How were they supposed to keep such a colossus at bay? Combination formation. 2 returned to void initial stage evil dragons and 1 returned to void intermediate stage evil dragon roared. They combined their strengths to set up a spell formation in an attempt to impede the gargantuan black dragon. Boom! The black dragon crashed directly into the spell formation with an unstoppable force. A violent boom was followed by the sound of something cracking open as the black dragon charged through the combination spell formation. All 3 evil dragons suffered backlash and threw up mouthfuls of blood as they were knocked back through the air. Xiao Tu was not some noob ally like Hades. He disregarded the 3 evil dragons that had been knocked back before continuing on toward the formation. The evil dragons were in despair. Only the return to void final stage evil dragons could even hope to stand up against him. However, all of them were engaged in arduous battles of their own, so there was no one to stop Xiao Tu. Ha ha ha! I will be the one to end this battle. Xiao Tu chortled gleefully. Crack! Bam! An ear-splitting explosion suddenly swept through the entire heaven and earth. It was as if something had been broken and heaven and earth crumbled at an even faster rate. The rift in the sky began to expand more quickly as cracks extended outward in all directions in a frenzy. The earth tremored violently and began to fracture, revealing inky black, bottomless rifts. Oi! Is this for real? Xiao Tu's expression faltered upon seeing this as a look of incredulity appeared on his face. All of the dragons engaged in battles were also dumbstruck as they all turned toward the formation. The double-headed spear had already pierced through the 2 worlds. All 99 pillars of light began to glow more brightly, as if they were trying to shower the entire world in the light of fortune and happiness. Look, mommy! The ground in front of us has turned white. Some evil dragon kids were yelling with excitement. At the core of the formation, directly below the double-headed spear, the black, circular realm of nothingness had transformed into a holy, pristine white, from which enticing spatial fluctuations emanated as if this were a passageway to heaven. Dark Knight Trident's entire body trembled with excitement as tears welled up in his eyes. He broadcasted his voice across this entire world via his surveillance satellite. Attention all evil dragons! Attention all evil dragons! The passageway to the Tai Chu continent has already been opened. This is a passageway exclusive to our tribe, so please hurry toward the passageway at the center of the formation. All brethren engaged in battles, please try to disengage yourselves from your battles as quickly as possible and make a tactical retreat to the new world. We are the final victors of this battle. Dark Knight Trident's words reverberated throughout the entire world. Countless evil dragons were reinvigorated. They had finally secured victory. Some of them laughed, some of them cried. Some of them finally allowed themselves to let go as they closed their eyes amid pools of blood. Some knew that they would be unable to escape, and they chortled with glee as they self-detonated in order to bring down their enemies with them. Their mission had already been completed. They knew that the evil dragons would have a better future from now on. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both stunned by this development and momentarily forgot to battle. The ancient dragon empress looked at the broken sky in the distance, and a smile of intense relief appeared on her face as translucent tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. We've finally succeeded. She had waited countless years for this day. The price they paid was quite a heavy one, but the result was good. This battle was never about whether they would be defeated by the other dragon tribes. It had always been a matter of whether they could ensure that the formation was not broken before the passageway between the two worlds was opened up. So what if the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the Western Dragon Forest were able to dominate them in battle? If they couldn't destroy the core formation in time, all their efforts would still be in vain. We did it. We finally did it. Mei-Gui Evil Dragon wept tears of joy. So what if it had sacrificed its life force? So what if it had sacrificed its bloodline? As long as they could successfully open up a passageway to the new world for all of the evil dragons, their sacrifices would all be worth it. Mei-Gui Evil Dragon didn't want to say anything else. A flurry of rose petals rained down from the sky. This was a moment worthy of celebration and commemoration. Explosions were still booming overhead, and the broken sky had already extended to where Lin and the others were. The entire heaven was beginning to crumble as the earth began to fracture and shatter. It wouldn't be too long before this entire world was completely engulfed by nothingness and chaos. Ao Xiaowu opened her bleary eyes, and she yawned with a lazy expression. "Is it over?" she asked in a soft, gentle voice. "It is," the ancient dragon empress replied with a vibrant smile. Ao Xiaowu's expression faltered slightly as she looked around at the crumbling heaven and earth. She then turned to look at the ancient dragon empress, and she fell silent. "You are the first opponent I've faced who has smiled at me after I've woken up," Ao Xiaowu said. The ancient dragon empress smile did not recede. "Are all of our allies pigs?" A grief-stricken expression appeared on Ao Xiaowu's face. 5 return to Void Final Stage mighty figures were held off by 2 return to Void Final Stage evil dragons. Also, based on the analysis data of her slumber, quite a long time had elapsed. She found this to be simply mind-boggling. "Oi! Don't make overgeneralizations. There's only one pig, but that one pig screwed everything up," and Lin retorted with a displeased expression. That pig was Hades, who had managed to enter the formation, only to then go on a brainless killing spree. Ao Xiaowu looked at Lin with a sulky expression but did not say anything. "Retreat!" the ancient dragon empress roared. The 3 evil dragons all fled toward the formation. "You aren't getting away!" Long Outyen roared before giving chase and unleashing another string of monstrous punches upon Luin Yu Evil Dragon. Luin Yu Evil Dragon was forced to stay behind and deal with Long Outyen's attacks. Roar! The passageway between the two worlds has already been opened, and this battle is over. This world's destruction is already inevitable. So what's the point in continuing our battle? Luin Yu Evil Dragon roared. "Fuck you. Even if I die, I'll take you all down with me." Long Outyen's battle intent surged. He wanted to die in a battle for the ages, rather than perish amid the hopelessness and despair of a crumbling world. "Fuck, you're insane." Luin Yu Evil Dragon was extremely exasperated at the sight of the oncoming Long Outyen. Luin Yu Evil Dragon had been stalled, but the ancient dragon empress instantly appeared beside it, and her rainbow divine Tao fused with her arm, allowing her to knock Long Outyen flying for over 10 kilometers with a single punch. Long Outyen felt as if his entire body had been torn apart, and he threw up an involuntary mouthful of blood. It was impossible to get a grasp of just how terrifying this ancient dragon empress was without facing her in battle. "Run!" the ancient dragon empress roared. Luin Yu Evil Dragon immediately fled toward the formation. "Ms. Ao Xiaowu, are you not going to hold off the ancient dragon empress?" And Lin yelled. "Don't talk to me." Ao Xiaowu was fuming. "Go fight if you want to. We're all dead in any case, so what's the point? The end result will be the same anyway." It looked like not everyone had the same thought process as Long Outyen. The woman in red lay down in midair and looked up at the crumbling heavens with a lazy expression. "To think that I, the mighty Ao Xiaowu, would be screwed over by noob allies and perish here. I hope that it wouldn't hurt that much when I die during sleep." Ao Xiaowu murmured to herself before peacefully closing her eyes. And Lin. Ao Xiaowu didn't want to fight, and Lin and Su Xiaolan couldn't do anything to convince her otherwise. They didn't continue to chase down Mei-Gui Evil Dragon. After all, the ancient dragon empress was still here, and they did not want to follow in the footsteps of Long Outyin. The ancient dragon empress and Mei Gue evil dragon quickly retreated toward the passageway between the two worlds. Master, what do we do now? Xiao Zhe flew overhead with a concerned expression. The destruction of this world was irreversible, and no one was capable of mending the heavens here. Let's go to the formation first and see just what type of passageway has opened up there. And Lin did not give up hope. I'll come too. Long Outyin flew over to them. All right, let's go. And Lin flew into the air atop his brick. At this moment, a lazy and soft voice suddenly sounded. Wait, I'll come as well. A woman in red stepped through the air before sitting down onto the brick with her legs tucked under her. And Lin was a little surprised by this. You're not going to sleep? Who doesn't want to live? I want to fight for survival as well. Ao Xiaowu was saying that she was going to fight for survival, but her voice was so feeble and faint that there was no sense of security imparted by her words. However, and Lin and the others were reinvigorated by her words. In this world, Ao Xiaowu was the most powerful being aside from the ancient dragon empress. Her decision to accompany everyone had ignited a sliver of hope in everyone's heart amid the despair. Thus, An Lin, Su Xiaolin, Xiao Zhe, Long Outyin, and Ao Xiaowu all followed the ancient dragon empress and the other evil dragon mighty figures toward the passageway. Winds of chaos were blowing as a result of the destruction of this world, and they were powerful enough to blow a return to void stage mighty figure to death. As such, An Lin and the others had to exercise the utmost caution in order to prevent themselves from being swept into oblivion. Within the formation, the circular ring of light exuded extremely powerful spatial fluctuations. One evil dragon after another leaped into it en route to their new world. The 5 top-tier mighty figures present, Athena, Poseidon, Hades, Ao Meng, and Ao Qingyu, were all extremely dejected. Not only them, but the other return to void stage mighty figures as well as the soul formation stage powerful beings were also extremely depressed, some of whom were even on the brink of mental breakdown. Some were still fighting in an enraged frenzy in order to vent their frustration and hatred. Some were lamenting their imminent passing, and some were racking their brains, trying to think of a way to get out of this situation. Huan Meng Evil Dragon, Duba Evil Dragon, and Wuxia Evil Dragon held everyone off with all their might, thereby allowing the weaker evil dragons to enter the spatial passageway. All of them also began to retreat after that. The battlefield outside the formation was in complete turmoil. This wasn't just the battlefield for the top-tier mighty figures anymore. There were now also many return to void stage mighty figures and soul formation stage powerful beings gathered here. Maybe we'll be able to access the spatial passageway too. A dragon tribe mighty figure roared. Let's combine our forces and break in. Many dragon tribe powerful beings heeded the mighty figure's call. At the rate that this world was crumbling, they wouldn't be able to wait until they were summoned back to their original world. The spatial gate between the two worlds decided when they would be summoned back, so they couldn't go back in advance. It looked like their only glimmer of hope lay in the evil dragon's spatial passageway. Boom! Another massive hole was blasted into the formation by Hades. Ao Qingyu also unleashed a devastating sword strike to inflict a massive gash into the formation, which almost sliced the barrier materialized by the formation in half. The spatial passageway had already been opened, so it didn't really matter if the core formation was destroyed or not. Its only real function now was to keep the destructive power of the crumbling world at bay, as well as to defend against enemy attacks. As one top-tier mighty figure after another unleashed enraged attacks upon it, the formation gradually collapsed. Most of the 99 mountains from which the pillars of light emanated had also been razed to the ground. However, none of this would amount to anything. The passageway between the two worlds had already been opened, so the destruction of this world was unavoidable unless there was someone capable of mending the heavens here. Nuwa was capable of mending the heavens, but there wasn't even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure here, let alone Nuwa. On the chaotic battlefield, some dragon tribe cultivators managed to charge through and make it to the spatial passageway. This passageway should be available for all dragon tribe cultivators to use, not just evil dragons. We'll definitely be able to pass through it. A soul formation stage cultivator offered words of consolation and encouragement to themselves as they jumped in. Their body had only just made contact with the white ring of light below when they let loose a blood-curdling cry. Ah! Save me! The soul formation stage powerful being's body was quickly broken down, as if they had jumped into a high-frequency meat shredder. Their entire body was ground down into tiny particles before disappearing. All of the soul formation stage powerful beings following along were scared shitless. This wasn't some passageway to survival. This was a canyon to suicide. No wonder there weren't any evil dragons stationed around the spatial passageway. Why would they try to stop their enemies from jumping to their deaths? All of the soul formation stage powerful beings had completely given up on entering the spatial passageway. However, the return to void stage mighty figures were still tempted. What if the soul formation stage powerful being had only perished due to not being powerful enough? If they could keep the power within the spatial passageway at bay, wouldn't they be able to enter it with no problems? A western dragon forest returned to void stage mighty figure flew into the air directly above the spatial passageway and was hesitating about what to do. However, the mighty figure finally made up their mind and let loose an almighty roar at the sight of the approaching ancient dragon empress. I'm willing to lay down my life for the western dragon forest and carve out a path to survival. Death was unavoidable either way, so they might as well take a gamble. Otherwise, once the ancient dragon empress arrived, they wouldn't even have a chance to enter the spatial passageway anymore. Thus, the return to void stage mighty figure unleashed their spatial power to enshroud their entire body before leaping into the white spatial passageway as all of the dragon tribe cultivators looked on with rapt attention. And then, the dragon tribe mighty figure's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The peculiar power of the passageway between the two worlds pulverized the dragon tribe mighty figure's spatial power before grinding their body down to its tiniest constituent particles. The dragon tribe mighty figure struggled for their life, but the spatial passageway seemed to possess a peculiar suction force, which it exerted upon cultivators from the other dragon tribes, as if it were a lethal realm of quicksand. Thus, the dragon tribe mighty figure died a gruesome death right before everyone's eyes. This scene was simply too traumatic to everyone, and all of the dragons present gave up on any ideas about leaping into the spatial passageway. Many of the dragon tribe powerful beings were already in despair as they simply didn't know what to do. Some of the powerful beings were still engaged in battle, venting their despair and frustration on the evil dragons. I didn't want to see such a sad scene as soon as I arrived. And Lin held on tightly to Su Xiaolan's warm and soft hand with a tense expression on his face. He couldn't think of a way to get out of this predicament for now. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, I didn't think you would survive up to this point after encountering that terrifying woman. That's very impressive. Xiao Tu seemed to be in high spirits. Senior, we're all about to die, and you're still this happy? And Lin's expression darkened. I'll be fine. Xiao Tu waved a claw. I have many resurrection trump cards. Perhaps I'll die here only to be revived at another sacrificial altar. And Lin, everyone was suddenly struck by the impulse to bash Xiao Tu to death,